The young teen wielding that gigantic spiked warhammer capable of dealing magical damage is our protagonist, Ban Yu-woo. Right now, he's fighting a horde of green-skinned goblins brandishing weapons, charging at him for a taste of his blood. Just a glance and there had to be a few hundred, yet Yu-woo showed not a shred of concern. "Are you ready?" Yu-woo said coldly, and then suddenly something streaked through and smashed into the goblins, pulverizing any hit. Just like that, without even moving a finger, Yu-woo's charging goblins were all dealt with. The remaining goblins didn't dare attack carelessly, and it was all thanks to some flying spiked hammer. After wiping out the first wave, it returned to hover behind Yu-woo. Along with it came a rain of goblin fragments from those dispatched by the spiked hammer, cascading down like a grisly shower. Seeing that, the rest of the goblins inhaled sharply and hurriedly stepped back a few paces. Then, while the crowd panicked, suddenly an arrow tore through the air from afar. Of course, it hadn't reached Yu-woo before the spiked hammer snapped it in two. But at least it caught the protagonist's attention, and not just his. The other goblins turned to stare at the archer with looks that said, "What an idiot!" No doubt mentally cursing that goblin's entire family tree. And as if sensing Yu-woo was about to deal with the archer, the surrounding goblins hurriedly parted to leave the lone bow-goblin exposed, thinking numbers were enough to rush in, and now shooting arrows on a whim. If you think Ban Yu-woo's abilities end there, and he still dares to enter a dungeon, then you're dead wrong. Bam manga, transform, Yu-woo shouted, and immediately a golden magic circle appeared beneath the haft of the spiked hammer, the weapon itself glowing gold as if about to transform. The goblins seemed to realize Yu-woo was about to hand them a beating, so they took advantage of the weapon's transformation and charged with a battle cry while it was still shifting. But the transformation took less than a second. The spiked hammer became a magical cannon pointed at the mob, its barrel glowing red as if charging energy. "Fire," Yu-woo said with a grin, and thus the tale goes. To tell this story, we must go back to when Yu-woo was small. At 4 years old, in some miraculous way, the little brat could read. "The light of my life, the flame of my soul." The kid babbled out a few words from a book, and that alone was enough to make his parents beam. "Honey, our child is reading the original language. Oh, so smart, our wife has born a genius," Uncle Four Eyes said, making the wife's face flush. "Come on, when did you teach him English?" "I didn't teach him," the uncle said casually, and after that the atmosphere turned icy. How did the boy know languages he'd never seen? The uncle fretted, the wife's knitting froze mid-stitch, and it wasn't just English. Yu-woo started murmuring Japanese and Chinese too, which made them even more bewildered. And as if answering their question, the door suddenly opened. "Ha-ha! Our Yu-woo really did inherit the ancestors' bloodline. At last our house has produced the child to fulfill the clan's long-cherished wish. The child will recover the Tower of Babel for the family," some big excited man said while carrying some other kid under his arm. And judging by his manner, he seemed all too familiar with this sort of thing. The couple could only shake their heads. "Oh dear, here he goes again. Yumi, come here." The wife forced a smile, and the uncle just sighed. "Dad's back. Go wash your hands first, really." Turning to the old man and seeing the couple's obvious disbelief, he nearly snapped the racket in his hand in frustration. "You lot, the Tower of Babel is real, haha." "Yes, of course it's real," the uncle replied, though his eyes never left the newspaper, clearly just humoring him. "Did you have fun with Grandpa today?" Yu-woo's mother asked, and seeing she couldn't convince the couple, he turned to his grandson. "Yu-woo, lend me this," he said, casually taking Yu-woo's sketchbook and box of paints, and quickly drew something, explaining as he sketched long ago. "In a chaotic world, our great ancestor of the Ban clan possessed a power that let people communicate. With that power, he led them and built a tower that would never fall. That tower was the Tower of Babel." Hearing this, little Yu-woo perked up and asked, "The tower our ancestors built? A tall building? Are our ancestors the owners of that tower?" As he spoke, the kid's eyes turned into shiny coins at the thought that his situation might not be as poor as he thought. Then Yu-woo hurriedly grabbed his grandfather's leg and asked, "A tall building? Where is our tall building?" Not paying much attention, the old man laughed. "Our ancestors were masters of language, able to translate and transform every tongue. We must never forget we descend from such a great man. Didn't I tell you to go wash your hands?" The uncle grumbled, "You're asking about the tower. I don't know where it is either." The old man shook his head, extinguishing the light in Yu-woo's eyes. "That's our building," the boy said sadly, but the old man gripped his grandson's shoulders and affirmed, "There is one thing I can be certain of. Once you find it, our clan will be restored to full power and glory." As a child, whenever he heard his grandfather tell of the ancestors' adventures, I always hoped the extraordinary language ability granted to me would help fulfill the clan's long-held wish. But my power exceeded even that expectation, and as time passed, Ban Yu-woo became a university applicant. Now he was in his room, checking yesterday's scores on his computer and saying, "Looking at the scores, I'm sure I'll get in. Political science and international relations at S University. Why is it so late and they still haven't posted the results?" Yu-woo complained before his eyes narrowed, focusing on the screen, because at that moment, his laptop screen suddenly corrupted into static chaos, showing no clear image. What's going on, Yu-woo wondered, smashing F5 repeatedly to patch things up. However, before the computer could fix itself, a holographic screen suddenly appeared right in front of Yu-woo's eyes. It made him stop dead in his tracks. What? What is this? Why is there a blue window here? And what are these squiggly characters I've never seen before? As he spoke, he squinted to try and read it. "The greatest academy in all dimensions. Congratulations, you have passed the document screening process." Seeing that, Yu-woo's face paled with fear and he jumped out of his chair. "What the hell? How can I even read this?" he thought in a panic while more notifications kept popping up. "Student Ban Yu-woo is being summoned to the practical evaluation site. If you pass, you will become a cadet, so prepare yourself. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. At this point, Yu-woo started looking around warily. "Who's playing a prank on me? Ban Yumi, get out here right now," the young man yelled. And at that exact moment, his computer finished repairing itself. It displayed the good news. Admission letter, College of Liberal Arts, Department of Political Science and International Relations. Candidate number, blah blah. Name, Ban Yu-woo, date of birth, Roman 20/Roman 20/2001. We are pleased to inform you that the above candidate has been admitted to our university, class of 202X. February 4th, 202X. President of S University. Looking at the computer screen, Yu-woo breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I guess I'm just too stressed. I must have been seeing things." He laughed, unaware that the countdown on the blue screen was still ticking down. Teleporting to the exam site in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Summoning practical evaluation beginning. Student Ban Yu-woo is arriving at the practical evaluation site. As soon as the notification ended, Yu-woo's figure flashed and instantly vanished from the room. At the same time, his younger sister Yumi opened the door and asked, "Hey, Ban Yu-woo, did you get in yet? Hey, Ban Yu-woo," she shouted when she saw no sign of her brother, even though she had clearly heard his voice just moments ago. The scene shifted to a limestone cave where strange magic circles suddenly appeared in midair, followed by a flash of light, and Yu-woo fell straight to the ground, letting out a cry of pain. Ignoring his condition, the system's screen continued its announcement. "The special practical evaluation for candidates from secondary dimensions has begun. Defeat the blind goblins and destroy the dungeon core." Back to our protagonist. At this point, even if he didn't want to believe it, he had to accept his situation. "I'm going crazy. This isn't a game. I really got summoned. This headache is too real for an illusion. What the hell is a special practical evaluation? Just send me back. I never signed up for any exam," he yelled, clutching his head, but this was a testing ground, not a place for crying. Before Yu-woo could even finish complaining to the system, footsteps echoed behind him. It made the young man jump and shut his mouth instantly. They're really here," he thought in terror, because right in front of him were two hideous goblins brandishing wooden clubs. "Human, I hear a human. Prey is here," they said while looking around. Over here, Yu-woo quickly covered his mouth and slowly backed away. "Prey, are they talking about me? Oh God, now I can even understand what they're saying. Blind goblin practical evaluation. Dungeon core, what the hell is going on? Do I have to defeat them to get out of here? It's just like a game or a novel," Yu-woo thought to himself, before he looked around to assess the situation once more. Judging by the headache and the sheer realism, he realized whatever was happening was real. Then Yu-woo looked at the two goblins turning their heads left and right, unable to see him even though he was standing right there. "They said they're blind goblins, right? I have to defeat them to escape. But how am I supposed to do that? Modern people can barely beat a chihuahua." The young man screamed in his head while slamming his hands on the ground, and that stupid action immediately alerted the blind goblins to his location. Right away, a wooden club swung down right in front of Yu-woo's crotch, nearly making him have to apologize to his ancestors. "What the, you bastard? But wait, it looks like they really can't see me." Don't panic, Yu-woo whispered to reassure himself. But just then, his treacherous slippers decided to act up. As soon as Yu-woo applied a little pressure, the rubber slippers let out a loud squish sound. The blind goblin wearing a hat heard it and charged straight at him. It swung its club right at him, and in his terror, Yu-woo reflexively leaned to the side to dodge. He successfully cheated death by a hair's breadth because the goblin's strike was so powerful it left a small crater in the ground. If he had taken that hit, he would have been a goner instantly. After falling to the side, Yu-Wu quickly covered his mouth again and lay as still as a dog to hide, while the other goblin, hearing the noise, asked, "What happened?" "There was a sound over here," the one in the hat replied. "Are you sure?" the bald one asked. "Definitely right here, don't let it escape," the hatted one affirmed. Back to Yu-Wu at this point, he didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Stay calm, stay calm. They're blind but incredibly sensitive to sound and movement. They hunt by communicating with each other to corner their prey. If this keeps up, no matter how well I hide, I'll get caught eventually. If I don't want to die, I have to use my brain. The habits of blind goblins. I can use that. No more time, I have to act now. Yu-Wu racked his brain, and then, taking advantage of the fact that they could only detect sound, he felt around for a stone and threw it forward. The sound of the stone hitting the ground immediately caught the attention of the two blind goblins. And sure enough, the goblins were fooled. Hearing where the sound came from, they pointed and yelled before charging straight toward it. Then, while the big bald goblin was feeling around on the ground for the prey, it only found the two stones Yu-Wu had thrown earlier. Looking at the stones in its hand, the blind goblin looked puzzled but still hadn't realized it was a trap. Behind them, seeing their opening, Yu-Wu seized the opportunity. "Now's the time," he whispered to himself. He threw a rock the size of a brick right at the bald goblin's head. Blood immediately spurted from its head. "Prey is behind us," it yelled. It swung its club backward without a moment's hesitation. As a result, the hatted goblin who had just run up took the hit right in the face. It sent teeth and lips flying, but before the hatted goblin could even explain, Yu-Wu mimicked its voice perfectly. "The prey is fighting back, take it down." Hearing the prompt, the hatted goblin immediately gripped its club and smashed it forward with all its might. The bald goblin's head was completely crushed inward. It officially kicked the bucket after just one move. Then its massive body slumped forward, falling right on top of the hatted goblin. On the other side, seeing them both down, Yu-Wu panted from the adrenaline. However, the hatted goblin was still alive, and to end this test, Yu-Wu had to finish them off. He looked at the wooden club they had dropped nearby. Back to the hatted goblin. It was currently struggling to crawl out from under the body. Then, sensing footsteps approaching, it slightly tilted its head to look, and there stood Yu-Wu with a slightly panicked expression. "I'm sorry, but you tried to kill me, so I guess this was expected, right?" Yu-Wu whispered, reminding himself. "Don't hesitate. If I can't even finish off a dying creature, then I'll never have a chance to get out of here." Just like that, he raised the wooden club and finished the goblin. After a few screams, the goblin's body stiffened for a moment and then went limp. Looking at the two corpses, Yu-Wu let out a long breath. "I survived for now," he said with relief, and at the same time, the bodies of both blind goblins suddenly emitted a soft golden light, and countless runes began to float off them. They headed straight for Yu-Wu. "What is this?" he asked in confusion, and as if in answer, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations on completing your first hunt in the dungeon. Your reward is the power of the high dimension. Unlocking the Babylon Code." Looking at the ancient script swirling around his hand, Yu-Wu said in shock, "This is, the Babylon Code power has been unlocked. This power will be displayed as ideograms, a language familiar to the owner. Additional info, ideograms are characters that convey ideas through images. Broadly speaking, they refer to characters describing the concept of an object." Looking at this, Yu-Wu's eyes showed a hint of surprise at how well it understood the examinee. "Ideograms familiar to me. Hanti letter 1 EF1, kanji/hanya." He chose, and the system immediately confirmed. Hanti letter 1 EF1 registered successfully. Unlike phonetics that describe sound, these characters convey meaning through their shape. From the two goblins, the acquired similar concepts are demon, life, and physical body. Other concepts are too complex and unimportant for the owner's current absorption level. At that moment, Chinese characters began to rise from the corpses of the two goblins, while Yu-Wu, having heard the notification, was still a bit lost. "Wait, acquire and absorb," he exclaimed while watching the goblins' bodies slowly vanish before him. "My power isn't just limited to languages, but I can also take concepts from objects," he wondered, and after they vanished, the system explained further. Absorbed 0.2 of demon. Demon is originally a concept humans cannot possess. Recommended to store in the Babylon Code or separate it to assign to other objects. As the corpses vanished, they left behind 3 types of hand T-letter 1 EF1 in red, green, and purple. Yu-Wu, having a vague idea of how it worked, reached out and grabbed the green character. "So now I can keep or apply the concept. Maybe I should just try it." Thinking was doing, the young man took a gamble and pushed the green character into his body. As soon as it entered him, the system gave another update. Absorbed 0.4 of life. Owner's life increased to 10.4. Ability and overall potential improved. As soon as the notification finished, Yu-Wu felt himself becoming much healthier and his mental state brightened. Wow, I'm already feeling more confident, Yu-Wu said happily. Riding that momentum, he began to absorb the red ancient script, which made him look a bit more muscular. Absorbed 0.2 of physical body. Owner's body increased to 10.2. Health improved. By this time, Yu-Wu was feeling a bit high, like he'd just taken something. Whoa, what is this healthy feeling? But it's not just a feeling. My arm strength, muscles, skin, everything has improved. I've absorbed quite a few concepts from those guys. I've interpreted, seized, and absorbed them. The goblins' corpses had vanished after their power was absorbed, leaving only those two wooden clubs. If concepts can be applied not just to myself, but to other objects, then maybe this is actually feasible. If it really works, I'll get out of this dungeon. I'll make it. Now die, he said while starting to use the remaining purple character. Time passed quickly. With the power stolen from the goblins, Yu-Wu fought his way to the place containing the dungeon core, leaving behind countless green-skinned corpses. I used the unlocked power to quickly eliminate all the blind goblins in the dungeon, he said as he gave a light strike, shattering the dungeon core into pieces, and as soon as he did, the system issued a confirmation. Congratulations on passing the special practical exam for candidates from the secondary dimension. Yu-Wu let out a sigh of relief. Phew, so I can go home now, right? He said, grinning ear to ear, but God said no, this story wasn't ending here. Immediately after, the system reminded him, the candidate will be teleported to the dormitory. What? Yu-Wu yelled before being kicked away by the teleportation light. Okay, bottom line, Yu-Wu was teleported but not home. He was in a world he had never seen before. A place called Union Academy. The scene changed to a room inside the academy. Yu-Wu found himself there and started looking all around. Where the hell am I? As if answering him, the dam system explained. Congratulations on passing the practical exam and becoming a cadet. Please fix up your attire in the dormitory and attend the interview. Please wear the Union Academy uniform, the pride of our school. As the notification ended, the system tossed him a set of clothes and shoes. Seeing himself being forced like this, the protagonist felt his blood boil. What is this? An interview? But I already got into college. Now I have to wear a uniform again. Give me back my freshman days. This is killing me. Seriously unbelievable. They throw someone into a place where they almost died, and now they want an interview. Once I meet the person in charge, I'm going to show them what manners look like. Yu-Wu said while quickly putting on the uniform and heading out to check on the health of the interviewers. And somehow he seemed to know the way around, walking straight through without stopping, still fuming as he went. Then he burst through the door in front of him, but before Yu-Wu could even yell, inside the office was a beautiful girl with long orange hair neatly braided back, accented by a flower. Seeing him barge in, she let out a surprised, "Oh." Back to our guy. The moment he saw her beauty, all that aggressive energy from before completely evaporated and his entire body froze up like a wooden statue. It seems no matter how world-shattering a man's aura is, the second he meets a gorgeous girl, he shrivels right up. Good Lord, how can she be this pretty? Blue skin? Is she an alien? She's stunning, he thought, while the girl looked at our protagonist as he stood there fumbling like a fish out of water. Ban Yu-Wu, I am Yumina, a professor of combat magic here at Union Academy. It's a pleasure to meet you. Yes, ma'am, Yu-Wu stammered. Seeing his reaction, Yumina continued. First off, congratulations on passing the practical exam. Welcome back. Yeah, thank you, Professor. Yu-Wu scratched his head awkwardly. By the way, Yu-Wu, do you realize that your performance during the exam caught the attention of every single faculty member? Oh boy, can you believe it? You're the first student in 500 years to create a completely new item during that evaluation. Hearing the 500 years part, Yu-Wu's face started to look like he was suffering from major constipation. 500 years or whatever. The point is I was brought here without knowing anything and almost died, Professor. The young man screamed in his head, but Professor Yumina didn't seem to notice his expression, continuing to smile brightly. It's truly magnificent. Seriously, this is an exceptional case that goes far beyond the scope of a special exam. Watching her cheerful attitude, Yu-Wu could only sigh. Perhaps because they were from different worlds, their ways of thinking were just different. I'm leaving this weird environment the second this interview is over, Yu-Wu muttered to himself, before his focus shifted to something nearby. Then his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and he hurriedly asked, Professor, what is that pillar over there called? Hearing the question, the professor turned toward the window. A pillar. So it's true that those from secondary dimensions know nothing about Union or that pillar. That pillar is the reason Union Academy was founded. We nurture students with extraordinary abilities from various dimensions and help them reach the top of the tower. That is the ambition of Union Academy and the shared wish of every dimension. The dungeon of dungeons, the source of all mysteries and dangers in this world. That is the Tower of Babel. Back to you, Wu. Hearing those words made his heart skip a beat, because that was exactly the tower his grandfather had always talked about. Holy ancestors, a dungeon, that's the building I used to hear stories about. What is going on, Grandpa? Everything Grandpa told me about our ancestors is right here. But why do they call it the Dungeon of Dungeons? Does that mean the tower has been occupied by all sorts of strange monsters? Well, it doesn't matter. The glory of the family and everything that belongs to our ancestors. I'm going to take it all back, Yu Wu said with a grin. Right then and there, he decided to join Union Academy. Afterward, thanks to the professor's grace, he was allowed to return home, and after a family meeting to explain the whole situation. Grandpa went absolutely wild with joy. What? You found the Tower of Babel. Well done, that's my grandson. Dad, calm down, take it easy, the dad shouted, trying to stop the old man from kicking the bucket out of pure excitement. Setting that aside, after explaining everything, Yu Wu prepared for enrollment, and now, in Union's low-level dungeon, the Hobgoblin Cave, Yu Wu was getting ready for his school days. Currently, using his Infinitamo AK-47, Yu Wu began teaching these goblins a lesson about choosing the right modern civilization. Before the goblins could even launch an attack, they were met with a rain of bullets. He literally blew them to pieces, while Yu Wu just walked forward calmly. He swept through the path, and not a single one could stand in his way. Here it comes, here it comes. Before, my power was limited to language, but now I've seized these from the goblins. Demon 3.4, Life 6.8, Physical Body 3.4, Murder 0.34, Marksmanship 0.57. Now everything is completely different. Babylon Code, I can verbalize, absorb, and manipulate the concepts of all things. Every time I destroy an enemy, I can obtain the concepts that I interpret. The more I collect, the stronger I become. And the concept I obtained from the first dungeon, the Blind Goblin Cave, has been transferred into this club, turning it into a powerful weapon, this guy right here, Yu Wu said, looking at the spiked mace that was automatically dealing with a goblin that had just tried to ambush him. It delivered a smash to the jaw, making it so the goblin couldn't tell its teeth from its lips anymore. This is the goblin's spiked club, the first item ban Yu Wu created by infusing demonic energy into the stick. This item can automatically manifest upon the owner's command and can transform and act freely. Seeing his gear being so useful, Yu Wu couldn't help but pat his best friend. Even though it was created by accident, thanks to it, he had aced the evaluation. Then after he finished his cuddling session, Yu Wu glanced at the scattered remains around him and muttered, "All right, time to clean up the loot. Confirm code." He quickly absorbed the concepts from the corpses. Seized from goblins, Life 5, Spirit 3, Goblin Demon 5, Physical Body 3, Soul 2, Leadership 1, Murderer 1.7, Family 0.05. Scanning these notifications, one line caught his eye. Among the concepts I've gathered from monsters, there's one I've never seen before. What exactly is a soul? As he spoke, the Bang manga mace excitedly rushed over in a huge hurry. What is it? You want this? Yu Wu asked, and Bang manga nodded vigorously. Seeing this, the guy didn't hesitate to gift that specific line to it. Of course it's for you. Hold on, I'll give you more life, spirit, and demon too. Yu Wu concentrated, controlling the ideograms to hover around his hand and compress them into a sphere. This is what I've learned so far, taking the fragments of concepts I've collected and infusing them into the club, he thought as he quickly pushed the sphere into Bang manga. Very quickly, the iron mace emitted a brilliant light, as if undergoing an evolutionary process. The concepts combined with strange harmony, causing the item to transform. Demon 2.5 and Beast 4 combined automatically, a perfect fusion creating an item that far exceeds current depth. Hearing the notification, Yu Wu's eyes flashed with amazement. Beast, so one of the concepts I separated evolved automatically, he shouted. Then the sphere of light quickly cracked into many pieces, revealing a small snake inside. Through the superior fusion process, Demonic Beast 10 was completed. A demonic beast, combining demon and beast characters created a demonic beast. This is so trippy. Can I touch it? Yu Wu said, as he cautiously reached out his hand, feeling a bit nervous. But luckily the snake remembered its master, so it proactively poked its head out and rubbed gently against Yu Wu's arm. Its personality is the same. I guess it can still turn into a gun or a shield, right? Yu Wu whispered. So cute. All right, from now on your name will be Eve. Before we head back, let's check the growth stats based on my experience. He spoke while focusing his eyes on the status board. Ban Yu-woo, Life 45.1, Physical Body 32, Soul 324.5, Mana 38.7, Swordsmanship 14.2, Leadership 1, All-Seeing Eye 105, All-Hearing Ear 100, Divine Language Lips 100. Let's see, life is like a level in a game. Physical body describes the physical state. But why is my soul stat so high? Things like the all-seeing eye or all-hearing ear must be related to my language skills. I'll just ignore what I don't understand for now. He then turned to the little snake and asked, "What do you think, Eve? Can we fit in with our classmates now?" Hearing this, Eve hurriedly shook its head in total embarrassment. "It's okay. The most important thing is still the growth stats, right?" Yu-woo advised. At the same time, because he had cleared the dungeon, the system prompted, "Dungeon core destroyed. You may leave the dungeon. Do you wish to leave?" "All right, let's go. Time for the Union Academy entrance ceremony," he said, clicking the button on the screen. And very quickly, his body was carried away by a teleportation magic circle. The scene shifted to the Union Academy Hall reserved for the entrance ceremony. The atmosphere was incredibly lively with all sorts of races present. And somehow, I even saw a knockoff Adidas brand on a sign next to a smiley face. At the same time, inside the Great Hall, people who had just entered were quickly finding their seats, and in a cool way. Yu-woo was teleported right into the center of the Great Hall, giving the people nearby a bit of a startle. While he observed everyone around him, he was equally amazed. Wow, so many people, but he began to activate the all-seeing eye. The all-seeing eye is an eye that can read everything, and depending on proficiency, it helps the user better understand the aura and spirit of a target. Within Yu-woo's vision, the attribute stats of others quickly began to appear, like this lava man guy who had a stat like BBC, while some handsome blonde guy had a really intense stat like SAA. Seeing those stats, Yu-woo started to feel a bit shaky inside. As expected, unlike those from secondary dimensions who got in through a special test like me, the regular students look way stronger, at least 10 times stronger than me. But wait, where is my seat? Yu-woo wondered to himself before he heard someone calling from behind and turned around. "Hey, if you're from a secondary dimension, stop wandering around here. Scram over there." The speaker was a big guy who looked exactly like an elite boss from a dungeon raid game. However, he wasn't someone Yu-woo could handle right now, so he just waved his hand and said, "Oh, okay, thanks." Seeing him act so cowardly, the group burst out laughing. Still, Yu-woo wasn't angry. It was no surprise that those who entered through the normal process were overconfident. They discriminated against him just because he was from a secondary dimension. Even in this world, the strong look down on the weak. Is this common everywhere? Yu-woo thought to himself. Just then, as if seeing he was lonely, a blonde guy way in the back raised his hand to call him. "Hey, special admission student, the seats are over here." Hearing the call, our protagonist trotted over. "Is this area just for secondary dimension students? Wow, it feels like being in exile," Yu-woo thought awkwardly. Before he looked over to check their stats, both of his eyes almost fell right out of his head. Holy crap! Are these people really just secondary dimension students? All three of them had stats high enough to knock out the regular students. According to Yu-woo's eyes, the blonde guy had SAA, the white-haired girl was SSSS, and finally, the pink-haired girl was ABS. But Yu-woo also observed three other stat lines, C and X. Then after seeing each other's faces clearly, it seemed Yu-woo and the blonde guy already knew each other. "Is that you, Ban?" "Yeah, hey Light, is this our spot? This is awesome." Yu-woo then thought to himself, "This is Light, a handsome guy I met at the dorm before the ceremony. Our first meeting was a bit special. Back then, when they met in the dorm room, Light had greeted the protagonist by pointing a sword straight at him and shouting, 'Who goes there?' Looking at the blade pressed against his neck, Yu-woo's eyes went wide. "Hey, dressed like this, who else could it be? I'm a freshman, I'm your roommate." Yu-woo yelled, making his friend realize his actions were a bit excessive. "Oh, sorry, I just finished my practical evaluation, so my nerves are still a bit shot. You okay?" "Yeah," Yu-woo replied. At the same time, he felt a bit annoyed. This pretty boy looks like a prince out of a fairy tale, but he's got a short fuse. "Well, he apologized, so I guess he's not all bad," he whispered. Before Yu-woo could mention his exam was fighting blind goblins, Light gave a mocking smirk. "That was your practical evaluation? Even a basic trainee can easily hunt goblins. My opponents were an army of trolls and ogres," he said, happily sharing his feats, making Yu-woo's blood boil and making him take back the apology he made a few seconds ago. "Not bad, my foot. This guy is so rude." Setting that aside, the protagonist's face relaxed. Speaking of which, we haven't even showered and we're already chatting. It's been a while since I've had someone to talk to. Me too. Content repeated in user prompt, translating as a duplicate block as requested. Setting that aside, the protagonist's face relaxed. Speaking of which, we haven't even showered and we're already chatting. It's been a while since I've had someone to talk to. Me too. Right, let's keep talking while we shower, he said casually, while Light's face turned as red as a ripe beet for some reason. You go first, Yu-Woo. Huh, Yu-Woo asked, turning back. But at this point, Light was so embarrassed he didn't even dare to look at him. I'll shower later, Light said awkwardly. This made Yu-Woo look at the blonde guy with a very strange expression. Back to the present. Time will erase the awkwardness, right? And since this is the area for special selection students, the other two must be. Thinking this, Yu-Woo turned to greet them. Hello. Hi there, the pink-haired girl responded. Seeing her innocent and cute appearance, Yu-Woo almost fainted from a blood pressure drop. So cute, nice to meet you, he repeated, then turned to the white-haired girl. Oh, right, and you too. Hello. Across from him, the white-haired girl with distinct black eyes just stared intensely at him, making him feel a bit uneasy. What is it? Yu-Woo asked. The thing wrapped around your arm is interesting, she said calmly, and Yu-Woo immediately guessed what she was talking about, so he didn't hide it and called out the little snake. You mean Eve? You guys can see her, huh? Looking at her cute form, the faces of all three people started to melt. Even the cold-looking white-haired girl had a face flushed with excitement at the sight of the little snake. So adorable, isn't that the item from before? It changed so much in just a few days, Light asked. Hey, can I touch it? It's so cute, the pink-haired girl said longingly. The white-haired girl then introduced herself. I am Dak Goyon, daughter of the martial artist. What is your name? I'm Ban Yu-Woo, the protagonist replied, then asked. But what do you mean by martial artist? Does it mean you have some kind of martial arts powers, like firing energy blasts? Hearing Yu-Woo say this, the other three suddenly burst into giggles. It left him totally confused. Even Dak Goyon was shaking so much she had to cover her mouth. You're not entirely wrong to think of it that way. Really, I guess in a fantasy world, it's not weird to have a martial arts world too, Yu-Woo laughed. Then the pink-haired girl gave her name. Oh right, I'm Rachel, nice to meet you. I'm a Slight, but you can call me Light. Good to meet you all, Light said with a smile, but the moment he finished, Dak Goyon snapped her head away as if she looked down on talking to him, making his eyes go wide. Seeing this, Yu-Woo could only give a goofy smile and tell them both, looks like the ceremony is about to start. As he spoke, he noticed Professor Yumina sitting up on the stage. Oh look, it's Professor Yumina, he exclaimed, making Light curious. Did Professor Yumina advise you too, Yu-Woo? Yeah, same for you. The words had just left his mouth, and before they could say another word, suddenly the lights inside the hall changed. Then the roof of the hall slowly opened to the sides, revealing the sky above. The ceiling is opening up. What's going on? The group asked in confusion. Then a cold voice suddenly rang out. Everyone focus. Along with the voice, all the students felt a terrifying pressure weighing down on their shoulders. It left the whole group terrified. What is this? What's with this heavy pressure? Yu-Woo thought in fear, but then he grit his teeth and looked up to investigate. And high above, the voice continued. And so, the entrance ceremony for the 2557th class of Union Academy officially begins. The voice came from the phantom of a giant eye. It was a high-level entity of massive scale. Time passed quickly, and Professor Yumina was now welcoming Yu-Woo's group. Super impressive, right? The principal's speech, she said with a smile. Unfortunately, none of the students responded. Perhaps the lingering effect of that presence was still too overwhelming, but Yu-Woo calmly sipped a cup of tea, nodding. It was very impressive. That giant eyeball king is the principal. Hearing him say that, the whole group jumped and turned to him. Yu-Woo, you saw that eye? You dared to look up. The aura was so overwhelming that almost nobody could look. It was terrifying, the group said in fear, leaving Yu-Woo a bit stunned because while he felt some pressure, it wasn't exactly horrifying to that degree. At the same time, Dak Goyon stared intently at Yu-Woo, as if trying to find the reason why this weakling could look at such a terrifying entity. That being had used a special method to completely hide its true form. How on earth did he? Back to Yu-Woo, seeing her staring him down like that gave him goosebumps. He hurriedly explained, it was just a feeling. It felt like a giant eye was looking down on us, you know. Setting aside the fact that Yu-Woo could look at the principal, Professor Yumina got to the point. Anyway, that really was the principal. In the future, unless you achieve something extraordinary or cause a major incident, you won't get another chance to see him. But it looks like Yu-Woo might be seeing him privately, she said, turning to look at him with an amused expression. However, hearing that he'd have to meet such a big shot made our protagonist turn pale. "Why does that sound like you're cursing me, Professor?" In response, Yumina giggled behind her hand. "Haha, as your advisor, your achievements are my achievements too. From now on, give it your all." Hearing this, Light's eyes flashed with surprise. "Wait, so Professor Yumina is in charge of us?" "Exactly," she said, treating herself to a cup of tea. The news still left Light stunned. "One of the 9 official professors of the Academy is our advisor," he yelled in his head, while Yumina, after setting down her tea, introduced herself properly. "I haven't officially introduced myself yet, have I? I am Professor Yumina of the Combat Magic Department. I've been assigned as the homeroom teacher for this class, Class 11. Let's work hard together over the next 5 years." "I thought usually only teaching assistants were assigned to secondary dimension students," Light asked. Hearing that, Yumina nodded in explanation. "That is true. However, you all are a very special group of students this year, so I will be taking on this role." As she spoke, she felt a bit of inner wonder. "So special that I wonder how only people like you were chosen," she thought then. As if remembering something, she turned to them with a serious face. "While everyone is here, let me give you a piece of advice. Be wary of the interference and malice of the regular students." Hearing this, Yu Wu was surprised at first, but he quickly understood the meaning behind those words. The interference and malice the professor spoke of wasn't just about academic competition. It meant physical violence and conflicts between students. If problems occur outside the framework of internal competition protected by school rules, even the professors cannot intervene. To thrive while competing with other students, one must be strong enough to ignore interference and malice. Otherwise, from now on, you 4 will operate as a team. You are a one-of-a-kind group of special students, and you will be teammates climbing to the top of the tower together from now until graduation. Well, enough talk. The Academy has prepared a small gift for you. The rules and details will be explained after you receive the items." As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. Immediately, some glowing items appeared in front of the group, leaving them completely amazed, and the item turned out to be a pendant. "Is this for student ID? It looks like a normal pendant," Rachel said with a frown, remembering Professor Yumina's instructions. "You can use it for identification and to access all campus facilities. It also allows for instant teleportation within Union grounds." Speaking of which, to test the teleportation feature, they muttered, "Let's see." The teleportation incantation is, "Professor Yumina is so beautiful." The moment the words were spoken, the 3 of them were tossed outside. "Professor Yumina is so beautiful," Rachel shouted, and they were teleported right back to their original spots. And regarding this incantation, the 3 of them could only stand in silence, not knowing what to say to fit Yumina's personality. "Good grief," the group sighed. "You need this ID pendant to enter the tower, so like it or not, you have to keep it safe," Light said while quickly tucking the pendant into his pocket. Across from them, the pink-haired girl, Rachel, looked curious as she asked, "But wait, why was Yu Wu the only one who had to stay behind?" "Who knows?" Light replied with a shrug. "Maybe it's because he was the only one who actually perceived that terrifying entity," Doc Goyon added, sharing her theory. As she spoke, she recalled Professor Yumina's phone conversation with someone. "Right now, no. It's just that we've already prepared a tea party. It's such a shame of all the students. He's the only one who can look the principal straight in the eye," Doc Goyon observed silently. The scene shifts to Yu Wu's location. At this moment, he was sitting as still as a lamb inside the principal's office. "What is this? My very first day, and I'm already in a private meeting with the principal. I haven't even caused any trouble yet," he thought in a state of utter confusion. Seeing his anxious demeanor, the principal spoke up. "Look directly at me. My true self is not currently present." The voice emanated from a certain doll sitting on the desk. Hearing this, Yu Wu finally dared to look at the doll and asked, "Principal?" "No. Chairman, just call me teacher," the man reminded him. "Oh yes, teacher," Yu Wu replied hurriedly. The teacher got straight to the point to avoid wasting time. "I should explain why I called you here, shouldn't I? Normally, I don't interfere with a student's development. Whether they are strong or weak is of no concern to me. Whether they perish inside the tower or survive to claim power and glory, I do not care. My sole objective is to witness with my own eyes the person who manages to reach the very top of the tower. Everything else is meaningless." Hearing this declaration, our protagonist fell silent for a moment. Meaningless. Strictly speaking, the tower was something his ancestors had left behind for all this time. The Ban family was destined to reclaim it with all its power and glory. He was ready to risk his life to take back that tower. However, facing the principal, he wondered what the tower meant to the other students. Why did they come all the way to this dimension to conquer it? Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yu Wu spoke up. "Teacher, what exactly is this tower?" Hearing the question, the teacher was silent for a few seconds, as if surprised by the inquiry, before finally providing his answer. "The tower is the path to the gods, and it is also a trial." "To the gods, like the kind of gods people usually think of. Is it something like that? This is getting more and more complicated." Yu Wu's mind was spinning, completely unaware of the weight of his own thoughts. The principal continued, "Therefore, I will not intervene when students encounter difficulties. However, this time will be an exception, because I see potential in you, the greatest potential I have ever seen. I will make arrangements to help you prepare for your journey up the tower." As he spoke, the doll's arm lifted slightly, shooting a stream of stardust that fused into the identification necklace Yu Wu had received. "What is this?" he cried out in surprise. The teacher quickly explained, "I have expanded your exploration privileges beyond the academy's scope. You can now travel to any dungeon. So sharpen your skills in your spare time before you attempt to conquer the tower." "Outside the academy?" Yu Wu asked. "That's right, now you may go, Yu Wu. Remember this, hone your skills before climbing the tower. If you perform exceptionally, I will unlock your next privilege." With a wave of the teacher's hand, a portal instantly appeared beneath Yu Wu, causing him to fall right through. "The next privilege," Yu Wu shouted as he fell. "Yes, independent tower exploration. So I look forward to our next meeting." The words faded as Yu Wu was officially kicked out of the room, falling straight into the chest of the beautiful Professor Yumina waiting outside. Seeing him appear, she said cheerfully, "Did your meeting with the principal go smoothly?" Yu Wu looked up, only to find his vision completely blocked by two massive hills. The young man was mortified and hurriedly scrambled away from her lap. "The principal usually kicks guests out like that. Strange, isn't it?" she said with a shrug, while Yu Wu didn't even dare look her in the eye anymore. "Yes," he replied bashfully. "He's been looking forward to meeting you from the start, you know." Yu Wu, after calming down a bit, mentioned their conversation and the promises made, which left Yumina absolutely stunned. "Good heavens! He's allowing a student to leave the academy." She spoke in a daze, and seeing her reaction, Yu Wu asked, "Is it that big of a privilege? He said I needed to quickly improve my lacking skills." Yumina kindly explained the situation. "It's beyond big, it's massive. You can freely explore dungeons outside the tower and travel to outside cities at will. That means you'll have more experience and preparation than anyone else. No student has ever enjoyed such a privilege before," she reminded him, making Yu Wu realize just how much he was being pampered. "Oh, so that's it. I thought he meant you're so weak, go get some tutoring." "Thank goodness." Turning back to Yumina, her voice now carried a hint of jealousy. "You're so lucky, Yu Wu, I'm so jealous. Usually, teachers are way too busy to go outside at this time." "Is that so?" Yu Wu asked. "Yes, because Union is an academy, everything is centered around the students, so it's quite inconvenient for professors. With this privilege, you can explore dungeons, visit cities in your free time, go shopping, and eat whatever snacks you want. I'm so jealous." As she spoke, her face got closer and closer to Yu Wu's, looking quite different than usual and making the young man break into a cold sweat. Finally, Yumina revealed her true motive. "There's this beautiful city you should visit called Ronica. The spring temple there is truly—" Before she could finish, the young man, fearing the teacher might actually devour him, cut her off. "Professor, let me buy a gift for you." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to somewhere outside the academy, where Yu Wu was busy completing the mission Yumina had assigned him. He remembered her instructions. "The honeymoon wine brewed by the monks is divine. It's famous for its sweet fruity aroma, thick bubbles, and a lingering aftertaste. Buy me one, no, 2 bottles." The wine-loving professor's eyes had been shining like car headlights when she gave this heavy responsibility to her brand-new student. Thinking of this, Yu Wu sighed. A professor sending a student to buy alcohol. This world is full of surprises. "But at least it's lucky I have my inventory ready," he said, opening his storage and looking at it with a satisfied face before spotting an item inside. "Speaking of which, Grandpa gave me this on the day I went home before starting school." Yu Wu focused on a certain handbag. It was an item prepared by his grandfather, and its rarity was unknown. Switching back to the day before enrollment, before Yu Wu left, his grandfather had approached him with a handbag. "Are you ready, Yu Wu?" "Yes, Grandpa, I've got the essentials. Did you sleep well?" the boy replied. Hearing his grandson, the old man dropped the bag on the ground with a heavy thud. "Perfect timing. Open this and take as much as you want." "What is it?" Yu Wu asked curiously. "Just open it and see," the old man said with a mysterious grin. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the bag, beams of golden light shot out, nearly blinding him. "Wow, it's all solid gold. Can I really take this?" Yu Wu asked in a daze, stunned by the bag's value. It's fine, Yu Wu. This is our ancestors' fortune, all saved for the day we find the Tower of Babel. It belongs to you now, use it as you see fit. The old man laughed. Being suddenly filthy rich moved Yu Wu to tears. Thank you, Grandpa, this will help so much, thank you. But this might be a bit hard to carry around, he stammered. What, why? The old man asked. I mean, look at it, it's clearly super heavy, Yu Wu complained. You brat, the old man barked, annoyed that his grandson was being picky about a fortune. Back to the present. After unlocking his inventory, he tossed all his personal belongings inside. Having an inventory makes things so much more convenient. Everything fits in here. Grandpa said gold is valuable everywhere, so I'll take out a few bars. All right. Preparations complete. Time to set foot in the new world, Yu Wu said, looking at the modern city before him. After entering the city, he was slightly amazed by its level of development. Oh, even though it's a different dimension, the urban landscape is quite similar. Just then, our protagonist noticed some people riding flying bikes in the sky and went silent. Never mind. It's actually very different. What is that thing? It's flying. How does it do that? He thought excitedly, before his unusual behavior caught the attention of some guards. Hey, you there, you look strange. Where are you from? Hearing the call, Yu Wu turned around, but before he could even begin to explain, the two guards recognized his uniform and immediately changed their attitude. Good heavens, you're a student of Union Academy. Welcome, we are the guards in charge of the western border of Ronica Academy City, they said, snapping to attention. Seeing them so enthusiastic just because he was a Union student made Yu Wu feel a bit awkward. Hello, I'm Ban Yu Wu, a freshman at Union Academy, the young man said, scratching his head. Then the two of them asked curiously, but how did you get here, Ban Yu Wu? Did the principal give you permission? Yes, he said I could explore freely. Yu Wu nodded. I see. It's thanks to the principal and the professors that our city remains as peaceful as it is. We are always grateful to them, they said with smiles, making Yu Wu reevaluate the academy's power. Haha, Union's influence seems to be terrifyingly huge, Yu Wu thought to himself. Facing him, the two guards offered their protection. Since you're a freshman, you probably don't know much about the city or how it works. If you need anything, we are more than happy to help. Oh, really? Yu Wu said happily, glad to have help. Of course, that's our job as guards. If you have any questions, just ask us, the group said, confidently thumping their chests. For a complete newbie like Yu Wu, there was no way he was going to pass up this opportunity. Immediately, he pointed to a flying vehicle in the sky and asked, In that case, I want to buy one of those. How much does it cost? Time passed quickly, and now our Yu Wu was the owner of a brand new flying bike, soaring all over the grassy fields. Oh man, this is absolutely incredible, Yu Wu shouted, flashing back to an hour ago. When the guards heard Yu Wu's question, they broke into a slight sweat. If you're talking about that, you mean a hoverbike. A basic model is already 250,000 Ronica. It's quite expensive. Hearing that, Yu Wu asked naively, How much is 250,000 Ronica? So it's called a hoverbike, huh? At this point, he casually pulled a bar of solid gold from his inventory and asked, Can I trade this to buy one? Seeing the kid suddenly pull out something so valuable, the guard's eyes went as wide as saucers. Is that gold? Where did you get a bar that big? Is this for real? Oh, my grandpa gave it to me, Yu Wu said with a laugh. Back to the present, at this point, even he was a bit shocked. One gold bar was worth 7,500,000 Ronica. He really had to thank his grandpa for forcing him to take it. Gold is useful anywhere, you dummy. Make sure you take it, the old man had shouted angrily. But it's heavy and a hassle, Yu Wu had complained. Truly the struggles of a young man with too much money. As he felt the wind rushing past him, the little snake Eve manifested, and Yu Wu excitedly showed off his best friend to her. Oh, hey Eve, what do you think? Just like you, the concepts of spirit and demon have given life to this hoverbike. Its name is Lilith now, so let's get along from now on, okay? Lilith. Lilith had been created by Ban Yu Wu by granting her the concepts of spirit and demon, turning her into a living being with a will of her own, just like Eve. Turning back to Eve, the little snake flicked her tongue, and it was hard to tell if she was annoyed or happy. Ignoring her attitude, Yu Wu hadn't forgotten the task Professor Yumina gave him. Great! I bought the wine for Professor Yumina and created a little sister for Eve. Everything that needed to be done is done. Time to head back to school, Yu Wu said with a smile. However, a short while later, our hero was slumped over a table in misery, his head spinning as if he had no blood left in his brain. Ugh, my head! The protagonist groaned like a thirsty puppy. And right then, Light walked over, irritably placed a glass of water in front of him and shook his head. I am so disappointed in you. Seriously, Yu Wu. I can't believe that right after the meeting, you just disappeared without a word and then came back completely wasted, Light said, looking at Yu Wu with a very judgmental gaze. This made the boy reply weakly, sorry. Professor Yumina forced me, I couldn't say no. Yu Wu recalled the image of the professor grabbing his collar, refusing to let him leave. Cheers, drink up, another one. By the time his face was as red as a sunset, he realized, this is the first time I've ever drunk alcohol in my life. He quickly grabbed the water and chugged it down. Sniff, sniff, Yu Wu smells like flowers, Rachel remarked. If you'd said something earlier, I wouldn't have had to wait around worrying, Light said crossly, while the cold Doc Goyon noticed the flower-shaped badge on Yu Wu's chest. So, is that pin a symbol of you becoming the professor's drinking buddy in exchange for the class representative position? Hearing that, Yu Wu leaned back and said, class representative, if you mean class president, then I guess so. Since Professor Yumina is in charge of us four, we just have to accept it, Light said. But right then, Doc Goyon said something that startled them both. If we have to pick someone to represent the four of us, it should be me, because I am the strongest one here. You see it too, don't you? Doc Goyon said, staring intensely at Yu Wu. However, Light objected to her statement. That's a bit strange, Doc Goyon. Even though we are teammates and equals, I have to set the record straight on what you just said. Your arrogant attitude isn't helpful for our future tower climbing. Besides, I don't agree that you're the strongest either, Light said, pointing straight at Yu Wu's face as he shouted. To these questions, Doc Goyon only gave a contemptuous smile and shook her head. Haha, you just said teammates and equals. How ridiculous. Weren't you the one yesterday asking the professor if you could climb the tower alone? Where's the equality in that? She said with a shrug, making Light turn red with embarrassment. That, the young man stammered, speechless. At this point, Yu Wu and Rachel were both staring at him with suspicious eyes. Oh, right, you did say that. Seeing their gazes, Light's face became extremely flustered. No, I only asked out of curiosity. It's not like I don't want to party with you guys. Turning back to Yu Wu, ignoring the young man's words, he slumped over the table and began to think again. Seriously, I thought there might be discrimination from the start of class, so I planned to have us strategize together. But it looks like my team is already falling apart before we even started. I wasn't even that keen on being class president, but now I understand why the professor chose me. Light, he lacks soft skills but has a huge ego. As for Doc Goyon, she's super bossy. Even though she's strong, she'll definitely cause resentment. And finally, Rachel, she's incredibly passive. Her personality isn't suited for leading or taking care of anyone. Haha. Man, what a group of special students. To prevent the team from collapsing before it even bonded, Yu Wu finally spoke up. Wait a second, everyone stay calm and listen to me. The class president doesn't have to be the strongest. No, they shouldn't be the strongest. He offered his opinion. Hearing this, Doc Goyon narrowed her eyes and asked, why? Because if the strongest person is the class president, they'll just decide everything on their own. A class president needs to maintain unity, which they can't do like that, right? After all, the president should be the one in the middle, finding the fairest and best solutions for everyone. So I think someone easygoing like me should be the president. You easygoing? Doc Goyon said, almost laughing out loud. Fine, the professor has the right to appoint the president anyway, so I'll listen to what you say for now. She laughed, and seeing the most dangerous person agree, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Thanks, phew. Doc Goyon continued. From the start, the only person I truly wanted to stay here was you. Even though I don't like it much to get what I want, I suppose I have to accept these excess parts too. As she spoke, she glanced over at Light and Rachel. Well then, see you later. With that, the white-haired girl coldly walked away, leaving behind Light, who was shaking with rage. What? Excess parts? Light hissed. Seeing this, Yu Wu had to try and calm him down. Easy, easy now, Light. Once he had temporarily pacified Light, Yu Wu felt completely drained of energy. Good grief, this morning. It feels like I'm on a battlefield, not at school. Ego issues are so hard to handle. Just take it slow, Ban Yu Wu, the protagonist tiredly reminded himself. But before he could rest for even a few seconds, the big-chested Rachel stood up and said, Hey, Yu Wu, you didn't bring that cute snake from before. I want to try touching it. Her eyes were sparkling as she spoke. Oh man, is this place just full of landmines? The protagonist groaned in his heart. And so, time passed quickly. Ban Yu Wu's first lesson as class president of Class 11 had begun. The gathering of unique individuals had started, but its beginning wasn't exactly smooth. The scene shifted to a certain arena. For some reason, the Lava Man guy suddenly stood up and shouted, Professor, I really want to know just how good these special exam students actually are. hearing his shout. Everyone simultaneously turned to look at Yu Wu's group with interested gazes and began to size them up. The referee, dressed in a prisoner's uniform, nodded and said, "For our first lesson, let's start with a sparring match, shall we? What do you all think?" Hearing those words, several students couldn't contain their excitement. "Professor, let me fight them." "No, let me." "Back off. I'm first." "Hey, you come over here, take that pin off right now or else." Angry shouts and provocations began to erupt, leaving both Yu Wu and Light speechless. Then Light's expression grew anxious. So Union Academy really does divide classes based on ability. No wonder Class 1, the elite class, seems to hate our Class 11 so much. "Well, it might also be because this thing I'm wearing is a bit of a taunt," Yu Wu said awkwardly. And while the crowd was still barking nonsense, the lava man stared intently at Yu Wu's badge and thought, "That weakling actually has the nerve to wear a pin gifted by the flower goddess, Professor Yumina, and he's flaunting it right in front of me. Unacceptable." The more he thought about it, the more a fire of rage rose within the lava man, to the point where he roared so loudly that the students next to him nearly had their eardrums shattered. "Professor, let me personally verify that guy's strength. Please let me fight him." Over here, the professor agreed immediately. "Fine, step forward, Ban. You will fight Erecto." The puppy professor decided this entirely on his own, without even checking if Yu Wu agreed or not. Back to Professor Yumina. She was silently observing Yu Wu's first lesson, and after witnessing this joint session between Class 1 and Class 11, she began to smell something fishy. "What is this? Why put my class together with the elite class for their very first lesson, and it's integrated combat practice right off the bat? How can a special admission student from a secondary dimension compete with a high-tier student? They must have thought exactly that when they arranged this schedule. I don't know who's behind this, but I can feel their malice." Back to Yu Wu. He wasn't stupid enough to just jump into a fight with the giant lava man across from him, so he immediately raised his hand to decline. "Sorry, Professor, but my sparring skills are still very poor. I don't think I'd gain anything from this match." "Oh, is that so? Then that's -3 points." The professor in the prisoner uniform said nonchalantly, leaving Yu Wu stunned. "Step up, Yu Wu. Don't make excuses," he added, adjusting his glasses with an incredibly haughty attitude. At this point, Yu Wu realized that this guy was deliberately targeting him. "What? Why is this person doing this? Does he want to force me onto the stage just to humiliate me in front of everyone?" The more he thought, the darker his expression became. "I'm not making excuses, it's the truth. I was admitted based on a special ability, not combat skills. If you're curious about a special admission student's unique ability, there should be a different way to evaluate us instead of forcing us into a duel," Yu Wu argued convincingly. However, seeing Yu Wu repeatedly refuse, the professor grit his teeth and yelled, "Are you trying to tell a professor how to do his job?" Hearing this, Yu Wu didn't give him any face and shot back. "Whether you're a professor or a student, if you don't know something, you have to learn. Besides, aren't I the class representative?" "That's another -5 points." The professor barked, making Yu Wu sigh. "Haha, so that's how you want to play it?" Thinking quickly, Yu Wu came up with a counter-proposal. "How about this? I'll use this week to prepare and we can fight next week. Just give me 1 week. I'll enter the tower once, and by the time I come out, my preparations will be practically complete," Yu Wu declared confidently. His words caused the entire atmosphere of the class to freeze for a beat. Then several gazes began to look at Yu Wu as if he were an idiot. What did he just say? A match next week. Preparation? What the hell is he talking about? His power is clearly at rock bottom, yet he thinks he can take on the elite class in just 1 week. Back to the prisoner professor. At this point, the gray-skinned jerk was so angry he was biting his lip. "Now you're ignoring my orders and making your own schedule. Fine, suit yourself." Over here, Yu Wu saw him grinding his teeth and showed blatant contempt. "So what if I ignore you? You're not even an official professor anyway," he muttered, making Light behind him freak out. Back to the professor. After suppressing his rage, he announced, "Ban Yu Wu and Erecto, next Tuesday. The 2 of you will have an official duel. It will be a public format, and the entire academy will be able to watch it via live stream. Make sure everyone tunes in," he said with a smirk, clearly looking forward to Yu Wu being humiliated next week. "So he doesn't just want to humiliate me, he wants to make a spectacle of it?" Yu Wu frowned before the professor added one more thing. "And Ban Yu Wu, since you requested time to prepare, you'd better show us something good. If you fail—" Without waiting for the jerk to finish, Yu Wu cut him off boredly. "Obviously. Hey, Erecto, right? We have an official match next week. I'm really looking forward to it," Yu Wu said with a bright smile. The only response he got was Erecto spitting on the ground. "HMPH, weakling," he said dismissively, making Yu Wu feel a bit embarrassed for himself. He didn't even know why he bothered being nice to the lava man. I wasn't expecting a polite answer anyway. What I wanted to probe wasn't his attitude. With that thought, Erecto's stats appeared in Yu Wu's vision. Erecto, 3 random stats in the order of BBC. Life 250, physical body 300, magic 120. Looking at those numbers, Yu Wu felt his decision to postpone the match was 100% correct. Truly an elite class member. His life and physical body stats are insane. His life is 5 times mine and his body is 10 times higher. But even so, compared to them, it's nothing. Yu Wu thought as he looked at Light and Rachel to climb the tower with them. I have to surpass Erecto's level. Yu Wu thought to himself, then laughed. Haha, why do you two look so gloomy? Are you worried about me? Ignoring his words. The cold Dak Goyon began warming up behind him. What? Is nobody else stepping up? Unlike the class president, fighting is my specialty. Weren't you all curious about a special admission student's skills? Anyone brave enough to come up here? If it's a duel, I'm ready anytime, Dak Goyon said confidently, as her stats literally overflowed from the hexagonal frame. Back to the crowd of extras. After hearing Dak Goyon's provocation, they were stunned into silence for several seconds. Even the prisoner professor was flustered and kept his mouth shut. The reason was simple. Even a weakling like Yu Wu could sense Dak Goyon's power. What a silence, but it makes sense. Even with my all-seeing eye, it's hard to read Dak Goyon's full power. There's no way Class 1 students wouldn't feel that overwhelming aura. Yu Wu thought to himself. Back to Dak Goyon. Seeing that no one dared to step forward after her challenge, she said boredly, "What's the matter? If you lack confidence, should I just pick someone?" She then pointed at the lucky lava man Erecto. Erecto, was it? Surely you aren't the type who only picks on the weak. Come here, I'll turn you into scrap. Across from her, the lava man's heart skipped a beat being singled out. He likely realized Dak Goyon's strength far surpassed his own. Erecto must be terrified. His original target was me, but now he's been challenged by someone he never expected. Everyone here can feel it. If he accepts Dak Goyon's challenge just to save face, he's finished. He'd sustain injuries that wouldn't heal in a week. Even though it doesn't affect me, it shouldn't go down like this. With that thought, Yu Wu's saint personality kicked in, forcing him to step up and intervene. Wait, Dak Goyon. Sorry, but Erecto has a match with me next week. If you want to fight him, you'll have to wait your turn. Hearing this, Dak Goyon looked at Yu Wu. Are you sure? Of course. Thanks for worrying about me. But this time, I'm going to use my own strength to prove I belong here, the young man declared confidently. And since this weakling wanted to crank up the difficulty of his own test, the cold girl saw no reason to stop him. Ho ho, I thought you only knew how to be slippery, but it turns out you have a bit of backbone. Fine, I'll let you do it your way. So besides Erecto, is there anyone else? Anyone brave enough to step up? She asked again, but the crowd silently turned their heads away, not daring to meet Dak Goyon's eyes. Nobody, the white-haired girl asked once more. Then, seeing that these losers were still as quiet as mice, Dak Goyon just let out a long sigh. How disappointing, she said. You were barking so loudly earlier, but the moment you meet someone truly strong, you pull your heads back in like a bunch of turtles. Hearing her say that, the Class 1 students grit their teeth, but no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to stand up, until this handsome blonde guy spoke up. Who are you calling a turtle? It's true that the weak and stupid usually huddle together in groups, acting like you want to protect your own kind by barking incessantly. It's quite entertaining to watch. Hearing someone actually dare to trade barbs with Dak Goyon, Yu Wu immediately shifted his attention to him. What? This guy? Even though he's in the elite class, his level seems much higher. Yu Wu frowned as he noticed the blonde guy seemed to be emitting an unusual aura, and the students around him were afraid to even get close to him. Beside him, seeing Yu Wu's confused expression, Light explained. That's Ortima, the ruler of the Kedius dimension. Huh, Kedius? Who's Ortima? What's that? Yu Wu asked blankly, and his ignorant question surprised Light. You don't know Yu Wu. Besides Union, there are 10 other high-tier dimensions. Ortima comes from the ruling family of Kedius, one of those dimensions. Back to Yu Wu. Hearing the blonde guy had such a terrifying background made him break into a cold sweat. So he's a descendant of one of the most powerful families in all these dimensions. At that moment, Ortima began walking down toward the arena. Professor, he ordered coldly, and the professor immediately acted like a lapdog, understanding the intent. Oh yes, right away. He hurriedly pulled out an electronic device, making Rachel curious. What is that? A recording device, probably planning to film it for the public, Light guessed. And what happens after they film it? Yu Wu asked. They said they'll share everything on the internet, but I'm not really sure what that is, Light said, shaking his head. It seemed Light came from a dimension without modern technology, so he didn't really understand these things. However, coming from a modern civilization, Yu Wu immediately understood the professor's intention. I see. So it works like that here too. Seeing that Yu Wu seemed to know about it, Light asked, Yu Wu, you know what an intranet is? Yu Wu explained as he connected to the Union Net. It's just an internal network set up by companies or educational organizations to exchange information. Back to Light, hearing this made him even more shocked. Your dimension is so low tier you didn't even know about Union, yet you know about this? How? Well, in my world, this is how everything develops. Now, where is this school's intranet? Yu Wu said, constantly swiping on his phone. Rutschel had to run over and point it out for him. Here, there's a live stream channel right here. It's for the class we're in right now. Oh, thanks, Rutschel, you're good at finding stuff. With that, he quickly clicked on the live stream, and very quickly the images of Doc, Go-Yon, and Ortama appeared on their screens. What? This is a live broadcast. The professor is really trying to humiliate us. But it looks like things won't go exactly as he hopes, Yu Wu muttered. Back to the arena. Both Doc, Go-Yon, and Ortama were emitting a fierce aura. After a stare-down, Ortama spoke. Make your move. In response, Doc Go-Yon gave a confident smile. I'll let the inferior one go first. She held out her hand provocatively. Inferior? Let's see how long you can keep up that arrogance. Kneel. He spoke while reaching his hand forward, simultaneously activating some kind of power aimed straight at Doc Go-Yon. From the audience's perspective, they could see a wave of energy emanating from Ortama's palm. And the moment it reached Yu Wu's group, he immediately felt a crushing pressure weighing down on his body. What is this? It's different from my language power. It's like water flowing from high to low. Like how we can't live without air. Like a law of nature. Everything in this space is forcing me to kneel before him, as if it's the only natural outcome. Could it be? Distorting the laws of nature, Doc Go-Yon speculated. Light, hearing this, turned to Yu Wu. Did you just figure out the principle behind that ability? Yeah, Yu Wu replied, but before he could explain, Rutschel began trembling and clung to him, staring ahead with terrified eyes. Back to Doc Go-Yon. When Ortama's power hit her, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. It didn't even cause a ripple. Then, from her palm, a bluish-black energy began to pour out, and with a mere wave of her hand, she completely shattered the pressure, leaving the entire group jaw-dropped. Even Yu Wu couldn't believe his eyes. Incredible! He just increased the pressure, yet she extinguished it effortlessly. Yu Wu thought. As for the blonde Ortama, seeing Doc Go-Yon easily break his technique, his eyes showed a hint of interest. Haha, so you have some skill after all. Doc Go-Yon shook her head. And your power is as ridiculous as those horns on your head. If that's all you've got, I'm truly disappointed. Not even close, Ortama replied, swinging his arm to use the technique again. But the movement didn't escape Doc Go-Yon's eyes. Immediately, she lunged forward with explosive force. She delivered a kick right to his gut, cutting off his technique before he could even release it. Did you think I'd just stand still and let you attack a second time? Since the strike is stronger at close range, Doc Go-Yon said mockingly. Across from her, Ortama had managed to block the kick with an energy shield, but having to defend himself wounded his shallow pride. I didn't think I'd have to use both hands for a match like this, he said irritably. Well, usually the stupid ones are the most physically developed. Doc Go-Yon's voice suddenly rang out right next to his ear. It made him jump and swing blindly behind him. Arrogant bitch, Ortama barked, unaware that he was the one who had been spewing the most arrogant words this whole time. Back to Doc Go-Yon, before Ortama's strike could land, she ducked down to dodge. Then, using her left arm, she parried Ortama's left arm away while her right hand gripped his collar. Finally, she delivered a knee strike straight to the arrogant guy's chin. And with that sequence, Doc Go-Yon confirmed her suspicions. As I thought, your movements are incredibly clumsy. Don't tell me you still need someone to spoon-feed you, Doc Go-Yon jeered. But her strike was blocked just in time by another energy shield. However, being overwhelmed like this made the idiot's blood boil. You, he hissed, gathering power into his fist and throwing a high-speed punch at Doc Go-Yon. Yet his punch only hit air as the cold girl easily hopped to the side. As for Light, seeing Doc Go-Yon toy with Ortama like a cat with a mouse, he was completely dumbfounded. Unbelievable. Ortama, the ruler of Ketius, is being dominated by Doc Go-Yon. Hearing this, Yu Wu, who was watching intently, shared his thoughts. It seems Ortama is used to defeating opponents by suppressing their movements, through the distortion of natural laws. But that method doesn't work on Doc Go-Yon, which is why he's in this mess. Content repeated in user prompt translating as requested, through the distortion of natural laws. But that method doesn't work on Doc Go-Yon, which is why he's in this mess. He was pummeled by her, after a flurry of punches to the face. Him a high kick that landed squarely on his jaw. If it weren't for those energy shields, he would have been face down on the ground a long time ago. Returning to Yu Wu, our commentator continued to offer his insight. That guy, despite having superior power and physique, clearly doesn't exercise regularly, the young man said with a smirk. This left Light somewhat amazed at his observation skills. He can even see that. Doc Goyon can go toe-to-toe with Ortama, and Yu Wu can see through both of their abilities. They were clearly admitted as special cases from a secondary dimension. But what on earth is happening here? Back to the battle at this point, Ortama didn't even have a chance to counterattack as Doc Goyon's punches rained down with superhuman speed. "Gah, how dare you be so insolent to me?" The fool cried out, completely unaware of the situation he was in, and his answer came immediately as Doc Goyon's fist kissed his face. The energy shield couldn't even stop the impact of this punch. "Did you come here just to wag your tongue, or is it so long you want me to trim it for you?" Doc Goyon said in a heavy tone. Back to Ortama, pushed to the edge and beyond by being constantly suppressed. The puppy began to go ballistic as a circular symbol of diamonds appeared above his head, and his entire body erupted with violent power, slamming both hands into the ground and shattering the arena floor into pieces. "Mother, how dare you humiliate me like this? I will absolutely never forgive you. If you want to die that badly, I'll grant your wish," Ortama roared like a rabid dog. Facing Doc Goyon, seeing Ortama barking so incessantly, she kindly offered him some advice. "Death is not a concept that a child like you should toss around so easily." As she spoke, she began to concentrate mana within her, wrapping it around her arm. Then she directly charged forward to teach the blonde guy a lesson once and for all. Seeing this, Ortama let out a scream, "Die!" and began pushing his hands forward. And then, at the very moment when both were about to clash with their ultimate moves, Professor Yumina's voice suddenly rang out. "All right, that's enough," she said, clapping her hands once. This single action brought both freshmen to a dead halt, because at that moment, the entire arena was overflowing with the scent and petals of flowers. Looking at the magical scene before them, both the internet spectators and Ortama were momentarily dazed. Seeing that they had stopped, Yumina continued. "Our academy does not encourage students to engage in life-or-death duels. It would be better if you saved that attitude for climbing the tower. You both understand, right?" After her counsel, she snapped her fingers again, dispersing her skill, causing the flower garden to slowly fade away. Up in the stands, Yu Wu was deep in thought. What was that? Was it an illusion? But even within that illusion, I could still smell the intense fragrance of flowers. As for Ortama, seeing Yumina appear, he knew he couldn't continue fighting, so the fool could only click his tongue in irritation. He turned and left, unaware that the professor's intervention had actually saved his life. Otherwise, Doc Goyon would have taught him what the ground tastes like. Back to Doc Goyon, ignoring the weakling attitude, she turned to Yumina and said, "You are truly strong, Professor." In response, the female professor only gave a radiant smile. Doc Goyon sighed and returned to her spot. "Yeah, welcome back," Yu Wu said. Hearing him, the white-haired girl turned to ask for his opinion. "What did you think?" "It was pretty great. Just watching it was helpful," Yu Wu said with a smile, as a battery chicken like him had just witnessed a fiery battle for the first time. But before our protagonist could finish his sentence, Rachel suddenly rushed up and clung to his back, leaving the group a bit puzzled. "Rachel, what's wrong? Are you still afraid of Doc Goyon?" he asked, frowning as he saw his friend trembling uncontrollably. "Ha-ha, so cute, it's okay, come on out. Ha-ha," Yu Wu said with a smile, while Rachel remained determined to hide behind him. Elsewhere, Yumina's irritated voice rang out, catching everyone's attention. "You will be punished for this, Professor Farrell. Sparring on the very first day. Not only did you allow it, but you turned a blind eye when things went too far. You know this is a serious mistake, don't you?" I'm sorry," the prisoner-clothed professor stammered. "This isn't something an apology can fix, so you'd better prepare yourself," Yumina said haughtily. Afterwards, she walked toward Yu Wu. "Oh, and as class president, the most important thing is dignity. Yu Wu, why are you wearing your pin upside down?" As she spoke, the beautiful professor used her hand to gently adjust the pin on the protagonist's chest in a very intimate manner. This made the students in the back go crazy with envy. However, as if not noticing their stares, Yumina left immediately after fixing Yu Wu's badge. "Well, I'll be off then. Have a good day, everyone." Watching her walk away, Yu Wu could only give an awkward laugh. "Ha ha," our professor came to stop the fight, but she just increased the resentment. Even without looking back, Yu Wu could feel the malicious glares from the Class 1 students directed at him. "Why only that weakling? I won't let him off," someone hissed. And so time passed quickly. Information about the fight between Doc Go-yeon and Ortima spread among the freshmen. Hey, did you hear? The new girl from a secondary dimension fought on par with Ortima. Not just on par, she dominated him, from a secondary dimension. Isn't that an exaggeration? What on earth is happening? And wow, these freshman girls are 10-10 beauties. The pink-haired one is so cute, he agreed. Hey, don't talk nonsense, Ortima is the top prospect of the first year. Who dares touch him? Yeah, true. Go watch the video Professor Farrell posted on the internet, someone suggested. And then after watching the battle video, a giant question mark popped up in everyone's heads. What is this madness? The silver-haired girl is insane. Looks like freshmen were chosen based on looks this year. Silverhair is a literal goddess. I love you, Silverhair. I'm a fan from today on. Me too, the simps commented incessantly. Then they shifted their attention to Yu-woo. But why is this guy bargaining with Professor Farrell? A master negotiator. He's got a sharp tongue. Good lord, it's Professor Yumina, a goddess descended. Wait, what is this? Sister, no, what is this? Who is this dorky guy? Someone give me info on him. Haha, the boys are having a mental breakdown. What is going on? Who is he? Curious comments flooded in, and naturally, our protagonist Yu-woo could see these comments. However, he wasn't happy about being famous. It feels like the whole world is talking about us, Yu-woo said worriedly. Across from him, Light's head was practically smoking as he failed to understand these high-tech devices. Ha, I don't understand internet slang at all. Turning to Doc Go-yeon, after reading the comments, her special eyes narrowed slightly. Strange, that guy is the #1 prospect. No way. There's at least one person in that class much stronger than him, Doc Go-yeon said, recalling the image of a girl dressed like a mage sitting huddled in a corner. Before she turned to ask the protagonist, I thought you would have noticed too. In response, Yu-woo just shrugged. Ha, I was too focused on your match. As for Light, at this point, he was sprawled over the table. But Yu-woo, they're mentioning your name all over the community, right? Master Negotiator. Taunting. What do those even mean? Well, they can't touch the person who challenged the #1 prospect, so they've switched to criticizing me. Yu-woo sighed. That's not the only topic of discussion, is it? Doc Go-yeon added. Beside them, Light glanced to the side and spoke. Speaking of which, do we usually sit this far apart? He exclaimed in surprise because for some reason, the big-chested Rachel had deliberately moved to another table. And right now, her entire body was still shaking. This made the atmosphere of the meal turn quite somber. It seems Rachel sensed something from Doc Go-yeon, or she's just too scared to get close. I wonder how it is when they share a room. Maybe she's still stressed from before. Should I use this to make her feel more comfortable? Humans always need a little sweetness. Thinking was doing. Yu-woo immediately pulled a jar of jam from his inventory. This was fairy jam created through Yu-woo's synthesis ability, extracted from tens of thousands of concentrated fruits. Special effect. Though mild, it helps promote overall stat growth. Everyone look at this, the guy said, making them look at the jar with curiosity. This is. Seeing their curious looks, the gun user didn't keep them waiting. Haha, surprising, right? Give me your bread. Yu-woo spoke while twisting the lid of the jam jar, and the moment it was open, a sweet, gentle aroma spread around, and the second it reached Rachel's nose, her eyes went wide and she turned to look at the group. By this time, Yu-woo had finished spreading the jam on pieces of bread. Here, try it, he said, pushing the plate toward Light and Doc Go-yeon. Across from him, even though they saw Yu-woo spreading something strange on the bread, they both quickly took a bite to taste. And with the very first bite, a taste explosion happened in their minds. Even the cold Doc Go-yeon couldn't resist its deliciousness. This is incredible. What is this? They both asked in a daze. Haha, it's edible, right? Yu-woo smiled with satisfaction. Edible. Yu-woo, this isn't just good, it's, Light stammered, while Doc Go-yeon had to nod in agreement. I've tasted all sorts of delicacies in the Central Plains, but this is truly on another level, they said with their mouths full. As for Yu-woo looking at their starving ghost behavior, he was a bit flustered. Haha, I'm just glad you like it. Afterward, Yu-woo turned to invite Rachel. Rachel, come over and eat with us. On the other side, the pink-haired girl was already drooling with craving. Then, unable to resist the alluring taste, she swallowed hard and quickly pulled her chair closer to Yu-woo. Can I have one too? She whispered. Easy, Yu-woo replied. After experiencing the flavor of the jam-covered bread, Rachel felt like she was literally melting away. The taste of fruit, the best fruit flavor in the world, she said with satisfaction. Yu-woo, did you create this with your ability? Light asked. Can I have more? Doc Go-yeon asked longingly. Of course, here, eat as much as you want, Yu-woo said happily. It feels like I'm eating something very precious, Doc Go-yeon said while licking her fingertip. Not really, it's not expensive. Friends should share with each other. Consider it a return for your kindness earlier. Even so, this is a bit much. All right, I've decided. To repay you for this elixir, I will personally teach you martial arts, Doc Go-yeon said, leaning her face close to the protagonists. Next, after finishing their meal, Doc Go-yeon pulled Yu-woo along and teleported inside a house styled after the ancient Orient. And it seemed it was Doc Go-yeon's first time here too. She looked around in slight amazement. Let's see. As long as there's enough space to move, it's fine. I didn't know a place like this existed. It feels strangely peaceful. She looked around with interest while our protagonist quickly guessed why the practice room had this setting. This room must reflect your psychological environment, right? Truly union level, he remarked, before asking curiously, but we left right after eating. What are you planning to teach me? Instead of answering, Doc Go-yeon casually picked up a wooden sword and muttered, "This length is just right. Don't move around randomly," she said, waving the wooden sword in her hand, making Yu-woo a bit fearful. "First, let's start with this." She spoke as she entered a thrusting stance, holding the sword level at her chest, gripping the hilt tightly with her right hand while her left hand rested gently on the pommel. Then Doc Go-yeon exerted a bit of force with her left hand and immediately thrust the sword forward, aiming straight at Yu-woo, and the moment the sword was about to hit his face, she stopped her movement, causing a gust of wind pressure to slam into Yu-woo's face. "This is a thrust," Doc Go-yeon said simply, a movement without a shred of hesitation. An attack created by a human that was unbelievably miraculous. However, in that brief moment, Ban Yu-woo discovered a new concept. It was pierce, as in to pierce through. But why pierce? She was just demonstrating swordsmanship. Yu-woo thought blankly, and seeing him staring like a statue. Doc Go-yeon called out, "Hey, Yu-woo, are you listening?" The protagonist snapped out of it. "Oh, sorry. Pay close attention. A thrust isn't just one single form. You can perform a thrust with anything. So I just showed you the basic core meaning of a thrust. How many times you thrust, where you thrust from, what target you are aiming for, and finally, with what kind of aura you thrust." As she spoke, Doc Go-yeon began to swing the wooden sword in her hand, demonstrating each move, until she finished with another thrust aimed straight at Yu-woo. Pausing for a beat, the white-haired girl continued her explanation. "Even though there are countless applications, these are always the core basics. That was a thrust, don't forget it." Back to Yu-woo. Even though he knew Doc Go-yeon wouldn't hurt him, he still flinched every time he saw the sword tip flying toward him. Core basics. Doc Go-yeon mastering a single concept to its limit creates a much more powerful feeling than combining multiple concepts. Perhaps for Doc Go-yeon, that's why she mastered the thrusting technique. After she finished teaching, Doc Go-yeon handed him the sword and suggested, "Wanna try?" Yeah," the protagonist replied, reaching out. Then, as he rolled up his sleeves slightly, he added, "I'm a bit clumsy, so please bear with me." Hearing this, the swordswoman couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, if you could do it perfectly from the start, then my years of training would be meaningless." As soon as she finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly rushed toward Doc Go-yeon. That wind was created by a thrusting motion from Yu-woo, a strike so precise it was barely inferior to Doc Go-yeon's. It left her face completely stunned. What? Could he have grasped the concept after seeing it just once? She thought in a daze. As for Yu-woo, despite delivering a high-quality strike, his face was twisted in dissatisfaction. "Not good enough. This still isn't right," Yu-woo grumbled before reminding himself. "Focus. I can't imitate it perfectly. Until now, I only focused on combining concepts. I thought they could only get stronger by merging or complementing each other. However, that's not all. My power can become even stronger by sharpening what I already have. Let's see, there are many characters that mean thrust, so why choose pierce, it seems to her. A thrust means you must pierce through the target, because that is a lethal blow." With that realization, as if attaining enlightenment, Yu-woo poured all his focus into another thrust. The strike was so fast and powerful it broke the sound barrier, creating a sonic boom in the air. And immediately after releasing that strike, the protagonist himself received a significant recoil, causing him to slump to the ground from exhaustion. Seeing Yu-woo practicing so urgently, Doc Go-yeon stopped him. "Stop. You don't have to push yourself right from the start. If you remember what you saw, try it in a larger space against an opponent you actually want to deal with." "I know," Yu-woo gasped, panting heavily. At the same time, as if to celebrate Yu-woo's mastery of a new technique, countless notifications appeared. "You have grasped and experienced the concept, Pierce. You have grasped and experienced the concept, martial arts." Looking at these, Yu-woo couldn't stop grinning internally. "Haha, I just swung a sword a few times and my stats already increased." Then, a special notification caught his attention. Additional ability update. Successfully observed and understood the concept of transformation. Depth of all-seeing eye increased to 110. Martial arts 36, swordsmanship 20, piercing 16. Seeing this, he began to panic slightly. My stats really are skyrocketing. The newly grasped piercing concept is already at 16. And swordsmanship too. No matter how many goblins I killed, it didn't go up. Now it jumped to 20. My overall combat technique has doubled. Is this even logical? The more he thought, the more confused he became, while Doc Goyon stared at him with equal amazement. I didn't expect to be the one getting the short end of the stick. Who would have thought that from the start you could move beyond the form of the weapon and grasp the essence of the technique? Doc Goyon said with a hint of annoyance, seeing Yu Wu achieve such results so quickly. Ha ha, no, I just watched and imitated you, Yu Wu said, scratching his head. However, his words only made Doc Goyon more irritated. Really? If just watching was enough to imitate and understand, nobody would bother with hard training, she snapped. Seeing her anger, the young man quickly flattered her. Well, that might be true, but maybe it's just because you're a great teacher. I'm not exaggerating. From the moment I saw your movements, I could deeply feel the meaning of motion. I was truly amazed that someone could reach this level. I was completely captivated by that depth, to the point I lost track of time, Yu Wu said enthusiastically. Hearing him say that, Doc Goyon's face slowly turned red. Sigh, this guy, we haven't even known each other long and he says things like that so easily. She sighed in her heart, turning to leave. Back to Yu Wu, with Doc Goyon helping him like that, he didn't forget to repay her. Anyway, the lesson was very helpful. From now on, let me take care of the fairy jam for you. That's nowhere near enough to cover what I just taught you, Doc Goyon complained. Wait, really? What am I supposed to do now? Yu Wu asked in a panic. In response, Doc Goyon suddenly flashed a smile that Yu Wu had never seen before. Haha, it's fine. For the losses I suffered today, I'll be collecting them back with interest later. Just you wait. Well, it's time for class now, so let's head out. Oh, right, Yu Wu said naively. Waiting until Doc Goyon teleported away, the young man muttered to himself. I didn't expect her to make an expression like that. The scene shifts to a hallway inside Union Academy, where Light and Rutschel were casually walking along. However, a few students from another class seemed to recognize Rutschel's identity and reached out to block her path. Hey there, baby girl, where are you from? The question rang out abruptly. It left Rutschel looking quite stunned. From behind, Light saw the group was planning to give Rutschel a hard time, so he immediately stepped in front of her to block them, making a blue-haired guy raise an eyebrow and observe him. What's this? He asked irritably, and Light shot back instantly. She's my classmate. What do you want? Light asked coldly, and for some reason, hearing this made the blue-haired guy's blood boil. Huh, what kind of low-tier insect dares to cut in like this? Beat it, he roared. At the same time, Yu Wu and Doc Goyon had just teleported to the area. Phew, I hope I'm not late, Yu Wu said, catching everyone's attention. Right on time, Doc Goyon added, while Yu Wu spotted his friends and asked in surprise. Oh, what are you two doing, not going to class? Across from them, the blue-haired guy saw the group knew each other and clicked his tongue in annoyance, not forgetting to bark out some typical trashy threats. You'd better watch your back, you bastard. With that, the three small-timers turned and left. This left Yu Wu, who had just arrived, totally confused, while Rutschel stammered out, thank you. What's up with those guys? What happened? Yu Wu asked, confused as he watched them walk away. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the lecture hall where a balding, blue-skinned professor was explaining the school's history. And so, Union's history doesn't begin with the chairman founding the academy, but rather from when the tower appeared in the primordial dimension, blah, blah, blah. In another corner, the same punks from before were pointing a camera at Rutschel and whispering, Whoa, seriously? Adding this to the collection. The bald one spoke with a voice full of sleaze, while a red-haired guy in the middle glanced at her with contempt. What's the point of a bottom feeder like her climbing the tower? Hearing that, the blue-haired guy smirked. There's a more suitable job for her. A suitable job, someone asked, and he replied with a heavy insinuation. If you came to my house to work as a maid, you'd be pampered every single day. He's a total psycho, haha. Then I'll be the first one to bid for her. They burst out laughing, not bothering to hide their words at all, making Rutschel tremble as if she were about to burst into tears. Naturally, Yu Wu and Light, sitting above them, heard everything, and their faces turned a dark shade of purple with rage. Sigh. Regardless of the scale, people are the same everywhere. But seriously, what is wrong with that professor? They're being this loud and he still acts like he doesn't care. Is he ignoring them or can he really not hear? Yu Wu wondered to himself, while Light couldn't stand the situation any longer and stood up to speak. Professor. Hearing the call, the old man paused his lecture and asked, Oh, did you call me? Seeing this, Light spoke the truth. Yes, the other students are being too loud. I can't focus on your lecture. Can you do something to restrain them? The blue professor just hummed and hawed for a bit. Oh, right. Everyone heard that. No private conversations during class, just focus on listening to me. Repeated block from prompt. The blue professor just hummed and hawed for a bit. Oh, right. Everyone heard that. No private conversations during class, just focus on listening to me. On the other side, the three punks saw Light stand up for nothing and started mocking him. Oh, look at the little model student dog, showing off just because he's got a pretty face. Speaking of which, I didn't get that girl's number earlier because of this guy. What's the matter? Are you two a couple or something? No, they're not. Then why is he so worked up? That girl's body definitely isn't average, though, is it? Ha ha ha, obviously agreed, ha ha. They laughed carelessly, causing tears to start streaming down Rachel's face. Meanwhile, Light grit his teeth, snapping the pen in his hand from sheer anger. However, before he could lose it, Yu-Wu reached out and patted his shoulder to calm him down. Just stay calm. Hearing that, Light glared at Yu-Wu. Are you telling me to just take it, even after hearing that said about our classmate? In response, Yu-Wu kept a calm face and said, if you don't take it, what are you gonna do? Fight. Doing something meaningless like that doesn't help anyone. Causing a scene in class only makes things worse. Just stay calm and watch this. As he spoke, Yu-Wu pulled out his phone. He showed Light a screen recording of the class titled Union History 1 on YouTube via the internet. What do you mean? Light asked, and at this point, Yu-Wu flashed a very devious smile. There are many ways to solve a problem, Light. To deal with cowards who talk trash behind people's backs, the best way is to give them a taste of their own medicine. Hearing this, Light seemed to realize something and exclaimed, Wait, Yu-Wu, don't tell me. Not bothering to reply. Our protagonist immediately did something on his phone. Ha ha, keep laughing, you idiots. Every bit of filth coming out of their mouths in class is being live-streamed right now. At that moment, according to their vision, there was a camera angle from high above pointing directly at the three punks. Unaware they were being recorded, they continued their insults. What's the point of an insect like her climbing to the top? If you came to my house as a maid, you'd be pampered every day, psycho. Ha ha. This camera angle was thanks to the little snake Eve, who was holding a camera in her mouth while recording from above. And naturally, after hearing those words from them, the internet community started flooding in with vitriol. What the? Insects? What class are these psychos in? They're freshmen from class 7, I think. Are you guys insane? Where's the professor? Freshmen this year are truly crazy. This is too much. That blonde girl is actually pretty good. I respect her for studying while hearing that crap. This is why some people are called space trash. What's wrong with Union lately? Comments kept appearing, making Yu-Wu grin like he'd won the lottery. Whoa, the reaction is explosive. They're getting slammed, Light said in awe. Doc Go-Yeon just shook her head. Then she turned to Yu-Wu and praised him. You're actually pretty smart. You named it Union History to cleverly manipulate public opinion, didn't you? Hee hee. No way I'm letting people who hurt Rachel off the hook. I'm gonna make them look absolutely pathetic. The guy laughed deviously. Very quickly, the group realized they were becoming the center of online attention. Hey, what the hell is this? A live stream? Damn it, who's filming this? Find the camera now, they shouted, frantically looking around for the angle. And soon enough, the blue-haired guy noticed Eve holding the camera from above. Hey, over there, he shouted to his two cronies. However, before they could even try to grab the little snake, Eve instantly vanished before their eyes, making all three of them explode with rage. Huh, it disappeared, that damn snake. It was you, wasn't it, you blonde prick? The blue-haired guy yelled, turning around. But there was one thing they didn't realize. Their blatant disruptive behavior in class had finally reached the limit of the balding professor. You students, your attitude toward learning is atrocious. You were the ones making all that noise earlier, weren't you? Give me your names and classes and get out right now. The professor emitted a terrifyingly dangerous aura as he spoke, making the red-haired guy shrivel up. No, Professor, it's not that. Someone posted a video of us on the internet. He tried to explain, but the professor clearly didn't give a damn, so before they could explain another word, he kicked them right out. I said get out. After that, he irritably warned the others. I'm giving those kids an F for the entire year, and for the students sitting here, stop bothering others and focus on the lesson. Back to Yu-Wu, seeing the professor so annoyed, he gave him a thumbs up in his heart. Wow, even the support professors aren't pushovers. Still, an F is too lenient after what they said about Rachel. Yu-Wu said grumpily, and Light agreed. True, but their social lives at this school are pretty much over now. Back to Rachel, seeing the two of them stand up and retaliate for her, the pink-haired girl gave a satisfied smile. It's okay, that was enough, I'm fine now, thank you both for standing up for me. Looking at her cute face, Yu-Wu turned his head forward, a bit embarrassed. No, I didn't really do anything. I'm not as strong as you guys in a fight. My method just happened to work by chance. No need to thank me. He spoke modestly, yet, it's because you're the class president that I feel more at ease, you woo, Light said with a smile. Time passed quickly, shifting back to the arena from before. This time, the trio of dregs had found Light to seek revenge. Hey, you pretty boy over there. Hearing the call, Light turned his head slightly. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Get over here, did you really not hear me? They said, aggressively walking toward Light. So, what is it? What do you want this time? The blond youth asked coldly, while the faces of the three punks looked like they wanted to devour him alive. On the opposite side, the blue-haired guy now snarled and spoke up, explaining about what happened yesterday. You insect, from the back, the red dog guy also gritted his teeth, cursing the damn broadcast yesterday that ruined our early grades. Our scores are already trashed, and the seniors are pinning us down. Classmates are distancing themselves, do you know that? The bald guy shouted in outrage, acting like they were the ones who'd been wronged, not caring about such words. Just as these guys moved to pick a fight with me, Yu Wu had already turned his attention to the professor sitting leisurely to the side to see how he'd react. And as Yu Wu expected, the professor merely watched with interest and had no intention of stepping in, watching three students armed to the teeth confront them. But the professor showed no sign of intervening. It seemed neither the professor nor the students here paid any heed to people from a secondary space. Well, who cares about the state of chickens and pigs anyway? Yu Wu thought inwardly, while Rutschel hurriedly scooted behind him. Back to the argument, the blue-haired and red-haired guys now gripped their weapons tightly and spat at Light. What did you just say? You bastard, say that again. He shouted loudly as if afraid no one heard. And as if fearing they were deaf, Light had to remind them once more, it seems you still don't get it, so let me repeat it. If you want me to explain, then ask politely. You savage, the blond guy said in a shrill voice, facing this insult from someone of a secondary space. The three idiots trembled with rage as if having a seizure. What did you call us, savage? A lowly creature from a secondary space like you dare say that to us, savage? He said as he pressed his sword to Light's neck. But before the pup could say another word, a flash of steel suddenly sliced through, causing the tip of the blue-haired guy's sword to snap in two, to the astonishment of everyone around. What was that just now? Yu Wu wondered inwardly, as he glanced over and suddenly discovered a whole new concept. Back to Light, he was holding a sword that shone with a blinding light. Didn't I tell you so? If you ask politely, I'll be happy to answer, Light said as he pressed his glowing sword against the blue-haired guy's throat. This terrified him into immediately dropping to his knees. And speaking of Yu Wu, looking at the aura Light was giving off. Even the general was stunned. Strange, the air around him suddenly changed. Could it be the sword? What kind of magnificent concept could spill out like that? He wondered inwardly, unaware of Yu Wu's thoughts. After seeing the blue-haired guy kneel, Light continued speaking. This silence is nice. Now that we've had a proper greeting, off you go. Opposite him, the blue-haired guy was frozen solid, overwhelmed by the pressure from Light. No, my legs won't move from the weight, he thought, while the two other idiots still didn't seem scared to death and kept mouthing off. You insect, how dare you? Ignoring the words of these weaklings, Light turned to the professor and asked, Professor, how would the academy evaluate a group that suddenly attacks classmates with swords during class? Hearing the question, the professor smirked. Why ask me out of the blue? Ah well, ahem. Our academy encourages practical sparring. So from one angle he tried to brush it off, but how could he fool Light, who wasn't actually asking about sparring? Isn't that so? He asked coldly. It is true. But even if you hadn't agreed, you still drew your personal weapon, didn't you? He held out his hand and said, I only retaliate when provoked. Light shook his head. No. You did emit the energy first. The old professor challenged, but Light had his reasons. Doing that avoided damage. Or do you mean I should just stand there and take it? What did you say? The foolish professor snapped angrily, and seeing him argue directly with this stupid professor, Yu Wu and Rutschel worried for their friend. Hey, Light's acting a little different, aren't he? Back to Light, he was now staring at the professor with a murderous look. So how am I supposed to deal with their crude insults? As for that, sorry, but I didn't see it, he shrugged, and such a blatant lie pushed the blonde guy to the breaking point. Say what? Those words the teacher just said, Light growled, while his sword radiated an even more terrifying energy, making the whole group flinch. But luckily at that moment, Doc Goyon stepped up and flicked him on the forehead to stop him doing something stupid. You idiot. Doc Goyon, you. Light rubbed his forehead as he spoke, after a flick that hurt enough to make tears stream from his eyes. But before he could retort, Doc Goyon shot back. It's too noisy. You're acting all high and mighty just because of a sword, she said as she jabbed him in the forehead with a two-yang finger move. And as if understanding that, Light immediately sheathed his sword, and the instant the sword disappeared, Yu Wu felt that strange energy vanish too, letting him breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the green-faced professor, seeing this, tapped his cane in annoyance. Tusk, a lowly creature from a secondary space, so arrogant. Tusk, he said irritably and turned to leave, and his yapping like an old dog left Yu Wu and Rachel at a loss for words. That was a bit dangerous just now, Yu Wu said, glancing at his pink-haired friend. Over here, Doc Go-Yon kept scolding Light. Just holding a useful item and already shouting like that, is that your true nature? Indeed, Light is the biggest ticking bomb, Yu Wu thought silently at the sight. Then while they sat eating, the general toyed with his food instead of eating and said to Light, "You know, I've thought a lot. At this rate, we might not be treated nicely at the academy," Yu Wu said sadly, which made Light a bit prickly. "What did you say?" Light shouted. Seeing that, Yu Wu rolled his eyes and scolded him. "What, me? Didn't I try to get along with the professor? I even signed up for an official duel after being provoked. I'm practically the same as you, okay?" Hearing Yu Wu, Light's voice grew meek. "Ah, yes, that. After seeing your reaction last time, I wanted to improve things a bit," he stammered. But Yu Wu's anger hadn't cooled at all, yep. And it ended up causing an even bigger problem. "I don't get it, you let the ringleaders go and then challenge the professor." I'm sorry," the youth said, his eyes tearing up. Yu Wu was actually more concerned about Light's attitude when using that sword. On a normal day, Light wouldn't act so recklessly. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. "So it really is that sword?" To ensure no more trouble occurred, Yu Wu frowned and asked, "Light, tell me the truth. You can control that power from earlier, right?" Light slammed the table in affirmation. "Of course. Otherwise, how could I have passed the entrance exam? I was just angry at the professor's lie." "Oh, so it was the lie. Wow, what a terrible lie," Yu Wu said with a smirk, but his voice carried no belief, making Light shiver instinctively. "Seriously? I get it. So you're confident you can control it?" Yu Wu asked again. "Trust me, I guarantee today won't happen a second time," the blonde youth promised, thumping his chest. However, Doc Go-Yon immediately blurted out the truth. "It's lucky that didn't cause more trouble. Seeing you being controlled by a divine sword was quite a spectacle, though. You should have been scolded more." "That's enough," Yu Wu advised, seeing Light slump over the table in defeat. Doc Go-Yon then remembered something and turned to Yu Wu. "By the way, Yu Wu, I'm starting to understand the advice the professor gave us a few days ago. If this continues, school life will only get noisier. If you have any thoughts about our future, say them now. I want to hear the class president's opinion." Hearing her ask that, our protagonist was a bit surprised. "My opinion? After these few days of school, I've realized what the real problem is. The notion that some are born strong or that lineage determines nobility. The excessive contempt for lower dimensions, and the archaic system that treats it as a natural law, etc. What can outsiders like us do in a place where this is the norm?" Yu Wu felt his brain spinning and turned to the others. "Hey, do you guys want to gain public sympathy?" "Wait, no, what do you think is needed to gain sympathy?" Although they were puzzled, they provided their answers. "Communication," Light said. "Power, probably," Doc Go-Yon replied. Over here, Yu Wu quickly stopped them. No, something you already have. And that is looks," Yu Wu said, as he stared intently at his team of beauties. He then outlined his plan. "Wait, so you're planning to create a channel about our daily lives?" Light asked in shock, and the protagonist nodded. "Yeah, on Earth, that's a common way to build rapport. We build an image and show it to the public. Once you establish an image in people's minds, it creates a natural sense of closeness, right? That can develop into respect or even admiration." Yu Wu spoke while adjusting the camera angle and the light diffusing backdrop. Turning to Light, he understood the plan but had one question. "But Yu Wu, if it's to gain respect and admiration, why do we have to have a fake duel? It's not fake, it's a real fight. Take it seriously, Light," Yu Wu reminded him right then. Doc Go-Yon launched a flurry of attacks. However, Light still wasn't taking it seriously. "Suddenly telling me to fight for real," he thought to himself. He threw a right hook, but Doc Go-Yon immediately caught it and ducked to dodge. "Yu Wu, don't worry. Usually people take it seriously after being hit a few times," Doc Go-Yon said, grabbing Light's collar. She performed an over-the-shoulder throw. The impact was so strong it left a crater in the floor and left Light's head spinning. Doc Go-Yon began to taunt him. "Oh, is that all you've got? I see. It makes sense since you were controlled by an item last time. What's the point of drawing that sword? I bet even if you did, you still wouldn't be on my level," Doc Go-Yon said contemptuously, making Light grit his teeth. On the other side, Light couldn't take the insult any longer and lunged at her again with a roar. Seeing them fight so fiercely, Yu Wu cheered them on. "That's it, Light. Great job," while looking for the best cinematic angles to record. Turning to Rachel, seeing Yu Wu so excited, she asked worriedly, "Hey, Yu Wu, will this really make our school life easier? I still don't quite get it." In response, Yu Wu gave a smile. "Well, things won't change overnight, but I guarantee it'll be effective." To explain it simply, he used an example. "Just think, if the jerks who have been messing with us see how amazing you guys are, they probably won't dare touch us anymore." "Oh, I guess that makes sense," Rachel nodded. "Right, haha, look at them. They're acting like the ground is made of tofu." The protagonist laughed, looking at the floor being shattered by the two monsters. "Anyway, we won't know the result until we upload it. So don't worry too much, Rachel. Your beauty is far too noble to be wasted on worrying. Don't you know that beautiful people look even better when they smile?" That line was for you, Rachel. You have a face that would be loved anywhere. It's a waste to keep frowning like that. Isn't that right? So just set your worries aside and enjoy the moment. After hearing his advice, Rachel's mind seemed to calm down and she unconsciously flashed a smile. It's like magic. Whenever I hear Yu Wu speak, I feel like things will happen exactly as he says. Back to the battle, despite Light's fierce efforts, he was basically being used as a punching bag by Doc Goyon. "Where are you going? I was just warming up," the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles, while Light cried out to Yu Wu. "Yu Wu, help me, she's not human anymore." Time passed and the scene shifted to mealtime. Currently, Rachel was crying over her beef noodles filled with vegetables. "I can't eat this. It tastes like soap," she sobbed. But for the sake of their YouTube channel, Yu Wu gave her a wink and advised, "It's okay, Rachel, you'll get used to it." "But why do we have to film this?" she groaned. And so, following the class president's suggestion, Class 11 began uploading vlogs of their daily lives to their channel, the Rebel Squad. And exactly as Yu Wu predicted, they received an explosive reaction, especially the video of the duel between Light and Doc Goyon. The sheer level of destruction was enough to make people's heads spin. "Whoa, is this for real? Aren't they from a secondary dimension? They're freshmen. Silver-hair girl, I love you. This has to be fake. It's hard to believe. That guy looks so fragile, but he fights pretty well, pretty well. Haha, is this a squad of monsters or what?" the crowd commented. Then they watched a video of the four of them playing a game. "What is this?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, a traditional game from the master negotiator's world." Repeated block from prompt. Then they watched a video of the four of them playing a game. "What is this?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, a traditional game from the master negotiator's world." Repeated block from prompt. Then they watched a video of the four of them playing a game. "What is this?" someone asked. "It's called a board game, a traditional game from the master negotiator's world." The scene shifts to a shot featuring Professor Yumina, and the simps immediately flooded the comments. "Whoa, Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. I wish I was in that group. I bet that room smells amazing. Haha, you creep. They look like a group of rich kids. What brand of bike is that? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just watching this is healing. That bargain guy? I'm so jealous." Repeated block from prompt. The scene shifts to a shot featuring Professor Yumina, and the simps immediately flooded the comments. "Whoa, Professor Yumina always looks like an angel. I wish I was in that group. I bet that room smells amazing. Haha, you creep. They look like a group of rich kids. What brand of bike is that? Probably Ronica. You can buy it at the Flower Temple. Just watching this is healing. That bargain guy? I'm so jealous." Check the next one. Go to the next video. Wait, is the next one a live stream? Seriously? That's awesome. Wait, the broadcast date is tomorrow. Yes, early tomorrow morning. Wait, isn't tomorrow the day for the tower climb? Someone shouted. Looking at their screens, they saw a scheduled broadcast. Back to Yu Wu's group, even he hadn't expected such a massive response. I can't believe it. Why are there so many people?" Rachel asked. Yu Wu only cared about the results. "Our channel gained 1,000 subscribers in just one day. We're famous," he cheered while Light was a bit grumpy. "Why is the video of me getting beaten the most popular one?" he groaned. Just then, Professor Yumina walked over to praise them. "This is wonderful. Union is a top-tier space full of wonders, but in a place where we're taken for granted, no student has ever thought of content creation. But your channel managed to sneak right in there, hee, entertaining people and connecting with them. I never even considered it." Hearing her, Yu Wu boasted, "The first battle video is super popular." "Hey, take it down, Yu Wu," Light cried. Setting that aside, the professor clapped her hands. "Moving on. We enter the tower today. You all know that, right? Are you ready?" In response, the group nodded confidently. Meanwhile, our protagonist looked at the group and suddenly gasped. "Wait, I just noticed. Am I the only one wearing the uniform? Why is everyone so dressed up?" They looked at him strangely. "Since we'll be fighting constantly in the tower, we chose clothes that are comfortable to move in." "Exactly. I feel safest in this outfit when fighting," Rachel agreed. "I see," Yu Wu whispered. "Is what you're wearing okay, Yu Wu?" Light asked. Hearing this, Yu Wu thought to himself, I get it. Since I lived in a peaceful place, I don't have specialized combat gear. But I chose this life. If I have to enter a life-or-death battle. He adjusted his tie and said confidently, "For me, this is enough." Turning back to the professor, seeing they were ready, she nodded. Hee, so you're all set, then let's go." With a snap of her fingers, a magic circle appeared beneath them. After a flash of light, they were teleported to the front of the Tower of Babel. Countless other students were waiting to enter, and when they saw the group arrive, they quickly recognized them. "Wait, is that the rebel squad? Seriously, they're here too," a brown-haired guy shouted. Rachel looked around in confusion like a lost child. "Wait, this is the gate to the tower. The tower opens at dawn, but we have to line up by class rank. We're in line for year 2, Yumina explained. This made Yu-Wu turn a bit pale. "We're the only year 1 class entering." "Well, you can think of it as your level being high," she said with a shrug. As for Light, while waiting, he spotted the 3 punks who had mocked him before. They were also inside. "Oh, is that them? I feel like the way they look at us is different now," the swordsman noted, seeing them too embarrassed to meet his eyes. Yu-Wu felt quite satisfied. "Well, they probably subscribe to our channel too," Doc Go-Yon noted, "but there are still some murderous glares." She spoke while looking at the lava man, Erecto, who was staring intently at Yu-Wu with his headlight eyes. "Hey, ban Yu-Wu," she warned, but Yu-Wu already understood. "I know, let's go." With that, Yu-Wu led the group inside. "Today is the climb, and next Tuesday is my duel with Erecto. That means I only have 4 days left. In that time, I will reach a level he can never hope to touch." Before they officially started, Professor Yumina gave one last piece of advice. "Well, for safety, I hope you'll finish early and return before the weekend. But the decision is up to those participating, right? How long do you think this expedition will take?" Hearing the question, Yu-Wu turned to the group. "Since we're all thinking the same thing, I'll say it. Go ahead." "Of course," the 3 nodded. Then Yu-Wu turned to Yumina. 3 days and 2 nights. "We'll be back on time," he said, pulling out a mini robot for the live broadcast. Seeing they had everything planned, Yumina could only wish them luck. "Then take care of yourselves." And so, after saying goodbye to their teacher, the squad of 4 and their robot officially stepped through the gate. "Ancestors, please watch over me," Yu-Wu promised himself, back to a while ago when the group had asked Yumina about filming inside the tower. "Are you talking about filming inside the Tower of Babel?" she had asked. Yu-Wu nodded. "Yes, I'm trying to record the situation inside the tower, and this guy will handle the filming." He pointed to a small, droplet-shaped robot hovering around him, an autonomous item created just like Eve and Lilith. Professor Yumina had assumed they were filming to study tactics, so she warned them, "Do you think recording will mean anything? After all, the tower's structure changes every second, you know." "Really?" Yu-Wu said, surprised. Light, who was checking info on his screen, nodded. "That's right, Yu-Wu. According to the basic guidebook, the internal structure changes. Plus, machinery from the outside tends to break quickly." "What does that mean exactly?" Professor Yumino explained further. "Exactly as the information says. Each floor is called a room, and once you defeat the monsters or clear the traps, the space itself moves the group to the next room. This unique structural shift is called transformation. The more transformations you experience, the deeper you penetrate the tower." "So the rooms always move after teleportation?" Yu-Wu asked. "Exactly. Once you pass, you can't return to the previous room," she smiled. Light asked, "Do the monsters and traps change too?" "Of course, with each room change. The monsters will be different and stronger. The traps follow the same rule." As for Doc Go-Yon, after sipping her tea, she asked a difficult question. "What happens if someone dies during the climb?" Hearing this, Yu-Wu and Light, who were chatting excitedly, realized things weren't as simple as they thought. "Right, come to think of it, what happens if I die in battle? I almost forgot about that." The 2 thought worriedly. To this question, the professor chuckled. "Haha, that's a key question. Contrary to your worries, in most areas of the tower, challengers don't die even if they die." "Phew, thank goodness." The 2 let out a sigh of relief. "Specifically, if you die, you'll be sent back to the tower gate." "What? So we have to start over from the first floor?" Yu-Wu asked in shock. "No, your student ID pendant records your teleportation history. So when you re-enter, you can start again from where you were eliminated. That's why the ID pendant is vital when climbing. Absolutely do not forget it. Remember that?" she said, pointing to a necklace on her hand that displayed the characters for teleportation. Back to the 2 legends. After hearing their teacher's explanation, he felt like he was playing a video game. "Haha, this is just like a roguelike game with a mid-game save function, isn't it? If death isn't permanent and I can respawn, I can challenge this as many times as I want," Light said confidently. Among the 4 of them, only Doc Go-Yon paid close attention to the professor's words. Wait a second. You just said that in most areas of the tower, challengers won't die, right? If that's the case, there must be specific areas or situations where a challenger could die. Does that mean the tower doesn't guarantee absolute safety? Hearing her say this, the group turned toward Professor Yumina, waiting for an answer. Is that true? As expected. You're very sharp, Doc Goyon. That's right. Now I will explain a few special situations where even you could die, the beautiful female professor said with a voice full of gravity. However, the rest of the conversation was hidden by the author. The scene shifted back to the group as they were fighting passionately against some toxic green slime inside the tower. These strange monsters are claw scythers, notorious creatures that rip through adventurers' gear and steal their weapons. However, that only applies to other people. To Yu Wu's party, they were nothing more than piles of mush. With a single swing of his sword, our friend Light easily slashed through 3 of these slimes. Beside him, Doc Goyon snapped her fingers, firing several magic bullets that blew their bodies apart in midair. While the 2 of them were caught up in the heat of battle, our boy Yu Wu was busy experimenting with a lamp hung on the wall, but it didn't seem to be working very well. As I thought, it's no use. Even though I can clearly sense the concept of fire, I can't seem to strip it away. I can do it in other dungeons, so why doesn't it work inside the tower? Finding the reason will help unlock my abilities, Yu Wu thought, frowning. Before he could get too lost in thought over the torch, Doc Goyon walked over to snap him out of it. Hey, Yu Wu. Hearing his name, Yu Wu turned around, startled. Ah, sorry, I just lost my focus for a second. You said you needed time to think. Have you figured it out yet? She followed up. Yu Wu shook his head. I was trying to see if I could separate the fire, but it looks like a no-go. Hearing that, Doc Goyon felt a bit of regret. Is that so? That's too bad. If you could do that, we could use the tower's terrain however we wanted. Hey, can you not jump to such terrifying conclusions about my abilities? The legend said awkwardly. While the 2 of them were chatting, a green slime slowly crept up on them. Just as it reached Doc Goyon's heels, the green liquid suddenly lunged upward, spreading through the air as if to swallow her whole. However, before it could even touch the swordsman, a chain shot out at supersonic speed from the front, shattering the claw scyther's body into jelly. Of course, that attack came from Yu Wu. Seeing the protagonist use such a weapon, Doc Goyon's eyes flashed with surprise. Whoa, does that automatic item look like that when it fights? She was talking about the little snake, Eve. Yeah, that's right. The legend nodded. Then with a wave of his hand, he directed Eve to attack. Since she possessed her own soul, Yu Wu didn't need to give many orders. Eve soared through the air, piercing through the claw scythers at extreme speeds. Even Doc Goyon had to admit, not bad. That's pretty fast. In response, Yu Wu gave a strained smile. Actually, I have something even stronger, but it's a bit loud. Hearing this, Doc Goyon glanced toward Rachel and asked, no matter how loud it is, could it possibly be louder than those 2? Following their gaze, Rachel had become quite aggressive, her hands transforming into a beast-like state. With just one claw swipe, the cute girl left a massive crater in the floor, sending dust flying everywhere. It's funny, the basic rule of combat is to stay hidden and avoid the enemy's sight, yet here they are screaming while fighting in a place like this. Doc Goyon shook her head at Rachel's fighting style, while Yu Wu felt a bit of a headache coming on. Haha, Rachel's style is completely based on instinct, isn't it? Yeah, Light and Rachel shouted at the top of their lungs, making Doc Goyon grit her teeth in annoyance. Seriously, it's so loud. Is every sword swing accompanied by a scream? She complained. Time passed quickly, and soon the group had completely cleared the path. Anyway, it looks like Room 1 only has claw scythers. Monsters of this level are nothing to us, right? Light said calmly. However, at that moment, Doc Goyon suddenly sensed a strange aura and spoke up to warn them, don't let your guard down. Just as she finished, energy began to accumulate. A stronger monster is about to appear. Hearing her say that, Light hurriedly gripped his sword and asked, could it be a high-level monster? Possibly, Doc Goyon speculated. Hearing this, Light looked over at Yu Wu to give him a signal. Hey, Yu Wu. I know, Light. You don't have to say it. I'm already looking. As he spoke, our protagonist began using his 1,000-poison eye to observe the area. Very quickly, he detected strange energy, radiating from the stone tablet in front of him. Hey, Rachel, it's that stone tablet up ahead, smash it. Hearing his call, Rachel went wild, screaming as she lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch to the stone tablet. The monster was killed before it could even be born. The punch was so powerful that the entire corridor seemed to shake. Oh my God, we took out a high-level monster before it even showed up. It even dropped an enhancement magic core that easily, Light said, bewildered. He had been bracing himself for a major battle and hadn't expected this. Rachel quickly moved to retrieve the magic core that had just dropped. However, the moment she touched the core, Rachel's pink hair suddenly turned a deep russet red. At the same time, Yu Wu noticed a concept floating above her head that read, Heart Furnace. Hey, Rutchel, your hair got darker, the young leader pointed out. He also took note of the words above the shy girl's head. Heart Furnace. Does that mean a furnace within the heart? A concept about burning emotions as fuel for power. Just like a berserker. I wonder if her hair color will change permanently? Thinking back, everything is starting to make more sense now, Yu Wu thought to himself. Meanwhile, noticing his awkward expression, Rutchel walked over nervously, tugging on his sleeve. Hey, did I look really scary just now? In response to her question, Yu Wu put on a very polite smile and praised her. Not at all, on the contrary, you were quite reliable, but, if it gets worse, Rutchel stammered, left with no choice. Doc Go-yeon had to step in and interrupt. We told you it's fine. What are you so worried about? If you're afraid of losing control, don't worry. I'll just kill you to prevent any damage, the swordsman said firmly, scaring Rutchel to the point of tears. The other two looked at her in shock. Don't do that, Doc Go-yeon. If just one person dies, we have to restart the exploration from the very first room. The protagonist hurriedly reached out to stop her. However, Doc Go-yeon had her own logic. But if we keep going like this, maybe only the three of us will be able to keep climbing. Saying this, Doc Go-yeon seemed to think of something and then shook her head. No, I think it would be even better if only the two of us climbed. She spoke with a heavy tone, and now it was Light's turn to tear up. Hey, wait a minute. What about me? He cried out, feeling like he was being discarded. Why did she suddenly get so angry? Yu Wu wondered to himself. He then turned back to see Rutchel's restless state, knowing she was still anxious about her condition. The legend gently touched her shoulder and comforted her. Listen, I'll think of something. I know why you're feeling anxious. So as the class president, I'll find a solution, Yu Wu said, flashing a brilliant smile. This made Rutchel's innocent face light up. Thank you. Yu Wu, she said, grabbing the protagonist's hand. Seeing this, Yu Wu's face turned red and he scratched his head. It's nothing. This is what a class president has to do. Beside them, the two-third wheels, Light and Doc Go-yeon, felt like they were being forced to watch a romantic scene and glared at Yu Wu. Turns out you're just as shallow as other guys. Your eyes light up the moment you see a pretty face, Doc Go-yeon said dismissively. You've got it all wrong. Aren't I perfectly normal in front of you? Yu Wu replied quickly, but hey, aren't you guys being a little too relaxed? Light reminded them. Next, after clearing the floor, they used the teleportation circle to head down to the next level. The teleportation is over. This is the second room, Light said calmly. He then sat down, plucked a few strands of weeds from the ground, and continued, aside from the moss and weeds, I don't see much difference between this room and the previous one. Ignoring those words, our protagonist was still messing around with the magic core he collected on the first floor. This high-level monster core Rutchel gave me earlier. Focusing a bit, its stats appeared before Yu Wu's eyes. Life 8, Demonic 11, Melt 12, Acid 5, Resistance 1. Looking at these sky-high stats, the protagonist's face went as dark as the bottom of a pot. What is this? My time in the dungeons really was a waste. The number of concepts collected in just one room is equal to what I'd get from 10 goblin dens. Acid and melt are terms for material decomposition. It must be because we defeated the Claw Scyther. Now, I'll imbue melt into my sword. And as for the acid, of course, that's for you, he said, casually tossing the acid orb to little Eve to devour. I don't know if the orb was too big or what, but no matter how hard Yu Wu pushed, Eve's eyes bulged and she still couldn't swallow it. Seeing this, Doc Go-yeon curiously ran over and asked, this kid is getting strong fast, isn't she? Her sudden voice made our protagonist jump. Hey, can you please not sneak up on me and start talking like that? The legend said in a panic. If you trained your senses a bit more, you wouldn't be so easily startled, Doc Go-yeon complained. While the pair continued their bickering, the Night Light noticed something and issued a warning. You guys, seriously. The monsters in the second room are about to show up. Can you be a bit more serious? At this moment, following their gaze, countless magic circles suddenly appeared on the path ahead, as if they were about to summon a horde of monsters to check on the party's health. Then, before Light could finish his complaint, Doc Go-yeon fired off another magic bullet, scattering a plume of black smoke in front of them. Serious. But this second room doesn't seem any different from the first one, does it? No matter how careless a lion is, it won't get bitten to death by an ant, right? She said with a shrug. And now, welcoming everyone to the second floor was a black smoke monster in human form. They are evil spirits, malevolent entities that target the mana within humans. Turning back to Light, he really couldn't agree with her view. If you stay this subjective, disaster will strike sooner or later. Then let me make a suggestion. How about we let Yu Wu handle the fighting in the second room? She proposed, making our protagonist jump in the back. And of course, everyone knew how weak Yu Wu was, so they immediately refused. What are you saying all of a sudden? That's too dangerous. Hearing this, Doc Goyon continued to smile. I think it's a great idea. After all, the combat evaluations are next week. He needs to improve his abilities quickly, right? It makes sense, doesn't it? As she spoke, Doc Goyon looked at Yu Wu as if she wanted to tease him. In the face of her words, the sun god could only laugh a bit bitterly. Haha, you really? No wonder you've been acting weird since earlier. Fine, let me try to handle things here myself. As he spoke, Yu Wu started rotating his arms to warm up. It seemed the leader himself was actually eager for a fight. Only Light remained worried and tried to advise him, hey, Yu Wu, it's very dangerous. If you don't listen to him, not waiting for the night to finish, our protagonist recognized that he needed to improve his combat skills, so he raised a hand to stop him. It's okay. Doc Goyon is right. I need to get stronger quickly. It would be a waste for you guys to spend your energy here. You two will help me progress as fast as possible, right? Yeah, if Yu Wu says so. Then I believe in you. Rachel nodded like a little squirrel. All right, but if anything gets even slightly dangerous, I'm jumping in immediately, Light agreed. Then thank you very much. Yu Wu smiled and said, before turning to Doc Goyon in the back, listen, Doc Goyon, you should save your strength for now. I trust that you'll do your best to help me out later. Right, in response, the swordswoman flashed a very confident smile. At the very least, I promise you won't die from overexertion right now. Hearing the big boss guarantee his safety, Yu Wu no longer felt any anxiety. That's good then. Eve, let's go. The protagonist shouted, and through their mental link, Eve immediately transformed into an AK-47 state and began spraying bullets like rain toward the front. She started handing out equality to the horde of monsters, and sure enough, the monsters were blown to pieces before they could even take another step. Meanwhile, Light and Rachel, witnessing the legend's firepower, nearly fainted. What on earth is that? Is that a signature weapon from Yu Wu's world? I don't know how powerful it is, but its monster-killing speed is incredible. If only the soldiers of my country were equipped with that weapon. Light wished in his heart. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon silently observed Yu Wu's weapon and assessed it. Is that chi? No, it's constantly firing iron beads. It could deal with second-rate assassins and even touch the threshold of first-rate. It would be useful in the martial arts world. However, the attack method is only in a straight line. It's fine for long-distance combat, but in a cramped space like this, there will always be unpredictable variables. For example, if an enemy attacks a blind spot, Doc Goyon thought to herself. And just as she finished that thought, an evil spirit hiding in a corner waited for Yu Wu to pass by, and then lunged out to ambush him from behind. Seeing this, Light and Rachel panicked and screamed, Yu Wu. Hearing the cry, the legend Yu Wu calmly turned around. Our protagonist reacted incredibly fast. In an instant, he pulled a long sword out of his inventory, and with a single slice, he easily split the evil spirit in half, before it could even land its bite. Having finished, Yu Wu let out a breath. Ha, that gave me a scare. In the back, the other two breathed a sigh of relief seeing he was safe. Phew, what was that, Yu Wu? That sword? Light asked. This was Yu Wu's longsword with stats. Magic Sword 12, Slayer 19, Poison Blood 9, and Melt 12. Are you actually that good with a sword? I didn't even know. Light and Rachel praised him. While they were talking, the evil spirit horde from behind took the opportunity to rush forward like a flood. Back to Yu Wu. Hearing everyone's praise, he didn't get arrogant but said humbly, not at all. Compared to Light and Doc Goyon, I'm still far behind. As he spoke, he gripped his sword tightly to handle the rest. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon observed Yu Wu's attitude and nodded in approval. Just like that, by combining both the gun and the sword, our protagonist had no fear of the evil spirit's sneak attacks. It didn't take long. The second floor was almost entirely cleared by our protagonist, leaving only one embarrassed evil spirit standing all alone. I don't see any other evil spirits, so this must be the last one, right? After finishing this guy off, we'll teleport again, so let's rest for a bit. As he spoke, he ordered his little snake to turn into a chain, tightly binding the evil spirit to prevent it from escaping, while the others in the group took advantage of the monster being chained up to rest. Back to Doc Goyon, she knelt down to inspect the remains of the evil spirits. She examined them carefully. The blade melted and decomposed them. He's already using the ability he got from the previous room. Based on what's happened and his sword technique just now, it's clear he's never been on a real battlefield. So how can he progress so quickly? Doc Goyon wondered. Unlike her, Light and Rachel were praising the protagonist. Coming up with a teleportation coordination plan like this, Yu Wu is truly brilliant. Only an experienced student would think of this. Haha. Really, Yu Wu scratched his head bashfully at being praised for such a small thing. However, even Doc Goyon stood up to acknowledge him. Good job. That last slash was excellent. Oh, really? Then thank you, the protagonist replied excitedly. However, she then shook her head and commented, aside from being too focused on execution speed, it's much better than an idiot who just swings his sword around randomly. As she spoke, Dak Go-yeon stroked her chin and shot a sarcastic look at Light, making the knight furious. What? Why am I the idiot? I was fighting my hardest too. Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon looked innocent. I didn't say who was the idiot. How did you know? Screaming while slashing at shadows. If that's not an idiot, then what is? She complained. While the knight beside her continued to argue, that's how I was taught swordsmanship, whether it's in the dark or whatever. Back to Yu Wu, ignoring their bickering. He casually pulled a can of some carbonated drink out of his inventory and said with a laugh, "Haha, you guys are truly unique. Even though it's break time, don't you feel tired at all?" As he spoke, the protagonist's voice grew weaker as he realized the other three were staring at him with very strange looks. Then Dak Go-yeon's face went dark as she turned to question him. "Hey, Yu Wu, what are you eating all by yourself?" Beside her, Rachel looked at the protagonist with a longing gaze. I heard a hiss sound earlier, and then a wonderful fragrance drifted over. In response, Yu Wu hurriedly pointed to the drink in his hand and explained this. They sell these outside. The young leader tried to de-escalate the situation. However, it only made things more complicated. You get to go outside, but we don't. Yu Wu, Light said in a cold voice. Calm down, I'm sorry for drinking alone. I wanted to share it with you, but I don't have much. Besides, this only works when you're exhausted. It would be useless for you to drink it now. Saying that, Yu Wu quickly threw the can back into his inventory. Of course, those words were just some nonsense he made up. There's no such thing as a soda you can only drink when exhausted. Unfortunately, Dak Go-yeon and the others didn't know that, so they fell for it completely. Only when exhausted. All right then, I'll take charge of the third room, the swordswoman said, cracking her knuckles to warm up. Seeing this, Yu Wu started to wonder. Oh, didn't you say I should handle it myself to improve? Why the change of heart? Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon's cheeks puffed up and she ignored him. I've never tasted that drink before and I can't let you drink it all by yourself. Hey, that drink was Yu Wu's to begin with, Dak Go-yeon, Light reminded her with a glance. Moving past that, after they had finished resting, Yu Wu finished off the unlucky evil spirit to prevent the group from mentally torturing it any further. As soon as it died, a teleportation circle appeared beneath their feet to send them to the next level. The teleportation is starting, Light warned. Returning to our main character, while waiting for the teleportation, he took the opportunity to check the results of his grinding from the previous floor. This is his current status board. Ban Yu Wu, Life 129, Physical Body 72.8, Soul 350, Mana 101, Martial Arts 62, Swordsmanship 36, Piercing 26, Leadership 7, Driving 15, Resistance 2, All-Seeing Eye 115, All-Hearing Ear 105, Divine Language Lips 107. Looking at his current status board compared to when he first joined the academy, it has truly increased at a dizzying rate. This is truly amazing. This level is already around the academy average, and I've only swung a sword a few times here. Even the swordsmanship and piercing skills I recently learned have improved. With this efficiency, I should focus on developing my swordsmanship. The match next Tuesday seems like it will depend on the development of my martial arts skills. There's a gap of over 200 power points between my physical body and Erecto. Honestly, it'll be very hard to catch up to him in just 1 week no matter how hard I try. But while learning martial arts from Dak Go-yeon, I understood that acquiring skills is important, but nurturing and developing them is equally vital. As for developing my martial arts, if Dak Go-yeon could teach me more, our protagonist thought, looking at the swordswoman with an expectant gaze. However, Yu Wu immediately gave himself a painful knock on the head. What on earth am I thinking? No matter how strong Dak Go-yeon is, depending on her isn't good at all. I can't let the relationship become unbalanced. Think carefully, I still have time, he thought while rubbing his forehead, just as the teleportation magic activated and threw them to the third floor. While he was still lost in deep thought, suddenly the panicked voice of the night light rang out. Hey, Yu Wu, what are you doing? Wake up! Hearing the shout, the guys startled and realized all three of them were in a free fall toward the bottom, and just looking at the distance between him and the ground was enough to make Yu Wu turn pale. What is happening? Why am I in a free fall? Good Lord, did the floor just vanish? Yu Wu thought blankly to himself, while the big-chested Rachel screamed at the top of her lungs, simultaneously using her hands to hold down her skirt. Back to Yu Wu. The situation got even grimmer when he looked down below to observe. He discovered that at the bottom was a pit of sharp stakes, waiting for the group to fall and turn them into human pincushions. With no time for much thought, Yu Wu immediately ordered the little snake Eve to transform into a chain and lunge out, tightly coiling around Rachel's body. It saved her life by a hair's breadth. Just another half a meter and her body would have been riddled with holes. Above her, Yu Wu used his other hand to grip the chain. Seeing that he had saved Rachel just in time, he felt somewhat relieved. "Phew, that was close," he said in terror. "Thank you, Yu Wu," Rachel called out from below. Ignoring that for a moment, the protagonist observed his surroundings and thought, "What the hell is this? What kind of teleportation was that? Why is this room so massive? And to have a trap right at the drop point. Could this place be?" He thought, starting to piece something together. But before he could say it, the swordswoman's voice rang out. "Hey, Yu Wu, you'd better move quickly." Hearing the call, Yu Wu looked toward the source of the sound, and saw that, somehow, Dak Go-yeon was standing on the ceiling as if it were level ground. "How did you get up there?" Yu Wu cried out in shock. However, Dak Go-yeon didn't explain much and just warned again, "If you keep standing there, you're going to die for real." "What?" Yu Wu asked, still not understanding the swordswoman's meaning. But as if to answer his question, small windows suddenly appeared on both walls. Then, from inside them, countless spears and javelins began launching straight at the protagonist. This put him in an incredibly precarious position. "Damn it, I can't drop Rachel. If that's how it is then," with that thought, the protagonist used all his strength to violently whip his right arm, pulling the chain and Rachel's body through the air, while simultaneously summoning the hoverbike Lilith to prevent himself from falling below. Just like that, with a split-second maneuver, Yu Wu successfully saved them both from that dangerous situation. Next, Yu Wu quickly pulled the chain back and caught the pink-haired girl in a princess carry. "Got you. Are you okay? Sorry for being so rough, but that was really dangerous back there. I had no other choice." Hearing this, Rachel's face turned pink as she stammered, "No, it's okay." "Then hold on tight, Rachel. It looks like this space is still very dangerous." As he spoke, Yu Wu glanced around and realized that right after that, another wave of spears was about to fire from inside those pillars. In another development, much like Yu Wu, the night light was being targeted by countless flying axes. But simple attacks like these weren't enough to trouble him. With just a few sword swings, light easily shattered all those axe blades, while two pairs of wings sprouted from his back, allowing him to hover in the air. "What's going on?" When we met with Professor Yumina, she clearly said traps only appear after the 20th floor. But we've only reached the 3rd floor. Isn't this difficulty level a bit strange? And Yu Wu, what on earth did he pull out this time? Light asked, looking at Yu Wu as he drove the hoverbike with Rachel, dodging all the spears aimed at them. Back to our protagonist, he revved the engine and thought through grit teeth. "This is insane. Traps are triggering from every direction. What is this structure exactly?" Behind him, contrary to Yu Wu's panicked thoughts, the shy girl was actually enjoying being part of the high-speed chase. Perhaps she was a bit too comfortable because she suddenly remembered Yu Wu's earlier instruction. "Hold on tight, Rachel." Thinking of this, she happily wrapped both arms around Yu Wu's waist, pressing her massive chest against his back. This made the guy's face turn as red as if it were boiling. "Wait, what are you doing? My back is getting hot," Yu Wu thought, startled. At the same time, an arrow flew in and struck the tail of the bike, causing Lilith to swerve in a painful S-shape. "Watch out," Yu Wu shouted, just before a golden sword light flashed past, clearing away all the spears that were chasing them from behind. And the one who stepped in was, of course, Light. "You were driving so well, why did you suddenly do that?" Yu Wu, hearing this, Yu Wu stopped the bike momentarily and said in awe, "Whoa, Light, what's with those wings?" "Before I answer that, I have a question too. What are you riding? Is this also something from your world?" "It's a hoverbike. Have you never seen one?" Yu Wu asked back. "A hover what?" Light said blankly. Hearing that, Yu Wu didn't bother asking more, as he could be certain Light knew absolutely nothing about it. Setting that aside, Yu Wu looked around and asked, "But where did Dak Go-yeon go?" Hearing this, Light realized he had completely forgotten about the swordswoman. "Oh, now that you mention it, I haven't seen her at all. Could she have fallen into a trap?" Light asked worriedly, but Yu Wu quickly waved it off. "No way. There's no way she'd fall into a trap that easily. I bet she's somewhere watching over everything," Yu Wu speculated. Then, while they were moving, Light asked about the plan. "So what should we do? How do we stop these traps?" Hearing the question, Yu Wu thought for a few seconds and replied, "According to the guides, the way to survive is to hold out for a certain amount of time. I don't know exactly how long or how it works. But for now, head over that way, Light. I'll try to analyze them." As he spoke, Yu Wu pointed to his left. "Got it." The knight nodded and nimbly flew in that direction. Next, Yu Wu hurriedly observed all the windows firing projectiles and analyzed the trap trigger patterns. "They're all aiming at Light. Does it prioritize attacking the person who is moving?" Come to think of it, it was the same back then. Back then, too, I shouldn't have moved so hastily. Am I an idiot? The more Yu-Wu thought, the more foolish he felt, until Rachel reminded him about the arrow still stuck in the tail of the bike. Yu-Wu over there? Hearing that, Yu-Wu irritably pulled the arrow out. Even this can hurt Lilith. I need to tell everyone to stop moving randomly. Wait, but if we stop moving, we can't clear the room. Just thinking about how to leave the room without triggering the traps gave Yu-Wu a headache. However, right then, suddenly, the arrow in his hand began to slowly dissolve into a glow of light, which made him gasp, wait, what's happening? Did I absorb something again? I think I just read a concept. Why is this happening so suddenly? I couldn't read anything in the first room. Why can I now? Quickly, the guy shook his head to dismiss his previous thought. No, maybe it's just a coincidence, but I have to check to be sure. With that, Yu-Wu looked at a sword nearby and gently touched it. And sure enough, once again, the sword began to dissolve in his hand, allowing him to completely confirm his suspicion. Incredible, Yu-Wu whispered. Looking at the two characters hovering in his palm, Yu-Wu frowned in thought. The concept I obtained is behead. Why behead instead of sword? Come to think of it, last time I also saw a concept different from its external appearance. Before he could find the reason, Rachel said in a panic, Hey, Yu-Wu, over there. Hearing that, Yu-Wu hurriedly looked to the side and discovered that, for some reason, light was being swept away by a surge of water. What? Light, you idiot! Yu-Wu yelled. Back to the night. At this moment, he had to put all his strength into his feet to temporarily prevent his body from being swept away. Damn it, I let my guard down. I thought only weapons were dangerous. Who knew water would burst out from the traps? There's definitely something in this water. My senses are going numb, and my vision is blurring. At this rate, I won't be able to handle the next trap. Looking at the number of spears aimed at him, Light had zero confidence that he could dodge them all in his current debuffed state. From afar, as if sensing the knight was in trouble, Yu-Wu revved the bike's engine and rushed to the rescue. Watching the protagonist speed away, Rachel recalled his words from moments ago. Sorry, Rachel. I'm about to take a gamble, so I can't involve you. Wait here for a moment. Thinking this, she whispered, Good luck, Yu-Wu. Back to Yu-Wu. While driving, he reached out his hand and touched the water pouring from the traps. Sure enough, he immediately received new concepts. From this concept, you obtained over 10 points for acid and wave. I knew it, just like before, even though I touched water, what I obtained wasn't water but wave. Now I understand. The reason the concept I absorbed earlier was behead, and not sword. In another corner, unlike the others who were struggling to dodge traps, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon was moving freely across the pillars without any difficulty at all. However, according to her vision, Yu-Wu was now speeding straight toward Light as if to do something. Yu-Wu, what are you planning? She muttered with a frown. Back to Yu-Wu, while driving, he took the time to review. The state of the matter upon appearing determines what concept I can obtain. Earlier, those hidden weapons were aimed at my neck, so their concept was behead, not sword. With that thought, as if having found a way to deal with these damn traps, Yu-Wu yelled to Light ahead. I'll handle it, Light. With that, he accelerated, proactively rushing to intercept the wave of weapons. While revving the gas, our protagonist prayed silently in his heart. If the depth of the all-seeing eye expands further and allows me to see the essence or more, I might be able to read the intent of the weapons fired from the traps. With that thought, Yu-Wu began to activate his all-seeing eye, causing all the weapons in his vision to display their concepts. Below him, the nightlight didn't know Yu-Wu's plan. Seeing his friend charge headlong into the weapons, his eyes went wide in disbelief. What? He's charging straight into the traps. Ignoring the young man, back to Yu-Wu. When he charged into the danger zone, he already had a plan. I don't need to absorb everything. I just need to mix them all together and destroy their form. That'll be enough. Then a conceptual sphere began to accumulate in Yu-Wu's palm, and this sphere was attracting all the surrounding concepts into Yu-Wu's hand, causing the forms of the weapons to slowly dissolve. And after seeing this, our protagonist knew his gamble had paid off. Got it, he shouted. Over here, as soon as Yu-Wu stopped the bike, the nightlight hurriedly ran over to check on him. Hey, Yu-Wu, you okay? Yeah, Light. Glad you're safe. Haha, we really did cheat death back there, Yu-Wu laughed. What was that just now? Light asked. At this point, Yu-Wu pulled out the conceptual sphere to show him and explained. I don't know. It seems everything combined into this mass. Looks like I've harvested something incredible. Hearing this, Light could only admire Yu-Wu. It looks like you've awakened a new power, charging straight at the traps. You're a beast. As he spoke, before they could exchange another word, countless whistling sounds of spears flying through the air rang out in the distance. Facing this attack wave, without Yu-Wu or Light even moving, Dak Go-yeon and Rachel rushed in and swatted all the weapons aside. Having finished, Doc Goyon didn't forget to grumble. If you guys don't drop that careless habit, you're going to be in serious trouble sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Thanks, you two. That was a close one. Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon glanced at Light and smirked. You almost got seriously injured and you're still being careless. What did you say? Light grit his teeth. After they had cleared the traps, a teleportation circle appeared beneath them, signaling they had cleared this floor. Oh, looks like that was the final trap. Teleportation's starting again, Rutschel said worriedly, while these two were still bickering. What's with that attitude? Aren't you being a bit harsh on someone who just escaped death? The Night Light asked with wide eyes as he questioned Doc Goyon. She shot back. Well, who told you to let such a weak trap hit you? Appearing at just the right time to show off. You planned this from the start, didn't you? Light grit his teeth, and the only response he got was a faint smile. Are you really still asking that? Back to Yu Wu, witnessing their constant bickering, he didn't even bother intervening anymore. Haha, these two are funny. But regardless, we always jump in to save each other when there's danger, so there's no reason to fight. This proves our team is working well, right? Yu Wu thought to himself, before Doc Goyon shattered his illusion. Of course I waited for the critical moment, because once you owe me, I'm definitely collecting it back with interest, the swordswoman said triumphantly, leaving the group staring at her. Yu Wu hoped that feeling of closeness from earlier wasn't just an illusion. The scene shifts to the 4th floor. Currently, Yu Wu's group was in a space filled with ruined architecture. After looking around to check, Yu Wu said, "This place. The ceiling is lower here. At least we won't be attacked from the air like last time." Great, that's good news. He spoke while pointing behind him, and the Snake Eve in AK-47 mode understood and immediately opened fire, aiming at a spider not far away. However, upon being hit, the spider only let out a few panicked cries. The bullets themselves only created sparks against its body, causing Yu Wu's joy to vanish instantly. Beside him, the Night Light immediately recognized the monster and warned, "It's a tower spider. They are a unique type of monster that excels on any floor, regardless of high or low level." Seeing his attack fail, Yu Wu instinctively swallowed. They're completely unharmed. They even deflected Eve's attack. In response, Light stepped in front of Yu Wu and held out his hand to stop him from rushing in. Tower spider abilities are random regardless of the floor. It seems your weapon isn't strong enough, Yu Wu. We'll handle this room. Doc Goyon, looks like we'll have to count on you this time. Hearing this, the swordswoman knew it was no time for jokes and nodded. Understood. Back to Yu Wu, seeing that his weapon was useless. He clicked his tongue in annoyance. I didn't expect such a strong monster to appear already. He grit his teeth. Looking at his difficult expression, Doc Goyon sighed and held everyone back. All right, everyone stay back. Yu Wu, that means you too. Watch closely. This is what you wanted, an energy blast. Doc Goyon shouted, and immediately a surge of palm energy erupted from her hand, heading straight for the tower spiders ahead. And with just that one blow, she completely blasted them into the ground. Seeing this scene, the protagonist gave a crooked smile. Whoa, that really is an energy blast. Looks way stronger than Eve's bullets. Most of the spiders are down. Beside him, Doc Goyon glanced around to make sure none of them were left with any fight in them, and said, I'll leave the finishing blows to him. Haha. Is there any leader as merciful as me? She asked arrogantly. Facing this falling pie from the sky, Yu Wu had no reason to refuse. He immediately pulled his longsword from his inventory and instructed the two behind him. All right, Light, you cover the rear. Rutschel, watch the ceiling just in case. Got it. They both nodded. Back to Yu Wu. After being protected to the teeth by his teammates, the young leader calmly approached the crippled spiders to leech some experience. Interesting, Doc Goyon isn't even my leader. Back to Yu Wu. After being protected to the teeth by his teammates, the young leader calmly approached the crippled spiders to leech some experience. Interesting, Doc Goyon isn't even my leader. He thought he was about to leech that experience, but no. The moment he struck, the sound of metal clashing rang out through the silent space. Yu Wu's entire body began to tremble violently from the recoil of the blow. Ultimately, it was because hitting this spider with his sword was no different than striking a solid block of iron. No good, it's too hard, Yu Wu said, gritting his teeth. Below him, the tower spider seemed provoked by Yu Wu. Its eyes suddenly flared bright like headlights, and it lunged straight up into the air, looking to draw some of his blood. Seeing this, Yu Wu quickly took a long step back. Even so, there's always a way. With that, our protagonist gained some momentum and lunged forward, thrusting his sword with all his might straight through the spider's head. In the end, it was just stupid for exposing the soft parts of its body for Yu Wu to slash. You did it, Rutschel said happily, while Light let out a sigh of relief for Yu Wu. Phew, back to the protagonist. Although he successfully took down a tower spider, he wasn't happy at all. But if slashing is ineffective, then it's useless. I can't just keep stabbing and withdrawing against such large numbers. Phew, back to the protagonist. Although he successfully took down a tower spider, he wasn't happy at all. But if slashing is ineffective, then it's useless. I can't just keep stabbing and withdrawing against such large numbers. I have that ultimate thing I took from the previous room, yet I didn't even think of it. Now is the perfect time, he said, taking out the Sever concept orb with 20 accumulated points and attaching it to his longsword. This caused his sword to glow with a light like molten steel. To check its compatibility with my sword, huh? Just as he finished, a notification appeared before Yu Wu. Item evolved thanks to excellent compatibility. Executioner's Longsword. Sever 30, Magic Sword 30, Kill 19, Poison Blood 9, Melt 12. On the other side, after a short rest, the remaining crippled spiders had recovered from the impact of Dak Go-yeon's palm force. Sensing the killing intent coming from Yu Wu, they all rushed in to gang up on him. Seeing this, the protagonist confidently gripped his sword, slowly drawing it back to prepare a strike. Now let's try using this. With that, Yu Wu swung his sword forward with immense force, and with just one single blow, he easily sliced through the bodies of 3 tower spiders, the same ones he couldn't even scratch earlier. Behind him, Light's group was astonished, wondering what on earth Yu Wu had eaten to become so powerful. How did he suddenly? Light asked, bewildered. Meanwhile, Dak Go-yeon watched Yu Wu intently, as if trying to see exactly what trick the protagonist had used. Back to our protagonist. At this moment, his face showed a bit of surprise. Wait, even though the cut was very smooth, something feels off. It feels so awkward. It seems like I swung the sword much harder than necessary. Let's try again. This time I have to do it right, Yu Wu said, continuing to swing his sword at the spiders once more. As for Light and Rachel, seeing the spiders were still numerous, they proactively rushed in to help. There are too many of them, let us give you a hand. Right, Light nodded in agreement. As they rushed forward, Dak Go-yeon noticed something. He definitely did something to that sword just now. In that brief moment, he was able to blow away enemies he couldn't even cut before. How can someone have such intuitive and overwhelming ability? Additionally, he is developing skills without relying on innate abilities. Usually when a sword is enhanced or a stronger weapon is obtained, people swing it around randomly like idiots, but he doesn't even have that flaw. Although it won't be immediate, one day he will grasp the core essence of the slash. While there's no reason for me to intervene in that process, it would be such a waste to leave it as is. After overcoming the 3 disasters, I pride myself on being the greatest prodigy in the martial arts world. It would be such a waste to leave it as is. After overcoming the 3 disasters, I pride myself on being the greatest prodigy in the martial arts world. But now I'm watching a talent that makes my own past look pathetic. This won't do. This man really must belong to me, she thought, a very dangerous glint appearing in Dak Go-yeon's eyes. Meanwhile, our protagonist was still caught up in the heat of battle, completely unaware that he had fallen into her sights. But very quickly, our protagonist suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He even stopped his sword swing mid-motion and looked left and right. Hey, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Light asked. Oh, nothing. I just suddenly felt a shiver down my spine. I thought a high-level monster was about to appear, the young leader said, confused, not noticing that Dak Go-yeon's face behind him had gone completely dark. Then he turned to her and said, Hey, Dak Go-yeon, why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to keep firing your palm strikes? Huh, why should I? You're doing just fine on your own, she said irritably, to which Yu Wu gave a sly smile. Oh, is that so? Then I guess I don't need to give you any more drinks since I'm doing just fine on my own. What? Dak Go-yeon said, her eyes widening. Phew, it looks like we're finally done with this room, Light sighed with relief. Meanwhile, our protagonist started taking out 2 cans of soda to tease the swordswoman. I'll just have to share these with Light and Rachel then. You just want to keep all that soda for yourself, don't you? Dak Go-yeon said as she chased after him. Back to Light. Suddenly, he received some kind of notification. Huh, a message from the outside. At the same time, not just him, but Yu Wu and Dak Go-yeon also received a message. Even Rachel got one too. Seeing this, both of them temporarily stopped their joking and thought, a message from the outside, but why now? Did everyone get one? Scanning the message, Light's eyes showed a look of worry. The message is asking everyone to leave the tower. What? Why so sudden? This is a direct message from the principal too. That means it applies to the whole school. Right, I don't want to leave at all. This hasn't even counted as a warm-up for me yet. I haven't even had my soda. Unless there's a proper explanation, I won't accept this, Dak Go-yeon complained irritably. However, before she could say more, Rutschel up ahead immediately entered a combat stance and shouted, "It's here." Hearing this, the group startled and looked forward, discovering that at some point, several space gates had opened in front of them, and countless tower spiders were swarming out from within. Seeing this sight, they finally understood everything. Ah, so that's it. So this is why they told us to get out. Looking at the strange phenomenon appearing before him, Light remembered something and added, "This is what we heard about during the meeting, right?" "Seems so," Doc Go-Yon nodded. "Haha, no wonder the difficulty was so weird," Yu-Wu said with a laugh. Next, the swordswoman checked her identification necklace and shook her head. "The ID necklace isn't working anymore either. It seems we're completely trapped in this room." Turns out this is what the professor meant when she talked about the phenomenon where even students could die. Irregular space, Light said with a voice full of tension. As he spoke, a wave of tower spiders was pouring straight toward them. Flashing back to the meeting with Professor Yumina earlier, when she spoke about the case where even students would lose their lives. When freshmen climb the tower, there is a possibility of space pirates invading. Hearing this, Yu-Wu curiously turned and asked, "What are space pirates?" "I'll explain them later. The issue is that their abnormal invasion will cause an irregular phenomenon, an unpredictable occurrence. During normal explorations, you cannot die, but once an irregularity occurs, everything changes. All the rules inside the tower will be distorted, and safe zones will become dangerous. The number of cloned monsters will become uncontrollable, and the difficulty of the rooms will spike abnormally. You could call it hell mode. Additionally, a series of problems will happen all at once." Hearing her say this, the faces of all three had turned as purple as pig liver. Just imagining the prospect of falling into that situation was enough to scare them to death. Back to the beautiful professor. "As you can see, the tower does not guarantee absolute safety. So you must remember clearly, if you unfortunately get trapped in an irregular phenomenon, remember that it is a real dangerous situation." Back to reality. After grasping their situation, the group naturally didn't waste time fighting a seemingly endless wave of monsters. Immediately, Yu-Wu started his ride and carried Rutschel away, while the other two accelerated at full speed. Behind them, these spiders chased them closely, refusing to let go. "We don't know how long these spiders will keep appearing, so trying to hold out in a cramped space is too risky," Yu-Wu said, frowning. "Consider them infinite," Doc Go-Yon muttered. And just as the spiders began to spill out from within the corridor, Doc Go-Yon unleashed her palm force, firing a blast of internal energy that blew the spiders away. Along with that, our friend the Knight, Light, continuously swung his sword, sending out blades of sword chi that sliced through the spiders' bodies. While slashing, he shouted, "Doc Go-Yon, don't stop. Just take care of yourself first." Doc Go-Yon complained. Next, the two of them began a combined sword and palm attack to completely block the wave of monsters. However, Yu-Wu was a bit worried about their energy consumption. Doc Go-Yon has already killed dozens on the way here. Light is the same, their strength is being worn down, and Rutschel's hair has become even darker. She can't even speak anymore. If her hair completely transforms, will something terrible happen? These spiders are pretty tough. What should I do? Yu-Wu thought anxiously. Back to the swordswoman, Doc Go-Yon. During a brief moment of respite, she turned to the protagonist. The beast girl seems to have completely lost her mind. Who would have thought such a thing would happen? I can't hold on much longer either. If we don't get a break, it'll be very dangerous, Doc Go-Yon said, rotating her wrists as if firing so many palm strikes had made them ache. On the other side, without a second thought, Yu-Wu immediately pulled a can of soda out of his inventory and handed it to her. "Oh my, this?" Doc Go-Yon asked. "Just drink it." "I'll hold them back, you just rest and drink," the legend said with concern. At such a gallant remark, Doc Go-Yon's face blushed slightly as she took the can. "Haha, can you really do it?" She teased. "Of course I can. Watch closely, let's go." With that, Yu-Wu pulled a grenade out of nowhere, pulled the pin, and threw it right into the center of the spiders ahead. The grenade then created a violent explosion, sending the tower spiders' limbs flying everywhere. "What on earth? What kind of power is this?" Light shouted in shock. "How was that? Amazing, right? I put a lot of effort into making it." "Take a rest, Light," Yu-Wu said with a laugh as he started driving his flying motorcycle to rush in and leech experience. As he went, Yu-Wu also took the opportunity to absorb concepts from the spiders' bodies and thought to himself, "Rutschel still looks full of energy, but right now she's a bit unpredictable. More and more monsters are coming. How do we know how much time we have left? Letting Light and Doc Go-Yon rest is the best choice. In the meantime, I have to take down as many monsters as possible. I have to buy them time to recover," Yu-Wu told himself, before a notification screen appearing in front of him caught his attention. Executioner's longsword poison blood increased by 15. You have understood and realized a bit of the sever concept. Sever depth reached level 2. As soon as the notification appeared, the sword in Yu Wu's hand was suddenly covered in a red aura that looked incredibly eerie. The sword is turning red. Yu Wu frowned. Looking at the transforming sword in his hand, the protagonist had no time to study it. Although I don't know what concept poison blood is based on, I'll find out as soon as I try it. With that, Yu Wu gripped the sword and swung it powerfully, immediately slicing 2 spiders in front of him in half. Right after this strike, Yu Wu noticed the difference from before. Wait a second, the sword's trail is expanding. Thinking about the previous situation, if Sever helps strengthen the slash, then Poison Blood helps expand the range and attack distance by drawing my blood. Let's see, I can't use it too often. Every slash feels like I'm donating blood. It makes me crave chocolate. The young leader thought in fear of this backstabbing sword. Behind him, Light saw Yu Wu's sword transform again and asked, "Did you get something interesting again? What's with that sword, Chi?" Not answering the question. Yu Wu observed for a moment, then asked back, "Rachel, where is she?" Hearing that, the knight looked to one side and shook his head. "She's slaughtering the spiders over there. We shouldn't approach her right now." Hearing this, Yu Wu looked toward Rachel, where she was roaring like a wild beast and crushing any spider that dared get close to her. Seeing this, he sighed again and advised, "Don't join in yet, you two. Rest a bit more." "No need, Yu Wu. Thanks to you, I've rested enough. You should look around." "The spider swarm has decreased significantly," Light said gently, making Yu Wu look around in surprise. He realized the number of monsters had indeed dropped. "Now that you mention it, I noticed." Turning back to Doc Goyon, she also scanned the surroundings and said, "The momentum has died down completely. Usually when monsters stop attacking, it means the battle is coming to an end, or something even more powerful is about to appear." Light stroked his chin and spoke, and sure enough, very quickly, Rachel, who was fighting passionately on this side, also sensed something strange and stopped her movements. She turned to face one direction, where a space gate was slowly forming, and from within it, a massive spider crawled out. Looking at the building-sized body of the monster, Light said blankly, "It's too late." Beside him, the protagonist's eyes went wide, not understanding anything. What's going on? Didn't they say giant monsters like this only appear after the 50th floor? Beside him, the swordswoman complained at Yu Wu's innocence. "Aren't you tired of constantly whining about the abnormal situation? Hearing it so much makes my ears want to bleed." Then, as if the party's luck wasn't bad enough, the Night Light discovered something else and fearfully patted the protagonist's shoulder. Hey, Yu Wu, what is it, Light? Focus on the elite monster in front of us first," Yu Wu said hurriedly. Seeing this, Light spoke plainly, "Is it possible there's more than one elite monster in this room?" Hearing this, Yu Wu startled in fear and turned around. "What are you talking about?" And then, Yu Wu got his answer, as another supergiant spider came into view. By now, Yu Wu and Light's faces had turned purple like they were dying. "Oh crap! This is bad." 2 high-level monsters, one in front and one behind. Looking at the scene, Light's teeth were chattering with fear. "What do we do? Is there any similar case recorded in our school textbooks?" he asked fearfully, while the group was still trying to find a way to cope. As if sensing a fierce threat from the giant spider, Rachel gnashed her teeth and proactively lunged to attack, leaving Yu Wu and Light speechless. "Good grief, she's attacking without any control," Light complained. "But it's still better than nothing," Yu Wu replied, quickly coming up with a response plan. "Light, you watch over Rachel. We'll each take down one in the front and back. Doc Goyon and I will take the back. We'll try our best." "All right, I got it." With that, the knight gripped his sword and rushed to support the shy girl. Back to Yu Wu, facing this spider up close, he realized just how terrifying it was. "Man, I was so confident when I told us to split up, but what am I supposed to do now? Those spiders earlier could be handled with Sever and Poison Blood. But with one this big, I don't know if my current attacks will be effective." The more he thought, the less confident Yu Wu felt. Sensing his anxious look, the swordswoman took a step forward. "Didn't you say earlier it was you and Doc Goyon? Knowing you can't win, but still refusing to seek help from me. Is that pride or just stubbornness?" She whispered into Yu Wu's ear, making his face turn a bit red. "What?" Yu Wu said instinctively. "You like this kind, right? The taste is quite unique, but it's not bad. Now pay the price for that sweetness." "The price might be a bit high, but don't think of this as a debt," she said, slowly drawing the sword from her hip. This was the first time Yu Wu had seen her use a weapon. "Doc Goyon? A sword. She can fight barehanded. Why? Is she intentionally showing me something?" The young leader thought expectantly. And as if she possessed the ability to read minds, she immediately turned back to explain, "I just don't want to get my hands dirty. Don't think too much into it." Hearing her say this, our protagonist's face turned beet red. "Oh, sorry," the legend said softly. Her shy look made Doc Goyon chuckle. You're only missing one more thing. I'll show you just this once. And if it's you, just this one slash is enough to get the answer." At that thought, Doc Go-yeon's entire body began to pour out a fierce aura. She sternly warned the protagonist, "Hey, Ban Yu-woo, watch closely." As she spoke, she slowly drew her sword back, and the atmosphere around her became more serious than ever. But just then, Yu-woo suddenly heard a commotion from Light's position. "Hey, Rachel, you idiot, don't hunt me, go hunt the monsters," Light said with difficulty as he tried to use his sword to block the well-endowed girl. She had lost her mind and turned to attack her own teammate. While the two were struggling with each other, the giant spider in the back seized the opportunity and fired a massive web toward them both. In the struggle, only Rachel managed to react in time and jump to one side. Light was shot and pinned directly to the wall by the webs. Seeing this spider dog dare to interfere in her battle, Rachel growled at it threateningly. Witnessing the scene, the protagonist's head was drenched in cold sweat. "Oh man, what a mess." As he finished speaking, Doc Go-yeon's voice rang out. "Hey, Yu-woo, where are you looking? Focus on me." Hearing her, Yu-woo turned back. "I am looking, but that spider over there." "I told you it's fine, because now there's only one spider left over there," Doc Go-yeon said calmly. For as Yu-woo had turned around, she had simultaneously swung her sword to attack. And with just one single blow, she had sliced that spider dog in half before it could even react. Through Yu-woo's eyes, he clearly saw Doc Go-yeon's motion. That arm swung up from below, such a simple move. Just from that extremely simple motion, he could perceive death cleaving the world, he thought to himself, and then, because he witnessed that supreme skill, Yu-woo's head spun a bit as if overloaded with information. And at the same time, countless system notification screens popped up around him, the high-level skill being recognized instantly. Control over advanced path powers, the depth of 10,000 poison eyes, 10,000 ears, 10,000 divine sources increased by 5 points. He partially grasped a concept of martial arts that was immensely powerful and complex. The depth of soul severance was 390. The depth of martial way 97. The depth of swordsmanship 52. You observed the essence of the palm, depth 15. Back to Yu-woo, there was no time to pay attention to notifications. His head still hurt like it might split. Words couldn't describe it. Merely glancing at her martial art sent his stats skyrocketing. That power felt like breaking through an Ortima energy field. It must be an upgraded version of the deadly slash he'd seen before. Damn, how can someone channel such fierce intent into a sword? The concept of death, he discovered, was so vivid and clear it made him shiver. Thinking that, the protagonist trembled at the thought of facing that attack. And only when Doc Go-yeon saw him dazed after her slash did she call out, "Hey Ban Yu-woo, did you watch carefully or not? Don't expect a second showing." And as she spoke, she shoved her face close to his, making the general startle and step back. "Why are you dodging?" she asked. "You're always this close." Yu-woo awkwardly blurted, "Forget it." Then Doc Go-yeon casually tossed the core of the elite spider to the protagonist. "Huh, isn't this the core of the high-grade spider from earlier?" he exclaimed in surprise. And by his reckoning, this core's stats weren't shabby. Vitality 3, Body 11, Demon 12, Carapace 15, Webbing 10, Resistance 1. Seeing that, the protagonist hesitated whether he should keep it. Doc Go-yeon had been the one to defeat it. Was it okay to take it? He looked at the swordswoman with an indescribable gaze. As if sensing his mood, she smirked teasingly. "Hey, it's a reward, don't be shy, take it." Hearing that, the general quietly turned his face away in embarrassment. Then, while the two were being all lovey-dovey, the Night Light, stuck to the side and witnessing the PDA moment, couldn't stand it and yelled, "Hey, you two, stop the cuddling and come help me." Meanwhile, Rachel had gone crazy. Light looked over in panic. She'd literally pummeled the elite spider into paste. Looks like Light is completely useless after all. I'll be defeated in a second. Only one person can stop her in this situation. Who else but Doc Go-yeon? Yu-woo said as he looked at the strongest fighter in their team. But after seeing her stand with arms crossed like it wasn't her problem, the protagonist broke into a cold sweat. "Don't look at me like that. I've done my part in this battle," the swordswoman complained, but she herself couldn't beat Rachel, so Yu-woo earnestly tried to persuade her. "I know you don't like it, but this is an irregularity. If one of us dies, who knows what'll happen." No sooner had he finished than the elite spider's legs began to move again. It seemed it wasn't done for yet. "Of course, fine. I'll play with that little beast then," Doc Go-yeon said as she cracked her knuckles to get started, making Yu-woo beam. "Oh, that's more like it," he said happily, but Doc Go-yeon had a condition. "In return, you have to finish off what's under your feet. Come on, monster, don't stay up there forever, come down here," she added. And Doc Go-yeon casually fired a palm strike straight at the shy girl's face to grab her attention. "Wait a sec, Doc Go-yeon, down there." Before the protagonist could say more, Dak Go-yeon cut him off. "Let's have some real fun," she said, clearly provoking. Rachel ground her teeth and snarled like a wild animal, then lunged violently toward her. Rachel's landing hit with such force that the ground split into pieces instantly. But Dak Go-yeon easily dodged and taunted Rachel to lure her along. "Over here, you monster," Dak Go-yeon laughed. Rachel kept charging at her with zero thought, and after a missed stab, Dak Go-yeon easily grabbed Rachel's wrist, then swung and slammed her body hard into the ground. "Oh, come on, not there, I said over here. Haha, just blindly charging at the stronger one. Get up, you're still way too full of energy, aren't you, monster? I'll toy with you until you sober up a bit. Go ahead and run around," Dak Go-yeon teased, which only made Rachel crazier. Seeing this, Yoo-woo got goosebumps. Holy crap, it really looks like she's playing with it. Back to Dak Go-yeon. While restraining Rachel, she had a free hand to warn the protagonist, "Don't get careless, Ban Yoo-woo." Hearing that, Yoo-woo drew his sword and faced the elite spider. "I know what you're about to say, but isn't this mission a bit of a pushover, teacher?" he said awkwardly, because even if this elite spider was wounded by Rachel earlier, it's still a tough opponent for him. "If you watched my attack closely, you'll manage it," Dak Go-yeon said, giving him a confident look that made him grin foolishly. "Haha, on what basis are you even saying that?" No sooner had he finished whining than the spider launched its attack, whipping a leg straight at him and sending Yoo-woo flying back. "Hey, Yoo-woo, you okay?" Light asked worriedly. "What the hell, they just left and it immediately charges," he exclaimed, and Yoo-woo felt the spider seemed to be looking down on him. "It's barely limping, and it still thinks it can handle him." "All right, fine then. Let's see about that, Eve," Yoo-woo shouted, and immediately, magic circles formed around the spider, and chains shot out from them to tightly bind its legs. "Is he tying the spider's legs?" Light gasped at the sight. Meanwhile, Yoo-woo took advantage of the spider's restricted movement and dashed forward to attack. "I'll use Eve to immobilize it, then add a slash infused with venomous blood for a close-range strike." Meaning that right after, Yoo-woo swung his sword hard and sliced straight into the spider's face, causing a deep wound to appear in its eye, which screamed in pain instantly. "Take this," he said cheerfully. However, Light, stuck off to the side watching, frowned a little. "What now, Yoo-woo? This doesn't look good." In the distance, Dak Go-yeon, dodging attacks, muttered, "Too shallow. If you want to kill it, you have to cut off its head." "What are you doing, Yoo-woo?" Turning to the protagonist, he realized his attack, aside from just making the beast angrier, hadn't done much damage. The slash was too short. "Why, the venomous slash didn't activate properly. Thinking back, it's obvious. I never used two abilities in a row before." With that thought, the spider in front shoved down on its leg, snapping the chains into pieces, and then its leg slammed hard toward Yoo-woo. It caused a pretty big explosion. "Damn," the protagonist muttered inwardly. From afar, Light cried out in worry at the scene, while Dak Go-yeon's face went blank for a moment. Then, as the dust settled, Yoo-woo reappeared, and luckily, by some blessing, he managed to use his sword in time to block that attack. However, even though he blocked it, just from the direct impact, Yoo-woo felt his bones almost come apart. Panting, for a moment, I thought I couldn't withstand that blow. The moment it hit the blade, I changed the angle. If I'd taken that hit full on, the sword and my arm would have definitely snapped. But how did I sense that? Really, in that instant, a second stretched like an eternity. Could it be because I saw Dak Go-yeon's swordsmanship then? Yoo-woo thought to himself. Along with surviving that life-or-death moment, his power increased a bit. In resisting the enemy's attack, he realized and grasped the concept of the flow. The depth of flow rose by 5. Seeing this, Yoo-woo used his sword to brace himself and stand, and he could confirm his thought. "So that's it, that very slash affected me. Haha, amazing indeed." Yoo-woo didn't expect that he could awaken an aspect of martial arts. "Even I didn't know I had. Even if I can't replicate her swordsmanship exactly, I think I know what I need to do now." With that thought, a surge of combat spirit rose within Yoo-woo as he stood confidently before the elite spider. "All right, spider, let's try this again. Come on," he said, staring directly into its eyes with an incredibly serious expression. To answer that provocation, the elite spider used its 4 front legs to strike at him all at once. However, somehow, Yoo-woo swung his sword like a machine, parrying every single one of the giant's attacks. Witnessing the clash, Light, still trapped to the side, quickly deduced something. There's a concept called parry. It's the technique of blocking or diverting an opponent's attack. It can hinder the enemy's strike or avoid fatal injury. If done well, it even opens up an opportunity to counterattack. But that technique is purely tactical. In reality, it's not that simple. On a real battlefield, most people die before they can ever learn that technique, or they use a different fighting style. After all, you only have one life. Usually that would be the case, but Yu Wu, how is he performing that technique in a situation like this? Didn't he say he had never even touched a sword before? The more Light thought about it, the more curious he became about Yu Wu's growth speed. Back to the protagonist, he seemed to have split into three people, blocking the giant's attacks from all directions at once. While parrying, Yu Wu's eyes were fixed. He stared directly at his opponent, waiting for his chance. And the moment the spider swung its leg again, Yu Wu saw his opportunity arrive. Now's the time. For a frontal attack, block it. For one from the side, divert it. As he thought this, Yu Wu swung his sword to knock the leg coming at him to the side. At the same time, the spider swung another leg at him from a different angle. Facing this, Yu Wu placed the blade against his shoulder, letting the leg slide along the sword and off to the side. Having done that, Yu Wu breathed a sigh of relief. Good, little by little. It's becoming clearer now. Come a little closer. Back to the battle between Dak Go-yeon and Rachel. It was a one-sided fight in the truest sense, as the beast girl was being toyed with like a mouse by a cat, as if she had grown bored of the game. Dak Go-yeon casually tripped Rachel, sending her face first into the dirt. Ignoring the shy girl, Dak Go-yeon turned her attention to the protagonist's fight. Unbelievable. I imagined he might gain something from watching that slash, but he's showing me something I never expected. Ban Yu Wu. There's a type of martial art in the Central Plains that utilizes the essence of flow, but very few people study it. Diverting an opponent's strength is a technique that requires catching an opportunity in a split second, in just 100,000th of a second. Because the risk is so high and it requires so much effort. Most people look for easier techniques. For someone who has always pursued overwhelming martial arts like me, you've opened up a different perspective. I didn't expect something I once considered a trivial trick, not worth learning, to be so profound and look so cool. At that thought, the swordswoman's face flushed slightly before she was snapped out of it by Rachel's scream. Thanks, Beast, for pointing out my shameful behavior. Hey, let go of me, Light reminded them. Not responding to the request, Dak Go-yeon gave Rachel a painful flick on the head and focused her thoughts. But just diverting it isn't enough to end the fight. To win, one must look at the bigger picture. If it's come to this, show me, Yu Wu. If you've mastered the flow skill to divert an opponent's strength, then naturally you can use that strength to counterattack. Back to Yu Wu, just as Dak Go-yeon said, the protagonist understood this perfectly. So he remained focused, searching for his opening. Then, the moment the elite spider stabbed its leg toward Yu Wu again, he proactively lunged to intercept the blow. Now use the enemy's piercing power. Rotate, combine the two, severing skills. As he thought this, Yu Wu moved his sword to the side to parry the spider's leg, while simultaneously using its momentum to perform a spin, increasing his own slashing force. On top of that, he combined the two attributes of blood venom and sever into the strike, and swung his sword directly at the spider's face. A massive gash immediately appeared on its face, causing the spider to shriek as if its house were on fire. Behind them, Dak Go-yeon saw this and clenched her fist in excitement. That's it. That's how you do it. Well done, she cheered in her heart. Back to Yu Wu. Seeing the spider had officially collapsed, he sat on the ground panting with exhaustion, and to reward his efforts, the system issued a notification. Temporarily synthesizing the origin of concepts is the way to create more powerful concepts. Concept depth for poison, air, and language increased by 5 points. Looking at these notifications, Yu Wu couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Oh, I did it. It increased that much, he asked himself. However, before he could check his status, Light and Dak Go-yeon both called out for help. Hey, Yu Wu, help me deal with this, will you? Light said, still hopelessly stuck in the spider's silk, while Rachel was still frantically attacking Dak Go-yeon. And this thing too, Dak Go-yeon reminded him. Back to Yu Wu hearing this, he could only give a wry smile. Everyone, asking me for everything just because I beat one elite monster. Light, you're an all-around genius, aren't you? To this, Light's eyes welled with tears. I'm sorry, I'm just stuck and I can't use magic. To those words, even Dak Go-yeon had to nod in agreement. This monster has incredible durability and strength. I wish I were stuck like that idiot, the swordswoman sighed, and her words made Yu Wu's eyes snap open as an idea struck him. That sounds interesting, he muttered. Then the protagonist quickly set his idea into motion, analyzing the concept of the spider silk wrapping around Light, feeding it to Eve. I just need a monster-catching net. As he spoke, he absorbed the concept from the silk and fed it to the little snake Eve. You have obtained the spiderweb concept. Eve's concept depth is 25, which is greater than the level 16 spiderweb. After absorbing the concept, Eve's body transformed into a cage of chains. Next, Yu Wu threw the chain net straight at Rachel. It caught her by surprise, giving her no time to react, and she was tightly bound by the chains. The more Rachel struggled, the tighter they gripped her. Seeing this scene, Yu-Wu gave a triumphant laugh. "Ha, go ahead and struggle all you want, Rachel. It's even sturdier than that. It can even drain all of your mana. The more you struggle, the tighter it will wrap around you," Yu-Wu said with a smile, just before the chains began to coil around Rachel's body in an incredibly strange manner, causing the faces of both Light and Yu-Wu to turn bright red as they watched. Then the Night Light quickly placed both hands over Yu-Wu's eyes and warned, "You shouldn't be looking at this." In response, Yu-Wu felt a bit annoyed and grumbled through gritted teeth. "Well, what about you then?" "I'm fine," Light replied awkwardly. Meanwhile, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon, seeing that things had stabilized, scanned the surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. "Phew, luckily this room hasn't transformed yet. Those chains seem quite useful." At the same time, Yu-Wu's necklace began to emit warning beeps, making him feel the urgency as he reminded the group, "My certification card is going off again. Let's get out of here fast." Hearing this, Dak Go-yeon nodded in agreement. "Right, let's leave." Just as they were about to move, a red energy orb suddenly appeared behind them, and from within the orb, an unfamiliar voice rang out, "You children who have passed the test." In front, Yu-Wu's group was startled into a state of high alert upon hearing the voice. Then the protagonist turned his gaze toward the source of the sound and questioned, "Who's speaking?" The energy orb slowly transformed, taking the shape of a woman. She reached out toward the group and made an offer. "I shall bestow a reward upon you right now. I will give you the chance to form a contract with the supervisor of the Myriad Eyes." Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the outside of the tower. Professor Yumina was still waiting anxiously for her students, because the youngsters had not yet emerged from the tower. However, she wasn't left to worry for long, as Yu-Wu's group was soon teleported outside through a teleportation circle. "Phew, is anyone hurt?" Yu-Wu asked. "Where are we?" Light asked curiously. "This is where we were when we first entered," Dak Go-yeon answered. Back to Professor Yumina. Seeing her students return, she ran over to check on them with a face full of worry. "Are you guys okay? Any injuries or lingering effects?" Seeing the look on her face as if she were about to cry, Yu-Wu gave her a smile to reassure her. "We're fine, Professor. We're all okay. Please calm down." Hearing his words, the professor's small heart still couldn't return to its normal rhythm. "Even though the emergency evacuation notice malfunctioned, I was so worried because I didn't see anyone coming out. I'm just so glad you're safe." "So what happened in there? Can you tell me?" The professor's question made the group startle. Then Yu-Wu scratched his head and said hesitantly, About that. Let's go sit inside first." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a vacant, secluded area. Only then did our protagonist have the time to ask in detail about the incident in the tower. "So what exactly happened here?" "We were pulled into a very strange place shortly after the fourth room transformed after we entered. While we were in there, what on earth was happening out here?" In response to Yu-Wu's question, the professor's face turned sad as she replied, "Actually, a student was murdered by an intruder from the outside. The academy is trying to handle it, but that student's teammates are suffering greatly. That was likely the cause of the abnormal phenomena earlier. We've mentioned those intruders before, haven't we?" On the other side, Yumina's previous warnings flashed through his mind. Space pirates target freshmen, murdering them to steal their certification cards. They cannot respawn and are imprisoned there forever. At this thought, a drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's face as he asked tentatively, "So, have we found the intruder yet?" To this question, Yumina could only shake her head. "They escaped. The students there couldn't stop them." Hearing the professor's words, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon, listening from the side, spoke her deduction. "It seems this test was rigged. Even if they aren't students of this place, there are always those tired of living who want to climb the Tower of Babel. To them, the freshmen who just entered the tower are fat targets. They murder freshmen who passed the entrance exam to sabotage the Tower Climbing Academy's reputation. They infiltrate the academy using stolen certification cards. Then, from the academy's perspective, confronting intruders is a mandatory test, placing a massive responsibility on their shoulders, isn't that right?" As she spoke, Dak Go-yeon looked at Yumina with a somewhat teasing gaze, and her words seemed to be completely accurate, so Yumina couldn't argue back at all. Back to Dak Go-yeon. Looking at Yumina's confused face as she struggled to explain, she let out a sigh and said sarcastically, "Honestly, this place is quite something, isn't it? Intruders blatantly break into the tower, which is on academy territory, and the academy can't even stop them from slaughtering its own students, making the title of the best academy in the multiverse quite questionable." Behind her, Yu-Wu's group fell silent after hearing this, as if they were deep in thought. Only the female Professor Yumina couldn't agree with this viewpoint. You've misunderstood something, Doc Goyon. Protecting students is the Academy's responsibility. But once they enter the tower, they must rely on themselves. Furthermore, the fact that the tower allows intruders in is unchangeable. That is because it is the tower's will. As she said this, Yumina lowered her head slightly, as if she didn't dare face the students in front of her, and the swordswoman gnashed her teeth in frustration after hearing this. The tower's will, huh? If that's the case, then I don't need to be here anymore. With that, she used her necklace to teleport away somewhere before Yumina could stop her. Standing nearby, the protagonist spoke up to explain, "Please understand her, Professor. Terrible things happened inside the tower." Turning back to Yumina, she only now realized that since their return, Yu Wu's group had been in a strange mood, so she asked, "Tell me, Yu Wu, what exactly happened in there?" To her question, the protagonist remained silent for a moment, but then he told her everything. "Just before we returned, we encountered the Watcher of the Stars." As soon as the answer was given, Professor Yumina's face turned frantic. All-powerful protectors or observers, they absorb countless dimensions, and when they find someone they like, they form a contract through that person. They are transcendent beings with great influence over that dimension. They bestow power, mighty magic, transcendent skills, artifacts, and more to make others obey them. But in return, they demand quite a lot. But even so, some still refuse those things. Yet, if you think about it, in a world where power is of immense value, there's truly nothing more profitable than what they grant. The Watchers of the Stars are indeed very attractive partners. Back to Professor Yumina. After taking a few seconds to calm down, she asked curiously, "A Watcher of the Stars was in this world?" In response, Yu Wu nodded with a very certain face. "Yes, the supervisor of all beings told me so in a very strange tone. That entity promised me power in exchange for fulfilling its requests." At this part, the protagonist's face showed some confusion, but the female professor didn't seem to notice. Instead, she began looking at Yu Wu with a radiant face and congratulated him. "That's wonderful. Being offered a contract by a star protector in your first few days of entering the tower is an event recorded for the first time in this academy. Just having a contract with a Star Watcher entity this early means your talent has already been recognized," she said enthusiastically, not noticing that as she spoke, the faces of Light and Rutschel seemed to grow darker. Meanwhile, the protagonist found it a bit hard to believe he was being evaluated so highly. Is that really true?" he asked, and the professor nodded vigorously. "Would I lie to you?" Back to Yu Wu, being evaluated so highly didn't make him overly happy. Instead, he asked his professor with some confusion, "Professor, how does the Academy react to contractors and those Watchers of the Stars?" Hearing his question, Yumina was curious at first. But then she answered immediately. "Naturally, they remain neutral, but if such an opportunity truly arises, they would certainly encourage you to seize it." "I see, so the Academy encourages them to accept the contract," Yu Wu replied. To help the protagonist understand better, Professor Yumina added, "That's right. Among the dimensions, the tower is where the Watchers of the Stars focus most of their attention. No one is better suited to climb the tower than one who has a contract with the stars." Back to the protagonist's thoughts. The more he heard, the greater the suspicion in his heart became. It's unbelievable that a place like the Academy has no defense against an intruder like that. Sure, they are friendly and not harmful, but there's so little information on them that one can't be this certain. "It's truly puzzling," he said to himself before being snapped back by Yumina's question. "So, Yu Wu, what exactly did the supervisor of all beings ask of you?" she asked enthusiastically with a very curious face. And the response to her words was an answer she didn't want to hear at all. As he spoke, Yu Wu's face began to change. "Well, that entity asked me to assassinate. That entity promised to form contracts with two of us if one of us murdered the others first. That is what the Watcher of the Stars requested." Time flashed back to the moment the Watcher of the Stars made the request to the group. "Only those who carry in their blood a thirst for power are worthy of offering me songs and praises. You children with incredible potential, cut the throats of your comrades and offer them to me, and I shall let you be my most trusted attendants until you reach the top of this tower and receive what you desire. My love will never leave you. Now do it." As she spoke, the red female figure reached her hand out toward the group, as if inviting them to slaughter one another. And naturally, Yu Wu felt this request was utterly ridiculous. What is this nonsense? Demanding the murder of friends just to gain power. Who could actually do that? Do you think I'd follow such a thing? Right. Isn't that right? He thought as he turned to look at Doc Goyon with a slightly uncertain gaze. If Doc Goyon truly went wild, no one in the group could stop her. And sure enough, she did not disappoint him. Faced with this request, Dak Goyon stepped forward and glared at the Watcher of the Stars. "Leave me alone," she said coldly and unleashed her power. Back to reality. After hearing the story, the professor felt frantic on behalf of the group. She knew things wouldn't be as simple as the protagonist described in a few words. "So that's what happened. She must have unleashed all her energy, huh?" Yumina said with a sigh. Yu-Wu nodded. "Yes, she forced the Watcher of the Stars to back away. But treating our lives like toys is truly horrifying." At this point, Yu-Wu paused for a moment and then asked, "So does this mean we can't enter the tower for the rest of the week?" "It seems it's too dangerous. They will monitor the tower for the rest of next week to prevent any intrusions," Yumina replied. This made Yu-Wu start recalculating his plans, as he needed to increase his power to fight that stone man. The match against Erecto was set for Tuesday, and not being able to climb the tower was a distinct disadvantage. "How am I going to train for the rest of the time?" Yu-Wu lamented to himself before remembering something, and turned to ask his professor, "Professor, I plan to report what happened in the tower along with the recordings we have. Is that okay?" To his words, the professor pondered for a few seconds and then nodded. "It's fine, but if possible, I'd really like to hear the report while having a meal with you all. But it seems that won't be possible, will it?" As she spoke, she turned to look at Rachel sitting lonely to the side. Given their mood, Yu-Wu could only shake his head. "Yes, everyone seems a bit exhausted, both mentally and physically." Turning back to Professor Yumina, regarding what her students had gone through, she could only offer some words of comfort. "I understand, Yu-Wu Light Rachel. You've done very well. I'll make sure nothing similar happens again starting next week. I hope none of you have too biased a view of the academy. For today, just get some good rest." Hearing her words, Light's mood improved slightly as he turned to reply. "Yes, I'll take my leave then. Have a good weekend, Professor." With that, Light and Rachel used their pendants to teleport away. Just as Yu-Wu was about to do the same, Yumina suddenly called him back. "Wait a moment, Yu-Wu. I have a question. I'll get straight to the point. That supervisor of all beings didn't just promise to form a contract with 2 of the 4 of you. It specifically designated you and Dak Goyon, didn't it?" Her accurate deduction left Yu-Wu's face blank. Then, "You two can certainly reach the top of the tower together." "Yes, definitely, but only if you get rid of these burdens," she had said, pointing toward Light and Rachel, who were standing nearby in a state of alert. Hearing her say that, the faces of those two had turned frozen. Ignoring that, the supervisor of all beings continued. "Now, my dear children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise you two will climb the tower side by side. You will be left with only the most refined and concentrated potential to defeat everything. Receive the power I have. It is what this world revolves around. Now, my dear children, go deal with those burdens, and I promise you two will climb the tower side by side. You will be left with only the most refined and concentrated potential to defeat everything. Receive the power I have. It is what this world revolves around." Seeing his roommate state, Yu-Wu spoke up casually. "That was quite impressive, wasn't it? Even Rachel can't seem to cheer up. Can you really be comfortable sitting like that? It looks quite uncomfortable." As he spoke, Yu-Wu loosened his tie. Meanwhile, Light turned to look at him and said in a somewhat distant voice, "Yu-Wu, are you mocking me because I'm not sitting normally?" Hearing that, Yu-Wu quickly turned back to explain. "What? I wasn't thinking that at all." Behind him, Light seemed to realize he had been a bit out of line, so he lowered his head and said, "Sorry. Actually, I want to dig a hole and bury myself. Feel free to insult me. I deserve it." "I didn't mean it that way," Yu-Wu said, confused. But for some reason, his words made Light laugh mockingly. "Honestly, am I not even worth the effort of your insults?" On this side, the more Yu-Wu heard, the more he felt his friend's mind had gone a bit haywire. Why is he reacting like this? He's usually such an arrogant person, Yu-Wu wondered to himself. Then suddenly Light said in a cold tone, "Hey, Yu-Wu, to be honest, I kind of hate you." In response to this, Yu-Wu didn't bother giving him a good look and admitted, "Haha, so what? I hate you too. Finally, we have something in common." That's what Yu-Wu was thinking in his heart, but he didn't dare say it out loud. "I really want to say that, but I have to endure, I have to bear it, because calling a fool is just impolite." At the thought, Yu-Wu clenched his fist in anger. Then, after a few seconds of trying to calm himself, the protagonist sat down on a chair to listen to the other. "Hey, Light, if you have something to say, just say it. Even if you complain, it's fine. I'll listen to all of it." As he spoke, he stared intently at the night. Only upon hearing these words from the protagonist did Light begin to open his heart and share his story. "Me too. In my world, I was one of the greatest geniuses. That's not an exaggeration. My family, my subordinates, everyone admired and praised my talent. They entrusted the holy sword to me, and not because of flattery. Because of the faith everyone placed in me, I was able to form a contract with the Holy Sword and come to this academy with everyone's expectations. But what is this? What on earth am I doing? Why did he treat me like a useless burden? As he said this, Light's mental state seemed a bit unstable, making Yu-Wu hurriedly speak up to comfort him. Hey, Light, those words from those sacred artifacts or whatever. You don't need to pay them any mind. Before Yu-Wu could finish, Light interrupted. Whether it's a sacred artifact or not, you calling them whatever is because you are the chosen one. But I'm different. In the end, I'm just an outsider to the two who were chosen. First of all, they are divine beings, transcendent beings, mighty and far more knowledgeable than humans. With an offer like that, how could you and Doc Goyon refuse so easily? Light questioned Yu-Wu loudly, causing him to fall silent for a few seconds. Then he slowly explained to Light, because it's clearly meaningless, that kind of proposal. There are many ways to become strong without anyone having to die. Both you and I, none of us came here to listen to that kind of thing, right? Yu-Wu asked. However, these words didn't seem enough to sway the knight. He curled up and shook his head. You say that because you're a superior genius. Actually, if that were what was necessary to be chosen, I might have hesitated and sacrificed all of you. I probably couldn't have refused as resolutely as you and Doc Goyon. I would have made that choice. The truth is, I feel very resentful, very afraid, and I can't forgive myself. As he said this, the look on Light's face became quite indescribable. Time passed quickly. It's unknown how the two ended their conversation. But currently, Yu-Wu had finished bathing and let out a sigh as he turned to look at Light lying on the bed. And as if sensing the protagonist's gaze, Light spoke up. Yu-Wu, I'm sorry for whining earlier. It wasn't your fault, yet I acted out of jealousy. I told some unpleasant stories. I'm truly sorry, Light said with a voice full of regret. Seeing him able to say this, Yu-Wu gave a light smile, brushed aside everything from earlier and smiled. We're friends, aren't we? I'm ready to listen anytime. I'm going out for a bit. If you want some chocolate, drink this. Usually, unpleasant things fade away after eating something sweet. With that, Yu-Wu placed a cup of hot chocolate on the table, and from the bed, Light softly replied, Thank you. Back to Yu-Wu, after closing the door. And walking out into the hallway, he thought to himself, He's completely changed since we first met, hasn't he? I'll have to be more careful with my words next time, Yu-Wu reminded himself. At the same time, the swordswoman Doc Goyon, walking down the hall, spotted him and ran over enthusiastically. Oh, you're back. At least we don't have to go inside. Thank goodness. Hearing Doc Goyon's voice, Yu-Wu suddenly became panicked and shouted, Why are you here? This is the boys' dormitory, the legend said, his eyes wide. Seeing this, Doc Goyon quickly raised a hand to signal him to shut his mouth. SHH. If no one sees, it's not a fault. Didn't you know that? With that, Doc Goyon gave a very playful smile, and before Yu-Wu could complain any further, she grabbed his sleeve and pulled him away. The scene shifted to a wooden bench outside. As they sat there, Yu-Wu shrugged and said, So you came here because the sub-cafeteria was too crowded? Not answering his question, Doc Goyon began asking about Light's situation. I was curious, so I came. So how is the burden? Is he okay? In response to her question, the protagonist's voice carried a hint of a complaint. Honestly, what do you mean by burden? Why do you keep saying that? Hearing this, Doc Goyon cleared her throat. Isn't it true? He only knows how to use brute force like an idiot. A pitiful, talentless guy who can't even adapt, right? Light isn't talentless. He's very proficient in swordsmanship and has many other abilities, Yu-Wu explained on behalf of his roommate. However, Doc Goyon had long seen through the nature of the knight's power. The issue is that all of that is thanks to the sword. You know it too. The strong body, the sharp combat intuition, the special abilities, it's all because of that sword. Without it, he's nothing more than a useless fool. He can't even grasp a situation. He gets incredibly anxious at crucial moments. He lets himself get caught and becomes a clueless idiot, a simpleton. As the swordswoman listed off Light's weaknesses one by one, Yu-Wu could only rub his forehead in a headache and stop her. All right, I get it. Stop. If I sit here listening to you, I'll never hear the end of it. Hearing this, Doc Goyon temporarily stopped listing weaknesses, and her voice became significantly more serious. In a situation this grave, if he were to lose all his courage and spirit, everything would be over, and there would be no need for us to travel together anymore. Even without that, the monster was already very weak, so if that idiot remains silent, it truly is. Saying this, Doc Goyon stopped talking, but it was enough for Yu-Wu to understand the meaning behind her words. However, he was curious whether Doc Goyon wanted to insult Light or was actually worried about him. Thinking of this, he suddenly turned to ask Doc Goyon, So what about you? You acted very strangely when we encountered the deity. You were irritable in front of the professor too. Are you okay? Yu Wu's voice carried a hint of concern. This caused the swordswoman's face to flush bright red, and her mental state became a bit flustered. Are you worried about me? Why don't you just use your ability to check? Doc Goyon stammered, while Yu Wu could only look up at the sky and let out a long sigh. Sigh. I can tell without using my ability. It's written clearly all over your face. I just wanted to ask if you were okay, he said while taking a cup of hot chocolate from his inventory and handing it to Doc Goyon. Back in the swordswoman's line of thought, she reached out slightly to take the cup from Yu Wu. She felt a bit of inner amusement. I see. He's trying to comfort me, isn't he? After thinking this, she tasted the hot chocolate and nodded in praise. It's sweeter than I expected. What are you talking about? Hot chocolate is supposed to be sweet, Yu Wu replied naturally. It seemed Doc Goyon's mood had improved, and she began to share. Thanks for worrying about me, but it's not that serious. I was just irritated at the time. Hearing this, Yu Wu cast a curious glance at her and asked, What made you so angry? Well, honestly, I'm not sure. Do you think that I, the observer with 10,000 eyes, and that thing share the same thoughts? That's what you were thinking, wasn't it? She said this so abruptly that Yu Wu instinctively exclaimed. What? Beside him, Doc Goyon continued to explain. In essence, it's the same. If those two aren't helpful, I was thinking about eliminating them. Back to Yu Wu, the more he heard, the more he felt the conversation was heading in the wrong direction, so he hurriedly asked, What? What nonsense are you talking about? In response, Doc Goyon's face grew even colder. That's why I felt irritated. If I were more decisive, I once thought about only bringing those with actual capability along with me. If I were truly determined, even if I didn't kill them directly, perhaps I could have killed them indirectly through my indifference. I suppose I felt angry at myself for agreeing with such a method, Doc Goyon said bitterly. Meanwhile, our protagonist just quietly took a small sip of his chocolate. Then he asked, Is that so? Exactly, Doc Goyon replied calmly. Does that mean you're an idiot? Yu Wu's voice was slightly teasing, making the swordswoman's face turn red again. She then irritably turned away. I shared my innermost thoughts, and this is the reaction I get. She muttered angrily to herself before turning back to ask, Do you really think those two have talent? In response, Yu Wu gave Rachel an incredibly confident look. Yes. No matter how wonderful a creation is, if they weren't talented, they wouldn't have made it this far. Light is someone with a natural gift for the sword. However, he tends to rely too much on the holy sword. He has trouble keeping up with variables in a fight. It's the same for Rachel. She possesses extraordinary physical ability and potential. It's just that they're being hindered by her inner self. It won't be easy, but if they can complement each other and fix their lingering issues, their talent will far exceed what you and I can imagine, Yu Wu said with a smile, offering his assessment. These words from the protagonist made the white-haired girl fall into a slight pensive silence. Then, even though she didn't fully trust the other two yet, she decided to put her faith in Yu Wu. Fine, I believe you. If they train hard, sooner or later, the results will speak for themselves. Hearing this from Doc Goyon, Yu Wu's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, so you're ready to help now. Well, like you said, if they overcome the hardships and grow, I'll admit you were right. But if the result isn't what I expect, you'll be the one taking responsibility, she said while turning to look at Yu Wu. This caused his expression to become a bit flustered, but before the protagonist could refuse, Doc Goyon continued. That's because you made me set aside my judgment and spend time on those idiots. Make sure you think carefully about that. I'll see you tomorrow morning, and make sure to bring those two brats with you. After saying this, Doc Goyon left immediately. This left Yu Wu without a chance to say a single word before she had completely vanished. Time passed quickly until the next morning, shifting the scene to the training session. Currently, Light and Doc Goyon were sparring barehanded. Each of their strikes created the sound of rushing wind echoing in all directions. And the result, of course, was Light being overwhelmed. His punches couldn't even reach Doc Goyon, while she, with just a single fist, could easily send the knight flying toward Yu Wu. Hey, Yu Wu, Light said weakly, as if wanting to give his final will. Hearing this, Yu Wu rushed over. What? I'm here, I'm right here. In response, Light made a face full of resentment and grumbled. You said you were going to teach me something, so I followed you, but why am I the only one getting beaten up? Because of this, Yu Wu stammered, unable to find the words to explain. But before he could find an excuse, Doc Goyon walked over, stamped her foot hard on the ground, and shouted, How stupid. This is physical conditioning. Applying it this way is perfectly normal. You aren't the type who can just follow along after seeing it once like Yu Wu. So stop complaining and get back up. Back to Light, his whole body was trembling as he reached his hand toward his sword. My sword? Give me my sword. No, until you learn how to fight without it, you won't get it back. That's how it is inside the tower, Doc Goyon refused bluntly. Her words made the knight's eyes turn white with frustration. But I'm a swordsman. Taking a sword away from a swordsman, how does that make any sense? In response, Dak Goyon gave him a look like she was staring at an idiot. If you lose your sword, is that just how you're going to die? No, I wouldn't lose it, Light argued. His evasiveness made Dak Goyon a bit furious. Then do you want to take your sword back and fight me? I guarantee you'll lose it within 3 seconds. Dak Goyon's forceful assertion left Light unable to argue back. He could only mutter despairingly to himself, but without the sword back to you Wu. To encourage Light, he had to say something useful. Light, this is a training course for your growth, which Dak Goyon and I agreed upon. Trust us this time and practice without the sword. This is all for your sake. From Light's perspective, he seemed to sense the sincerity in Yu Wu's words and slowly regained his determination. If Yu Wu has a plan in mind, it must mean something. I understand. I'll trust you and try this time. Great, let's start again, the knight said enthusiastically. But before he could finish his sentence, Dak Goyon lunged in and delivered a high spinning kick, sending Light flying back like a torn sack of grain. Repeated block from prompt. But before he could finish his sentence, Dak Goyon lunged in and delivered a high spinning kick, sending Light flying back like a torn sack of grain. Aren't you going to block? Don't just rely on your eyes to attack. Feel them with all your senses. How long are you going to let yourself be hit? If you understand, then focus. Is your combat instinct really that bad without the holy sword? Dak Goyon said while launching a flurry of attacks as fast as a storm, leaving Light with no choice but to raise his arms in defense. Beside them, Yu Wu realized the problem through his all-seeing eye. The words Dak Goyon spoke were absolutely correct. Currently, Light's stats were gradually decreasing over time. Normally, he was a monster who could easily handle someone like Erecto. But for some reason, he was now starting to fight without a sword. His capabilities could improve drastically. If this change was caused by the sword, then his situation is even worse than I thought. Thinking of this, Yu Wu's eyebrows knit tightly together. Meanwhile, Dak Goyon's scolding hadn't stopped at all. She delivered strikes as heavy as sledgehammers while constantly shouting, "You're getting weaker. Is your true self a holy sword? Are you the sword?" "I am not." Light shouted. "What do you mean, you're completely useless without the sword?" Dak Goyon questioned him back. "That's not true," Light said through grit teeth. "If you truly think so, then stop looking for a sword that isn't even in your hand. Go and face me." Dak Goyon shouted with wide eyes, and these words seemed to awaken something inside Light. At that moment, his entire body suddenly began to emit a glow of light. Next, Light let out a loud shout and launched a punch with lightning speed aimed straight ahead, making even Dak Goyon startle in surprise. She immediately tilted her head to the side to dodge. The punch from Light was so powerful it created a strong gust of wind that blew everything behind her away. However, what surprised everyone more was Light's current appearance. He had completely turned into a woman with long, silky hair and a massive chest. This new form left Yu Wu and Rachel, who were observing from the side, completely stunned. Turning to the swordswoman Dak Goyon, looking at Light's brand new appearance, she looked thoughtful and was about to say something, when Light's body underwent another transformation. At that moment, the beams of light covering her body were suddenly sucked into a cross-shaped mark in the center of her chest. This caused Light to kneel on the ground in pain. At the same time, Yu Wu saw this and hurriedly ran over to check on her. However, Dak Goyon held out her hand to stop him. "Don't worry, he's fine. It's just that this isn't something easily handled." Dak Goyon's eyes narrowed slightly as she said this. Light's appearance returned to normal. Then Dak Goyon coldly asked Light about it. "Light, you know what the problem is, don't you?" In response, the knight's face filled with sadness, and he nodded in admission. "Yeah, Yu Wu, and you are right. I didn't think I could continue like this either. Fight me again." Opposite him, Dak Goyon spoke up. "First of all, I'm sorry for misjudging you." Hearing that, Light scratched his head a bit awkwardly. "No, you don't need to apologize. I'm the one who was helped." Light's voice was slightly cheerful. However, that joy didn't last more than 3 seconds before Dak Goyon's next words completely shattered it. "I thought you were just an idiot who didn't know anything, but it turns out you're an idiot carrying a bomb on your back. I hope that bomb doesn't explode inside the tower." Having said that, she let out a weary sigh. Light could only wail, "I really don't like you." Turning to Rachel, seeing Light and Dak Goyon like that, Rachel felt a bit of competitive spirit and made a suggestion to the protagonist. "Yu Wu," she said, gently tugging on his sleeve. However, at this moment, our Yu Wu couldn't hear her at all because he was still focused on Light, because he had discovered something incredibly strange. What was that just now? Holy Spirit, demonic spirit. How can such opposites coexist within one body? It seems that's the cause of the outbreak. Does Light know about this? All right, I'll talk to him after we get back to the dorm, Yu Wu thought to himself. Then he turned to answer Rachel. Oh, sorry, Rachel. You've been calling me for a while, haven't you? I was lost in thought. Oh, it's okay. More importantly, if it's all right, let's spar too, Rachel suggested awkwardly. However, when Yu Wu thought about her frenzied state, he was a bit intimidated and stammered. Is that okay? Opposite him, the pink-haired girl guessed what he was thinking. So she hurried to answer, I mean, it's not okay, but Yu Wu has a way to restrain me. So I want to control my power. I want to be helpful too. Her voice was full of pleading. This made it impossible for Yu Wu to refuse. All right, he nodded. He started walking toward the weapon rack nearby. While walking, he thought, Rachel is unusually proactive today. Was yesterday's event that shocking? With that thought, he casually tossed a wooden sword to his friend and explained, we need to set our own pace. We don't need to be loud like them. Right, let's slowly increase the intensity. I understand, Rachel nodded. Hearing that, the protagonist raised his sword. All right, let's begin. Yeah, I'll do my best too, Rachel replied. At that exact moment, Yu Wu suddenly realized something. Wait a minute. Come to think of it, isn't this my dream school life? The youth I imagined wasn't a chaotic battle, with meaningless, gritting teeth strikes. It's about a man and woman encouraging each other and hunting their skills together. This is it? Ha. I'm so lucky. Thanks to Rachel, my dream has come true, the protagonist thought happily, to the point where the tip of his nose turned slightly pink. Opposite him, Rachel looked a bit worried and said, then I'll begin. All right, come at me, Yu Wu said softly. As soon as he said those words, the pink-haired girl's demeanor completely changed, shifting into her frenzied state. This made the protagonist's face turn purple with fear. Just 5 minutes later, Yu Wu had to order the little snake Eve to quickly turn into a chain to restrain her. Eve, hold her tight. No matter what happens, don't let go, Yu Wu said in a panic. Very quickly, because the chain was draining the mana from Rachel's body, her consciousness slowly returned. You're back, Yu Wu said, his eyes welling with tears. Looking at his current state, Rachel realized things hadn't gone very smoothly, so she covered her mouth and asked, Yu Wu, are you okay? Are you hurt? How many times has this happened? In response, the protagonist's soul seemed to have nearly left his body. I forgot to count, but probably over 10 times. It's okay, my limbs are still intact. Back to Rachel, she could only cry and grumble, blaming herself. I'm so sorry. It's because of me that Yu Wu is like this. As she said this, her eyes were slightly wet, looking incredibly pitiful. Seeing this, Yu Wu couldn't help but reach out to pat her head and comfort her. It's really okay. I promised to help you, didn't I? I prepared myself for things like this. So don't be sad anymore, okay? Yu Wu said with a warm voice, causing Rachel's face to turn slightly pink. However, before the couple could have their moment for long, Doc Go-yeon's shouting rang out, making them both jump as if caught red-handed. Haha, while I'm working hard training, you're sweet-talking a beast, Doc Go-yeon said while dragging Light's limp body toward them. Facing her questioning gaze, Yu Wu quickly protested, What sweet-talking? Didn't you see I almost died just now? Hearing this, Doc Go-yeon didn't believe it for a second. Whispering sweet words to an innocent beast, Doc Go-yeon's voice was full of dissatisfaction. It's not like that. Yu Wu was truly just worried about me, Rachel hurried to explain. The response to this was a suspicious glare from the white-haired girl. Is that so? The beast has a hidden motive, huh? The words hit home, making Rachel jump, her cheeks turning bright red. Then Doc Go-yeon stopped her teasing and switched to a serious advisory tone. Thinking about other things while training is rude to your opponent, beast. You should cast those thoughts aside. As for the protagonist, listening to this, he had some thoughts of his own. Rachel, who was so proactive, has become shy again. She's too soft with Doc Go-yeon. Wait, no, thinking about what happened, isn't it wonderful that she has motivation? If it were me, I'd be mopping all day. She probably doesn't have time to look after her mental health, but Rachel is doing her best. With that thought, Yu Wu felt he should do something to boost the pink-haired girl's spirits, so Yu Wu spoke up. All right, I asked the professors if I could bring one of you with me when leaving the floating island, and I just got approval. Hearing him say this, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon stroked her hair and daydreamed. That's great, it's too stifling here anyway. Ignoring her. Repeated block from prompt. Hearing him say this, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon stroked her hair and daydreamed. That's great, it's too stifling here anyway. Ignoring her. His words made the other two jump in surprise. Time passed quickly, and according to the plan, Yu Wu and Rachel were currently on a date together. The scene shifted to a clothing store where Doc Go-yeon's questioning voice rang out through a communication screen. No, I told you before I left, Yu Wu explained wearily once more. It's not an overnight stay, just going out for a bit. I'll be back before evening. On the other end, only upon hearing this did Doc Go-yeon's expression soften slightly, though she was still quite angry. Fine. Have you lived in another world so long that you truly think men and women usually go out so recklessly like this at night? Elsewhere, their friend Light began to tear up. Hey, you Woo! Is that all? If you're going with anyone other than me, your roommate. Before the young man could finish, Yu Wu immediately interrupted. Are you my mother or something? At the same time, Rutschel stepped out of the fitting room and said shyly, Please excuse me. I tried on the outfit you suggested. Does it look okay? This feels like I'm showing off my body, Rutschel said with an embarrassed look. However, it only served to emphasize her beauty to the point that Yu Wu couldn't help but cover his mouth with his hand and immediately give her an enthusiastic thumbs up. It really looks great. On the other end of the line, Light and Doc Goyon nearly lost it seeing this. Just wait until you get back. I wanted to go out too. Setting that aside, the two then began their stroll together. Since this was the first time Rutschel had been outside the school campus, she was incredibly excited. Wow, this is amazing. I never imagined there was a city this large outside the academy, Rutschel said, her eyes wide as she looked around in all directions. Behind her, Yu Wu nodded with a smile. Great, isn't it? Though I've only been to the outskirts of the city twice myself. Now let's walk a bit. There are shops and a shopping area over there. Yeah, okay, Rutschel replied and hurriedly caught up with Yu Wu. But before she realized it, there were too many people. If this keeps up, I'll lose Yu Wu, she thought to herself and hurriedly reached her hand forward. Luckily, Yu Wu realized the problem at that moment and reached out to firmly grasp his friend's wrist, saying with a somewhat apologetic voice, Oh dear, are you okay? Sorry, I forgot this was your first time in a place like this. It's okay, I'm fine, Rutschel said, shaking her head. Seeing this, the protagonist gently took her small hand and suggested, There are a lot of people in the shopping area. Let's hold hands from now on. Saying so, he turned his face away, as if to hide his blushing face. Behind him, Rutschel nodded softly. Yeah, just like that. The two of them spent the entire day together, having an incredibly fun time in the city, from trying out street food to visiting a stuffed animal store or strolling around inside the park. This helped Rutschel's mood become better than ever. Finally, the two of them stopped at an outdoor eatery. Unlike Yu Wu, who worriedly asked, Are you really okay with this? The ingredients at this restaurant are all made from monster meat, apparently. Yu Wu's concern for her was completely unnecessary, as she enjoyed the meal heartily without a second thought. That's why I like it. It's delicious, she said with a look of pure satisfaction while Yu Wu had to nod in agreement. Wow, it really is better than I thought. Returning to Rutschel's thoughts, she was still happily enjoying her meal, even humming a tune. I'm truly surprised. I can't believe I'm eating meat this good after coming to the city. It's all thanks to Yu Wu. Thinking this, she realized something, and her mood suddenly dropped visibly. Yu Wu immediately noticed the issue and asked, What's wrong? You don't like it. In response, Rutschel spoke with a sad voice. No, it's not that. It's just that I realized I was getting way too excited. This is the first time Yu Wu has taken me to the city in a while. You even gave me a beautiful outfit as a gift and treated me to a great meal. But I haven't been able to do anything for Yu Wu, and I wonder if it's okay to enjoy myself this much, not even knowing if what I'm doing will actually help me control my power. I just don't know. The more she spoke, the more confused her voice became. Hearing this, Yu Wu pondered for a few seconds. Then he raised his hand, drew a concept into his palm, and said, Can you look at this for a moment? The emotion you're feeling right now is appearing in my hand. Seeing this, Rutschel looked confused and shook her head. I don't see anything. Well, let's just assume it's there, Yu Wu replied awkwardly and continued to explain. Until recently, my ability could only show anger, but now it's different. Even though we've only spent a short time together, I can sense these emotions. If we get even closer and more comfortable with each other, I'm certain we can find a way to solve your problem. From Rutschel's perspective, after hearing the protagonist's comforting words, she lowered her head slightly and muttered, You know what my problem is right now, don't you? Yes, but now all your worries have vanished. Yu Wu, he said, directly crushing the orb representing Rutschel's sadness in his palm and affirming, I promise you once again, I will solve all your troubles, so I hope you can enjoy today without worrying about a thing, Yu Wu said with a smile. This affirmation seemed to make Rutschel feel much better. Yeah, she replied softly. At the same time, she thought to herself, it's wonderful. Everything Yu Wu says feels like it becomes magic. Back to the protagonist. Sensing that his words earlier might have been a bit too bold, he scratched his head sheepishly. Although I was so certain maybe it was a bit much. Next time we go out, I won't call it a date. Before Yu Wu could finish, Rutschel quickly interrupted. No, it's not too much, not at all, it's quite the opposite. I mean, I want to get closer to Yu Wu. I want to know more about you, like her. I mean Doc Goyon. If I'm being honest, she might scare me and the others a little bit, but she seems to really like you, Rutschel said, stealing a searching glance at Yu Wu. Not knowing if he understood Rutschel's meaning, Yu Wu quickly raised his hands in denial. No, she doesn't like me. She just wants to possess me like you'd want a sharp sword or a lethal weapon. On the other side, hearing Yu Wu's explanation, the pink-haired girl couldn't help but giggle. Ha ha ha. Yu Wu, a weapon? Do you really think so? Seeing Rachel like this, it was Yu Wu's turn to be confused. Is something weird? Why are you laughing? No, I just feel a little more at ease now. I thought Yu Wu was an all-powerful mage or something similar, but I guess I was wrong. Because of that, I feel like I can try even harder. Now, if you're done eating, let's go, Yu Wu. You bought so many gifts and clothes for me. To thank you, I'll pick out an outfit for you. As she spoke, she reached out and took Yu Wu's hand. Sure, don't worry about money. Let's just enjoy ourselves. Yu Wu replied with a smile now that he was a rich dog. Haha, going out with someone so talented. It feels truly luxurious, Rachel added. In another development, the scene shifted to a meeting of the Academy's professors. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the meeting was quite tense, making the small robot on Professor Yumina's shoulder a bit anxious. So she turned and signaled it to be quiet. I'm fine. It's a bit unnatural, but I'll be okay in a moment. It'll be over soon. At that thought, shouting began to erupt within the meeting. How did information about the tower spread so aggressively? Who would accept a ranking like that tower climbing leaderboard? How dare they do this? Hearing this, a female professor expressed her opinion. The information spread quickly. There was no way to stop it. Yeah, because there was no violence involved, another replied. However, another professor slammed the table and shouted, from the start, we shouldn't have allowed people from secondary worlds to act so recklessly on their own. At the same time, a loud shout rang out in the meeting, silencing everyone. Enough, Professor Yumina. Regardless of how you feel, your student's autonomous behavior has gone too far. This is clearly a violation of Academy rules, isn't it? Are you aware of how much responsibility you'll bear for letting him do whatever he wanted? The purple-haired professor said, eyes wide, flashing back to a while ago, before the professor's meeting took place. After Yumina watched the video recorded by Yu Wu's group, she felt a massive headache. Oh dear, he actually recorded the entire process inside the tower. At first, he said he would climb and record the progress, and there were indeed no objections. But I never thought it would be this successful. It's clear that peripheral electronic devices or artifacts don't work inside the tower because they get overloaded by the tower's power. That's common knowledge in this world. Yet he was able to overcome that and produce results beyond imagination. He probably doesn't even know. It's not just a matter of the boy being able to bring back a recording from inside the tower, but the fact that he could create a tool that actually works inside the tower. It's ridiculous. And what's more, that ridiculous idea didn't stop there. Thinking of this, Yumina remembered her conversation with Yu Wu when the protagonist made a proposal to her. What? You plan to publicly post that footage on your channel? The professor said in shock. Yu Wu shared frankly, yes, I think it will help increase attention. Rebellion is another name for our group. It's a way to increase favorability among other students in the academy. Back to Yumina, she didn't intend to stop Yu Wu's plan. However, she still had to warn him. Are you sure about this? Precious information about the tower that you worked so hard to collect will be spread on social media. You won't regret it. Hearing her, Yu Wu was confident and unconcerned. The effort belonged to the other members too. Most importantly, currently only Techie can record. There's no other way to film inside the tower. That means I have exclusive rights to the information. Certain presences, like the Watchers of the Stars, will obviously be edited out of the footage before posting. Sharing the information will benefit everyone. If that's the case, then all right. Yumina nodded in agreement, simultaneously full of admiration for the protagonist's thinking. Amazing. I once warned him about the injustice happening inside the academy, but I never thought he'd handle it like this. Thinking of this, Yumina didn't forget that there would be negative reactions and warned him further, but remember, there will be some consequences. In response, Yu Wu had already anticipated this and had no objections. Yes, as you said, this incident will bring consequences, large or small, so we should also reaffirm our position. Wouldn't the ability to monitor us put the professors more at ease? Yu Wu said with a smile, making Yumina evaluate him even higher. The most remarkable thing is that I never imagined it would become this lovely and precious. He's created a strange expectation. It feels like what he's nurtured will create a miracle, something that will eliminate the distance between dimensions. Back to the meeting. After the purple-haired professor saw Yumina lost in thought, he continued to press her. What are you thinking about? How will you take responsibility for neglecting him like that? To his words, Yumina reminded herself, I have a hunch that I should believe in him and support him. With that, the professor stood up and questioned him in return. Responsibility? Isn't filming and posting about the tower a human right? What's the problem with that? And what responsibility are you talking about? I don't understand the meaning of your question at all. Professor, in response to her question, Professor Cantone suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh. Hee hee, you're truly a beautiful liar. Am I the only one who feels that your last statement was just trying to show you care about your student? Ah, before he could finish, Head Professor Talia Liriana, the chief representative of the Artifact Creation Department, interrupted him. Silence. Then she turned to Yumina. Look, Yumina, don't irritate me. Just say it straight. Who is he? Even if you ask, he's just an ordinary student, a first year who just enrolled this year. Yumina shook her head. To this, a blue-haired professor retorted. His name was Ryu Chialmyong, a professor in the Chi Combat Department. No, he's just a student, so I can't accept it. Selfishness has its limits. You know, information about the tower is closely linked to the academy. How can you irresponsibly spread it? That's clearly a violation of academy terms. Hearing this, Professor Yumina's expression changed slightly. Professor Ryu, your words seem different from usual. The reason no one could record the tower until now is simply because the equipment wasn't modern enough. What we need to discuss now isn't terms or policies, but how to use his ability. I don't think it has anything to do with terms or policies anymore. Then, Professor Yumina, can you explain the core of his ability and technology to everyone so we can understand better? Professor Cantone asked with a devious smile, making the small robot cover its mouth in fear. Next, Professor Talia continued to press. Listen, Yumina, I've spent 200 years researching this field. Artifacts made outside the tower absolutely cannot function inside. Especially things requiring high precision like recording. It's simply impossible. Nothing can withstand the mana waves emitted by the tower. The deeper I research, the more I believe no external mechanical device can function inside the tower. It has become an unchangeable law, but Ban Yu-Wu did it, Yumina said softly. Right, that's exactly what I'm asking. How did he do it? Isn't he from a low-tier world with absolutely no mana? How can you think that's logical? Why do you keep trying to make it sound like only he's special? Saying this, Talia immediately looked at the robot on Yumina's shoulder with longing eyes. That's it. The artifact currently registered inside the tower. Give it to me right now. I'll dismantle it and see what kind of technology was used so he could record. As she spoke, she put on gloves as if ready to snatch the robot immediately. This action was naturally not accepted by Yumina. I refuse, Talia. I was asked to take this artifact, but this is a major achievement by a student. I can't let anyone destroy it. As she finished, her determined expression made the other teachers bristle and start blaming her. Hey, Professor Yumina, are you refusing to cooperate? The atmosphere in the meeting grew increasingly tense. Then, a voice suddenly rang out, dissipating the oppressive air. Now, this debate seems to be getting a bit too lively. Now is the time for everyone to cool down a bit. Stop speaking for a moment, a stylishly dressed man with blue hair said with a smile. His name was Xenon Union, head of the Babylon Constellation Department and also the Academy's vice president. At his words, everyone around became fearful and immediately shut their mouths. Understood, Vice President, they replied, nodding. Seeing this, Xenon was satisfied and turned to speak to Professor Talia. Now, Professor Talia, I thank you for the research and effort you've put in over the last 25 years. After all, for a powerful professor in your field to judge, it seems Ban Yu-Wu's artifact is quite special, isn't it? Yes, I don't know exactly why, but that is the case, Talia said, blushing. Meanwhile, Xenon leaned back in his chair and nodded. I see. This must be hard to accept for a professor. In short, Ban Yu-Wu has been acknowledged by the tower. The only person in the world, he said enthusiastically. Inside the meeting, everyone was unable to remain calm after hearing him. They began to shout and criticize him, regardless of Xenon's status. What kind of conclusion is that, Professor Xenon? That student just entered the tower for the first time yesterday. How could someone like that be acknowledged by the tower? Isn't he someone from a low-tier world? Even if you're the vice president, I still think that's a nonsense conclusion. Annoyed voices began to rise, but Xenon wasn't angry at all. He maintained a cheerful attitude and shrugged. Everyone has the right to believe me or not, but the reason he's special is certainly because he has something else. Saying this, he turned to Professor Yumina. Tell me, Professor Yumina, shouldn't you share something else from the footage so the other professors can understand better? At his words, everyone turned to the female professor with curious faces. Is there something else, Professor Yumina? More information not included? At the sudden turn of the story, the professor's face turned confused and she was speechless. What? Seeing her bewildered expression, Xenon's eyes showed a bit of surprise as he explained. Ah, it seems Professor Yumina doesn't know about it. Well, let me tell you. Ban Yu-Wu and his classmates, they are the only ones among the tower climbers to be chosen by the Watchers of the Stars. Once the information was revealed, all the professors in the meeting completely lost their composure. Professor Talia even stood up from her chair and asked, "Oh, the person who climbed for the first time yesterday, he was calculated and chosen." Before Xenon could answer, Professor Yumina immediately warned, "Vice President, linking with a constellation is also a student's personal achievement. If you speak recklessly here." Before she could finish, the Vice President immediately cut her off and asked back, "Then answer honestly. This is a question from me as Vice President. Did Ban Yu-Wu and the other students form a contract with a constellation?" On the other side, because it was a question from a superior to a subordinate, Yumina had to answer whether she wanted to or not. No, neither Ban Yu-Wu nor the other students formed a contract with a constellation. Back to Xenon. After hearing the answer, his face became pensive for a moment. So they refused? As expected, they're not ordinary. It must have been very difficult for them to express their intent under pressure from a constellation. He then clapped his hands together and made a decision. In that case, very well. I will have Ban Yu-Wu and all the students of Class 11 attend my private lecture. At this decision, the group of professors in the room disagreed once again. What? Wait a minute, Vice President. Didn't you just say none of them formed a contract? Then why should he take advanced alchemy? Hearing this, Xenon looked a bit bored as he enlightened the stupid professors. Professors, the important thing isn't whether they formed a contract or not, but that they were chosen by a constellation. Being chosen by a constellation is already proof of their superiority. Since they refused the contract, other constellations will certainly take notice of them. Then shouldn't they be the students attending my lecture? I am the advisor for students chosen by constellations. If Ban Yu-Wu was chosen by a constellation, then he is also my student. Understood, professors? As he spoke, his eyes glowed slightly as he scanned everyone in the room, seemingly emitting a type of pressure. That left the professors with no choice but to agree. Yes, sir, the group replied weakly. Xenon continued. Then I will resume the meeting. Regarding the spread of internal tower videos, there's nothing we as a school can impose as punishment on that student. As for his ability, individual questions and requests will be permitted, but if during the process we discover someone has pressured the student or caused any disadvantage, the person involved, whether professor or student, will be expelled from the academy. Please keep this in mind. The session ends here. I hope everyone has a good rest of the week. With that, the president smiled and teleported out of the meeting room. Meanwhile, Professor Yumina finally understood everything. Now I get it. This meeting wasn't to decide how to handle Yu-Wu. The vice president's words were the president's will. This was the president's warning through the vice president. Don't touch Ban Yu-Wu. It's good. Ban Yu-Wu, I never thought he'd gain so much of the president's favor. Sigh, I didn't need to worry. At this thought, Professor Yumina let out a heavy sigh of relief. Meanwhile, for some reason, Professor Canton suddenly approached the beautiful professor and suggested, Professor Yumina, how about it? Let's grab a drink at the bar. I want to celebrate your student's success with you. In response, the small robot threw him a glare full of anger, as if to ask how he had the face to invite her after constantly pressuring her earlier. Beside it, Yumina looked at him as if he were thin and immediately left the meeting without another word. Seeing this, a few other male professors could only give awkward smiles and comfort Canton. Ha ha, looks like you were rejected, Professor Canton. Come drink with us instead. Time passed quickly until the next day. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. For some reason, Yu-Wu was surrounded by a crowd of students, all wanting to get to know him. Are you Ban Yu-Wu? My name is Maria from the world of Hatoro. Are you interested in the student council? Yu-Wu, do you want to chat for a bit? I'm Eureka. Are you really from a low-tier world with no mana? Are you listening? I'm asking you on a date. Can we meet tonight for a bit? Should I record this in my diary? The student council always welcomes talented people like you. A series of questions rang out continuously, leaving Yu-Wu's face blank. He had no idea how to react to such concentrated attention. Looking at the scene, Doc Goyon couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this? Why are there so many people?" To explain, Light spoke up. You know that channel we created, right? It's gone viral. After posting the tower climbing video, we've surpassed 2 million subscribers. The tower video has over 5 million views. At this point, it'll be hard to find anyone in the academy who hasn't seen our channel. Back to Doc Goyon's thoughts. Seeing so many people approaching Yu-Wu, she became pensive. Honestly, compared to his actual ability, I didn't think the filming would be this impressive. But looking at how everyone is reacting, Ban Yu-Wu's idea and ability are truly outstanding. Time passed quickly and finally Yu-Wu was able to escape the surrounding crowd. He slumped onto the table tiredly and lamented to his friends. "Oh dear, it's only Monday morning, why is it like this?" Across from him, Rachel laughed and praised him. "Good job, Yu-Wu." Beside them, Light teased. "Wow, Yu-Wu is so famous, do you love it? It's probably better than being caught in a controversy just for breathing." Speaking of which, Yu-Wu remembered something and said to Light, "By the way, your fans are quite numerous, aren't they? If someone talks to you, be a little kind to them. They said they're terrified and don't dare approach you." Light replied with a smile, "If they come with good intentions, it's not a problem." Elsewhere, not everyone liked Yu-Wu's group. A few people began to speak sarcastically. "It's ridiculous, making a fuss over a staged video. There's no way they could have done 4 floors in such a short time, especially with low-tier world trash like them. Look at the size of this spider. It's clearly a staged video. How can they let things like that run wild? Just wait a bit longer. Tomorrow all those lies will be exposed," they said, glancing at Yu-Wu with malicious eyes. Their reminder made Yu-Wu remember something. "Ah, speaking of which, tomorrow is the day. The day I have to fight that massive guy." After hearing that, those who doubted the video or disliked Yu-Wu were certainly looking forward to him being crushed tomorrow. In the back, Light and Rachel looked visibly worried. However, other than cheering for Yu-Wu, there was nothing more they could do. At the same time, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon had just finished her meal. She gently wiped her mouth with a handkerchief and replied with a smile, "Then you just need to respond as best you can to both the haters and those who support you, right?" Yu-Wu burst out laughing. "Haha, you're right." Simultaneously, he reminded himself, at the least, tomorrow will be the best event to attract new subscribers. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the practice arena. Currently, Yu-Wu and his opponent, the stone man Erecto, were present. Meanwhile, the sleazy referee spoke up. "This match will be streamed live on the school's channel. Do both parties agree? If so, just sign the document." As soon as he finished, a system screen appeared before them. Looking at the content, Yu-Wu couldn't hide his surprise. What's with these advisory terms for this match? If one party surrenders or becomes unable to continue, the match will end. Attacking vital spots is prohibited, but injuries are at one's own risk. Are they telling us to fight until one of us is crippled? The more he thought, the less Yu-Wu could understand the school's policy for this match. However, before he could think for long, Erecto spoke up. "Hey, negotiator." His sudden voice startled Yu-Wu, who asked back, "What, negotiator? Are you actually a subscriber to our channel?" Not answering, Erecto continued to mock him. "Are you scared already? If you're scared, just go ahead and surrender. As long as you crawl between my legs and bark like a dog, I'll accept your plea for surrender." His delusional words made Yu-Wu's eyes glare. This stonehead, what the hell is he talking about? Around them, the thugs who'd been taught a lesson by Light were already here, sneering. "Lowly scum who don't know their place dare cause a ruckus here. Tear him to pieces, Erecto." In another corner, Ordema was also on the stands watching. At that moment, he was also looking toward Dak Go-yeon with a pensive gaze, as if something was weighing on his mind. Unaware of this, Dak Go-yeon turned to her friend Light beside her, who was streaming live on his channel, and asked, "How's the reaction?" Hearing that, Light answered with a strained expression, "Live viewers have topped 10,000, but most of them are trash-talking Yu-Wu." Seeing this, Rachel worried aloud. "Everyone's gunning for Yu-Wu, it's so unfair." As for Ho-John, she seemed unfazed and thought, "Actually, this isn't surprising at all. At best, the people who like us can be counted on one hand. So this reaction isn't shocking. So now, with so many people watching, besides proving himself, he really has no other choice. After all, to prove he's talented, he has to hustle on his own." Back to Yu-Wu's perspective, Erecto's words made him snort with amusement and think. "Kneel, crawl between his legs and bark like a dog. Ha, no way, I never thought I'd actually hear something like that. Sounds straight out of a trashy novel." Yu-Wu felt irritated at the thought of not firing a few replies back at that idiot Erecto. "Hey, did you practice your insults for this? That line actually sounded pretty good. But do you have the chops to back it up?" Erecto, on the opposite side, replied with a challenging look. "Hee, I wonder how long you'll be able to keep that calm facade." On this side, Yu-Wu shrugged, turned as he walked, and said, "Whether I'm calm or not, come here and see for yourself." Having said that, he took a sword out from his inventory and raised his hand to provoke the foolish stone man. That action caused Erecto to grit his teeth so hard they made an audible sound of rage. His heart was seething, wanting to crush the protagonist immediately. He demanded of the referee beside him, "Professor Jun, declare the start already, so I can crush this guy into pieces. Declare the start quickly." His voice, filled with murderous intent, made the professor standing nearby break into a cold sweat and hurriedly comply. Well then, Class 1's Erecto will duel Class 11's Ban Yu Wu. Let the match begin. As soon as the words were spoken, the stone man didn't hesitate to rush forward, launching the first attack. He clenched his fist and swung his massive arm like a sledgehammer, smashing it straight toward Yu Wu's small body. Die, he roared, as if wanting to send Yu Wu to meet his maker in a single blow. Meanwhile, Yu Wu, witnessing the attack, calmly thought, "It seems you've charged in quite confidently, haven't you? But being that slow, what can you possibly do to me? His slow movement is my advantage." With that thought, he slightly moved his foot back and performed a pirouette, evading Erecto's attack. Simultaneously, the sword in his hand struck directly at the man's face, causing the fool's head to jerk violently to one side and sending his massive body crashing down onto the ground. Facing a boulder like him, the most effective way is to use the movement methods I've learned. At that moment, Yu Wu began to recall the memory of the night following his date with Rachel at the Class 11 dueling room. At that time, Doc Goyon had begun to guide the protagonist. Her voice rang out, "But before using this technique, there is too much trial and error. If so, it's no different from a half-baked technique. When facing a new opponent, a new attack, you must be able to use your agility. And at that time, you might be a bit overwhelmed, but stay calm and read your opponent's actions. So if you want to master it, you must always practice so you can use that movement method at any time. With this staff, I will attack with different speeds, different forms, and each time with a different meaning. If you can counterattack even once, then consider it a pass." Before Doc Goyon's sharp voice, Yu Wu's entire body trembled like a young lamb. Even the corners of his eyes began to water. Returning to the present, Yu Wu was now intently observing the front and analyzing. "That stupid boulder, he can't even touch me. His attacks are ineffective. He'll reveal an opening soon." On the opposite side, Erecto had not yet regained his composure, not understanding how he had been hit so easily. "Wait, what just happened?" he instinctively cried out. But as soon as he sprang back up, the stone skin on his face suddenly began to crack, causing him to clutch his face and scream in agony. Seeing this, Yu Wu nodded with satisfaction. The effect of that move seemed very good. "Before attacking, I channeled wave energy into the sword. Your stone-hard body seems to transmit wave energy very well. That's why you feel such pain." Responding to Yu Wu's explanation was a crazed look from Erecto. He barked at the protagonist like a vicious dog. "You dared to injure my body." Turning back to Yu Wu, looking at the weakling still daring to bark aimlessly in front of him, he coldly walked toward him and reminded him, "Sorry, but could you stop whining and just attack me? If you don't want to be tortured further, then let's end it here." For Erecto, an arrogant fool, how could he bear the sarcastic remarks coming from Yu Wu? His entire body began to shake uncontrollably with rage. Then, without any warning, he suddenly swung his massive arm toward Yu Wu as if wanting to grab him. But with his snail-like speed, how could he touch the protagonist? With a gentle leap, Yu Wu easily evaded the attack. This only made Erecto even more infuriated. "You, a low-life dog from a lowly dimension, dares to look down on me." Having said that, Erecto's eyes turned as black as ink. From his mouth and the cracks on his head, streams of white smoke continuously billowed out. Next, using some unknown skill, his already large hand grew several times larger. "I will definitely kill you," Erecto roared with crazed eyes, simultaneously raising his hand high and slamming it straight down. His strike was so powerful that the entire arena shook. However, making his arm larger only made his speed even slower. The attack held no danger for Yu Wu at all. He even mocked him internally. "How stupid! At least after being hit by such a powerful blow, you should try a different method of attack. If you keep attacking the exact same way without any effect, I'll have no choice but to counter and take you down quickly." Unaware of these thoughts in Yu Wu's mind, Erecto had officially gone berserk. He launched into a frantic attack, without any tactics, while Yu Wu simply circled to one side. He slowly concentrated energy into his sword. Just before Erecto's massive hand slammed down, Yu Wu's blade swung upward, meeting the stone arm. With a single slash, he created countless gashes on the massive limb, causing it to begin cracking in numerous places. Meanwhile, Erecto continued to howl like a stuck pig. In another scene, Vice Principal Xenon was also observing the battle between Yu Wu and Erecto from his office. Seeing this part, he let out a light smile and shook his head. What is this? Truly a meaningless match. Not only him, but the entire crowd that had once looked down on Yu Wu also began to leave countless question marks in the comments section as they watched the match unfold. Much to Light's delight. "Haha, even seeing it with their own eyes, they must find it hard to believe." Beside him, Rachel also responded excitedly, "That's right. Compared to when he first enrolled, Yu Wu has become incredibly strong. Back to the thugs who had been taught a lesson by light, they were now scratching their heads at this result. Is this for real? Why was Erecto defeated as soon as the match started, and losing to someone from a lower world? Could the skills shown on that channel actually be real? They spoke with faces full of doubt, while the referee, Professor Jun, was stunned by what was happening. He wondered to himself, what the hell is going on? Just a week ago, he didn't seem this strong at all. What on earth happened in those few days? From his perspective, Yu Wu was currently enveloped in an intense golden aura. However, before he could observe further, he suddenly received a message from the Council of Professors. Returning to Yu Wu, looking at the pathetic Erecto lying on the ground, he asked himself, now what? It's embarrassing to attack someone so badly injured they can't move. Get up and keep fighting already. However, before Yu Wu could think further, Professor Jun raised his hand to intervene. Enough! Stop at once. By the decision of the professors monitoring this match, we declare that Erecto is no longer capable of fighting. For the safety of both opponents, the match ends here. The declaration left both erect, and Yu Wu feeling extremely surprised, especially Yu Wu. He began to smell something fishy when the professor declared the match over at such a crucial moment. What are they talking about? If I were the one getting beaten, they probably wouldn't have done a thing. Yu Wu mocked internally, then spoke up to ask, Assistant Professor, wait a moment. But without letting Yu Wu offer an opinion, Professor Jun immediately dismissed him. You have no right to object, Ban Yu Wu. The match is over, leave the arena immediately. His resolute tone made Yu Wu only able to grit his teeth in anger. However, he could not defy a decision coming from the Council of Professors. So despite his reluctance, Yu Wu had to turn and leave. As he walked, he thought, the match ended without declaring a winner. How annoying, but at least I didn't lose, so I guess it's okay. But just then, Yu Wu was suddenly drawn by Professor Jun's panicked voice. Wait, Erecto, stay there. You can't fight anymore. The match has already ended. Yu Wu turned to look and saw Erecto's injury-riddled body trembling as he tried to stand up. He shouted, Who says? You want me to kneel before someone from another lowly world and endure this humiliation? That bastard. That damn bastard. I will kill you. Having said that, he again began using the skill that enlarged his right arm and charged like a tank. The arena floor cracked with his every step, while Professor Jun could only stand helplessly behind, shouting like a weakling. Stop, Erecto! Get out of the way, Ban Yu Wu. For Yu Wu, being treated so unfairly had already made him extremely annoyed. And now, this Erecto didn't even know his place and was launching another attack. In that case, Yu Wu wasn't going to take it lying down. He pulled the sword from his inventory and whispered, Get out of the way. Why should I? This guy is trying to kill me. Erecto, surely he heard someone tell him to stop, didn't he? If the opponent comes from a lower world, does he think I'm the only one who has to follow the rules? The professors encouraged the match, then ended it whenever they please. And now, a guy driven purely by pride acting like a fool. The way this environment operates is starting to get on my nerves. With this thought in mind, Yu Wu's eyes turned cold. He swung his sword forward rapidly, and instantly Erecto's stone arm flew off. This caused Erecto's eyes to widen like a cow's in shock. But a second later, he hurriedly clutched his severed right arm and screamed in agony. Meanwhile, all the students watching in the stands were slack-jawed, their mouths agape in shock. The referee Jun, seeing Erecto whining like a small dog, hurriedly ran over, trying to reassure him. It's okay. Calm down, Erecto. Your arm can be reattached. I'll transfer you to the infirmary immediately. Don't move. As he spoke, he hurriedly operated the system screen, seemingly contacting the medical team. At the same time, Yu Wu suddenly received a notification from his system. System notification. Do you want to steal the following attributes from Erecto's arm? Life, Titan body, volcano, monster strength. Looking at the notification made Yu Wu break into a cold sweat. What is this? This is actually possible. While Yu Wu was still wondering about that strange notification, Jun, after completing his actions on the system screen, teleported Erecto's body along with his severed arm to the infirmary. Once finished, the assistant professor immediately turned to question Yu Wu. What is the meaning of this, Ban Yu Wu? I told you to get out of the way. In response, Yu Wu naturally sheathed his sword and shrugged. I'm sorry, Assistant Professor Jun, but because it happened so suddenly after the match ended, it was difficult for me to react immediately. On the opposite side, the assistant professor naturally could not accept such an explanation. He barked like a dog. Is that how you justify yourself? But just then, before he could say more, a call screen appeared beside him. From the screen, the steady voice of Vice Principal Xenon rang out. That's enough, Assistant Professor Jun. I will answer the questions regarding this situation. Hearing that, Jun immediately pulled back his indignant expression and responded weakly. Yes, I understand. The system screen now turned toward Yu Wu and emitted a steady but stern voice. Greetings, Ban Yu Wu. I am the representative for the professors. We have seen the entire event. From now on, I will be the one asking questions and you will answer. So think carefully and answer honestly. Xenon paused for a moment, his sharp gaze staring directly at Yu Wu. Erecto's reckless attack. Surely you aren't going to say you couldn't dodge it, are you? With your skill, you could have dodged it easily. The power gap between you two is so large that the Council of Professors decided to end the match. So give me an answer we can accept. Why didn't you dodge that attack, Ban Yu Wu? Xenon spoke with a cold face, while Yu Wu felt a bit of tension in his heart. Returning to Yu Wu's thoughts before the vice principal's question, he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he thought deeply before replying. Even though I've attained the skill to use the power of words, I've never truly thought deeply about what is called the soul of words. Hearing the question coming from behind the screen, Yu Wu could feel a terrifying pressure. Who exactly is this person? Yu Wu asked himself, then spoke up to answer. As you've guessed, I did not dodge Erecto's attack. Instead, I chose to counter because I saw that a student who dares to disregard the authority of the professors, and even acts satisfied with doing so, deserves to face the consequences. Hearing that, Xenon asked in surprise, You say the authority of the professors? Yu Wu nodded, admitting, Exactly. Furthermore, in an official sparring match where rules must be strictly followed, I wanted to make sure no student dares to disregard the rules or think they can ambush an opponent without being punished. To this explanation from the protagonist, Xenon couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Why? In response, Yu Wu slowly spoke about the situation he perceived. Because there are many students and people from other dimensions watching today's match. Erecto intentionally ignored the announcement to end the match and continued to hunt me down. In that case, if I had only dodged passively, it would have gradually spread a misconception that when fighting students from lower dimensions, the rules do not need to be followed. Although the decision was made in a short period of time, I am certain that my actions were correct. I acted to protect the rules of the academy. Yu Wu answered very calmly, but this sharp answer, where he skillfully used the academy's honor as his shield, made Vice Principal Xenon smile internally. Ha ha, a clever answer. He knows very well that many people are listening, and has turned an issue between two individuals into a general issue for the whole school. I can't deny that logic, but... With that thought, Xenon spoke with an air of authority again. Student Ban Yu Wu. A student who disregards sparring rules deserves to be punished according to regulations. However, who is punished is a matter for me and the school, not a matter for a student like you. Is that not so? Xenon's words caused Yu Wu's face to visibly darken. Beside him, Assistant Professor Jun smirked triumphantly. Ha! Have your eyes been opened yet? No matter how much you run your mouth, your opponent is still the vice principal. You're finished, Ban Yu Wu. However, Yu Wu naturally understood the situation. He had no way to oppose the vice principal's power, so he chose to admit, The professor is completely right. If my actions happen to infringe upon the rights of the professors, then I apologize. Whatever the case, I am ready to accept my punishment. Hearing that, Xenon suddenly laughed. His tone became more relaxed. Haha, you say punishment? No, it's fine. From the beginning, I had no intention of discussing punishment or anything of the sort. I was only curious about what you were thinking when you acted that way. Having said that, Xenon paused for a beat, his sharp eyes evaluating Yu Wu. He really has a way with words, and he has an extreme determination to persuade the constellation to take his side. Thinking this, Xenon concluded the matter. In any case, the ultimate fault lies with Erecto. He ignored the announcement to end the match and still tried to attack you, so I will recognize Ban Yu Wu's actions as legitimate self-defense. In the stands, Light and Rutschel celebrated the victory upon hearing this. Only Assistant Professor Jun stood there looking like a fool, hurriedly speaking up. Professor, but what he did was... But before he could finish his sentence, Xenon cut him off. Enough, Assistant Professor Jun, you should also stop this shameful behavior immediately. If you had stopped Erecto from the beginning and hadn't let him lose control, then today's incident might not have happened, right? In this matter, you must also take responsibility. Assistant Professor Jun turned pale, not daring to say another word. Xenon concluded, Reattaching Erecto's arm is not a difficult matter, so we will stop here. Students watching the match, please return to your seats and focus on the subsequent activities. As for Ban Yu Wu, you've worked hard. Now you may leave. Returning to Yu Wu, seeing himself acquitted so easily, he stood dazed for a few seconds before hurriedly bowing in thanks and quickly turning to leave. However, at that moment, A whisper echoed in his ear. Xenon's very faint voice. "See you again." The remark left Yu Wu curious. He glanced back at the screen for a moment. Next, he reunited with his group of friends. Seeing Yu Wu easily defeat Erecto, Light and Rutschel spoke excitedly. "There you are, Yu Wu. Welcome back. The swordsmanship you used at the end was absolutely killer." Light praised him while Rutschel breathed a sigh of relief. "More importantly, I'm just glad you're not hurt." Responding to both of them, Yu Wu nodded. "You guys were out here. Thanks for cheering for me. Fighting the elite monsters in the tower really is helpful, isn't it?" "Yeah." On the other side, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon chimed in. "I really enjoyed the match. You've grown stronger again, haven't you? How does it feel to have attained new power? Is it more useful?" Hearing that, Yu Wu scratched his head and turned to thank her. "It's all thanks to you constantly training me with those mysterious exercises." However, Doc Go-yeon didn't let him finish his sentence. Her eyes narrowed slightly and her tone became serious. "It's not about that. That guy's arm, you absorbed it, didn't you?" Doc Go-yeon's words caused Yu Wu's face to stiffen. He began to remember. Earlier, he had decided to absorb the power from Erecto's arm. "I'll just take a little bit first, just as a precaution," Yu Wu thought, and then quickly pressed the confirmation button. Immediately after, the system returned a notification. Life seized. 22.9, Physical 27.9, Titan 14, Volcano 14, Super Strength 14. Titan and Volcano are attributes that humans cannot normally possess. Looking at these lines of notification, Yu Wu was dazed for several seconds. Returning to reality, Yu Wu admitted to the group. "Up until now, I still can't control the attributes of living people at will. But currently, it seems I can seize specific parts by severing them, I think. So in one way or another, I ended up choosing to absorb the power from Erecto's right arm," Yu Wu said with a somber face. Seeing that expression, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon reminded him in a cold voice. "Isn't that a good thing? So why do you look like all the life has been drained out of you?" Explaining this, Yu Wu shared his thoughts. "Well, at first I was very happy because I became stronger, but thinking carefully, I feel like something's wrong. Because after all, I cut off a human's arm. Not a monster's. Being happy after cutting off someone's arm to gain power, I don't feel that's normal or comfortable at all." As he spoke, Yu Wu's voice sank further, imbued with a deep sadness. This made Rutschel, standing to the side, look a bit worried as well. However, regarding Yu Wu's words, the swordswoman Doc Go-yeon immediately straightened him out. "What kind of nonsense are you talking? Hold your head high. He's the one who tried to kill you. The price to pay is an arm. You won, he lost. The result has already been decided. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as they intend to take your life, you don't need to be soft-hearted." Understood. Doc Go-yeon's forceful words caused Yu Wu to snap awake, as if he had just been enlightened. His mind gradually became clear, and then he let out a slight smile and nodded. "Yeah, you're right. Haha. Sorry, everyone. I guess I overthought it." On the opposite side, Doc Go-yeon, seeing that Yu Wu had returned to his normal mood, complained. "Anyway, worrying about stuff like that is truly redundant. What if I went around and lightly asked every single person in that so-called legendary special class for an arm, seize their power, spare their lives, but crush their spirits?" Hearing her mention this terrifying intention, Yu Wu could only give a crooked smile. "Ha, you're starting to scare me now." On this side, Light also shook his head in disapproval. "Yu Wu, don't worry. Compared to Doc Go-yeon, you still have more of your humanity." These words immediately made Doc Go-yeon angry, and she glared at both of them. "Hey, what did you just say?" Ignoring them, a notification screen suddenly appeared in front of Yu Wu. This caused him to shout out, "Oh my God, what is it this time?" His cry immediately caught the attention of the other three. Before Yu Wu was a notification regarding a class taught by Professor Xenon. This caused Yu Wu to break into a cold sweat. "Oh no, it's a mandatory supplementary course, no right to veto. Babylon Constellations by Professor Xenon for seniors from the 4th year and above." Inside the screen, Xenon's voice also rang out. How to attract support from the constellations. How to negotiate contracts with a constellation more skillfully. Useful knowledge and preparation to avoid the wrath of the constellations. How to easily switch constellations, and so on. This course particularly welcomed the participation of Class 1-1. Time passed quickly, and currently Yu Wu's group was slowly moving. However, the people around them were looking at them with gazes that weren't very friendly. Hey, look over there, the low-tier group is passing by. Look at that guy walking with his face held so high. It's an eyesore. How annoying," someone spoke up. However, another person had a different thought. "Really, even though he's low-tier, he looks okay. Watching him duel was actually pretty sharp. But why are they passing through here? This is the 4th-year floor." Someone voiced their curiosity, making everyone else startle in confusion. Yeah, that's right. This floor only has Professor Xenon's lecture hall. Back to Yu Wu, seeing his friends all silent in the face of these disparaging remarks, the protagonist spoke up to dispel the gloomy atmosphere. Have I told you guys yet? In my world, there's a rumor that the more you are cursed, the longer you live. The response to his words was a look from Doc Goyon as if she were looking at a 3-year-old. Huh, so you're immortal then? She teased. Meanwhile, Light scrunched up his face and scolded the crowd. You cowards, talking trash behind our backs, do you think we're deaf or something? Regarding Rachel, she reached out to tug on Yu Wu's sleeve and whispered, Are you okay, Yu Wu? After what happened yesterday, I'm worried people will start to avoid you. People don't understand who you are and have started making up rumors to talk behind your back. Rachel spoke with teary eyes, looking as if she were about to cry. To Yu Wu, it seemed Rachel was the one who needed his comfort more. It's okay, Rachel. Although it's a bit sad, it's still better than being looked down upon like before, so don't worry too much. Thanks for caring about me. As he spoke, Yu Wu reached out to pat her small head, causing her mood to visibly improve. However, the happy moment for the two of them didn't last for more than a few seconds before the sound of Doc Goyon gritting her teeth rang out. Ha ha ha. The two of you just went out together last weekend, and now you're already so in sync, huh? Her words made Light, standing nearby, feel a shiver down his spine, and he hurriedly slid to the side. Then Doc Goyon cast her eyes on Rachel and asked, Do you like the clothes Yu Wu gave you that much? If you want to get cozy, go do it somewhere else, beast girl. On this side, not knowing where she found the courage, Rachel actually dared to snap back at Doc Goyon. Are you jealous? Her unexpected words made Yu Wu's eyes widen in surprise, while Doc Goyon bristled like an angry cat. She began to lower her voice. Haven't you been beaten enough during sparring, beast girl? Seeing this, Rachel quickly hid behind Yu Wu's back. However, her eyes were still full of determination. Yu Wu was the only one left to step in and advise the swordswoman. Wait a minute, calm down, Doc Goyon. The next period is about to start, we shouldn't cause a scene. Behind him, Rachel, seeing Yu Wu defend her, glanced at Doc Goyon and mocked. You act like you weren't the one bullying me first. Her words made Doc Goyon tremble with rage, while Yu Wu looked weary and glared back at Rachel. You two, time passed quickly. Scene changed to the front of a room. Before entering, Yu Wu double-checked. This is the Babylon Constellation Lecture Hall, right? We probably aren't late, right? On this side, Light was also a bit anxious and said, Hey Yu Wu, according to what I remember, there was a class last week too. If low-tier freshmen like us join midway, what will the seniors think? To his question, Yu Wu only replied with a smile. Are you worried about that? Of course, they'll just think the participants are genius underclassmen, right? With that, Yu Wu opened the door and stepped into the lecture hall. And the moment they stepped in, every single gaze of the students in the class was directed toward the group. This made them feel a bit of pressure. Even the swordswoman Doc Goyon couldn't help but acknowledge the strength of these upperclassmen. Just as expected. Perhaps because they are seniors, even I can't look down on their abilities. Unlike the calm Doc Goyon, Rachel was terrified, clutching Yu Wu's arm tightly. However, Yu Wu's face had also turned pale with anxiety. Compared to his friends, he saw much more. Good Lord, I knew this was a class for exceptional students, but what the hell is this? Before Yu Wu's eyes appeared countless vague notifications, and they were immeasurable, representing the fact that the upperclassmen possessed an immense amount of power. Yu Wu's current strength was not enough to evaluate theirs. The system continued to issue notifications. You have successfully understood a part and interpreted the concept held by a transcendent being. Your understanding of the Book of Myriad Poisons has reached 137. Unaware of these thoughts in Yu Wu's mind, Professor Xenon, seeing that the freshmen had arrived, spoke up. Welcome, Class 1-1. I'm very glad you're participating in my lesson. Welcome, everyone. I am Xenon, your supervising professor. You may sit in any empty chair. To Yu Wu, he quickly realized this was the same voice that had spoken to him during the battle with Erecto. Next, after waiting for Yu Wu's group to quickly take their seats, the vice principal began his lecture. As clearly stated in the syllabus I handed out, the goal of this course is very simple, to understand the origin of the tower and the constellations. Because we have underclassmen joining today, first we will go over the tower. At first glance, the tower seems to have no principles or an end. But in reality, this tower is similar to a living organism. When climbing the tower, we must overcome trials and access hidden treasures or secrets within it. Do you think you receive rewards because you pass the level? But in fact, that's not how it works. It's not that you are hunting for treasure, but that the tower itself has prepared them so that you can receive them. The purpose is to select the most elite individuals with better items, more special hidden treasures, and more transcendent miracles. The tower itself is searching for those who strive to understand it. Revealing more secrets to those who understand it is a basic condition for any intelligent being with higher reasoning capabilities. Back to Yu Wu, hearing these words from the vice principal, he secretly mocked them in his heart. What a load of rubbish, a fragile system overturned by an abnormal intruder through non-orthodox means. Living and thinking, the tower choosing people, isn't that being overblown? How could anyone believe this? But at this point, the protagonist suddenly became a bit somber. He began to recall the events that occurred when he climbed the tower and slowly reasoned. Wait! The time frame when the headmaster's mass letters were sent out was not long after an intruder entered the tower. So we assumed that the abnormal phenomenon involving the spider swarm in room 4 was caused by the intruder. But thinking carefully now, Floor 1's difficulty was quite strange. The thing that immediately killed Louis was definitely an elite monster. If the tower only began to turn strange after the whole group reached room 4, and the intruder started causing trouble, then the hell-level difficulty in rooms 1, 2, and 3 is very illogical. What on earth is going on? Could it be the tower really is similar to a living organism? This judgment is a bit crazy, but if I change the premise, assuming the tower's difficulty didn't change due to the intruders, but due to another reason. Could it be because of that? Let's think. That hell-level difficulty, was it truly arranged by the tower itself for us? Or perhaps because I am a descendant of the tower's owner, so that happened. Was it truly arranged by the tower itself for us? Or perhaps because I am a descendant of the tower's owner, so that happened. Up ahead, although Vice Principal Xenon was still lecturing, his eyes were constantly focused on the protagonist. Then, seeing his restless expression, he suddenly flashed a mysterious smile. Back to Yu Wu, he was still stroking his chin in pensive thought. There's no need to think too far ahead. If the tower itself chooses the climbers, as the professor said, then there's no better environment than this. At least our class encountered a level of difficulty, and a situation different from everyone else. As the saying goes, high risk means big rewards. The rewards the tower has prepared must be on a completely different level. Tusk, I still can't grasp the idea. What's with this class? On the opposite side, Vice Principal Xenon caught Yu Wu's confused gaze and turned to say, has he discovered it? The barrier surrounding it. Some students can't even recognize it after many years, but detecting that sphere on your first day of auditing. Exactly, you're very sharp, Ban Yu Wu. As expected, even as a freshman, the students of Class 1-1 seemed perfectly qualified to audit this lecture. Saying this, he raised his hand into the air and pulled down a purple sphere that was floating above the classroom. Afterward, he continued, I have a question for you, Ban Yu Wu. What do you see inside this sphere? The professor's suggestive question caused Yu Wu to look intently at the sphere. However, all the information he received from the system was unknown. Seeing this, Yu Wu replied awkwardly, I don't see anything. Hearing that, Xenon laughed and said, you should concentrate more. Check it again. Still nothing? Yu Wu shook his head. Try focusing again. There must be something you can see. Try to unlock the secrets of this sphere. Xenon continued to advise. After Yu Wu stared into the sphere for a while, he began to see a few concepts within it. Shield, severing protection. As for the part further beyond, it seems I still haven't grasped it. Yu Wu spoke with a frown. Meanwhile, Professor Xenon also knew that he had used all his ability to observe the sphere, so he didn't ask him to do more. I see. Very good. Now you can close your eyes and rest. Hearing that, Yu Wu finally let out a sigh of relief. On the other side, Professor Xenon couldn't help but be surprised by what Yu Wu had witnessed. To think he discovered 3 of the sphere's capabilities. You truly are not ordinary at all. Now I understand why the headmaster is paying so much attention to you. Thinking this, the professor continued to ask the protagonist, do you understand what this is? Not at all. Yu Wu answered bluntly. This answer made even the vice principal a bit flustered. You certainly are honest, but it's better if you think about it a bit more carefully. I want to emphasize to all of you that, in class and in life, expanding your way of thinking and nurturing your imagination is important. Expanding your mindset is directly related to how you expand your power. If you want to use your abilities in a more advanced way, then you must develop the power of your thoughts, the effort to direct behind it. You must cultivate your thinking ability. Even if the results aren't immediately visible, you must not stop thinking. The vice principal's advice left Yu Wu feeling completely lost. Don't stop thinking. What does that have to do with the sphere? Yu Wu said to himself internally, then directly asked the professor. If someone has a high cognitive ability or imagination, can they control this sphere? The protagonist's sudden question made Xenon's eyes flash with surprise, but afterward he also nodded in agreement. Exactly. One day, if you understand the structure of all things, analyze them, and develop the ability to expand them, then this sphere will turn you into an imitation god. The entire classroom was completely silent after Xenon's words. No one reacted enthusiastically. It seemed they were still considering whether those words were true or not. Seeing the blank faces of the students, Xenon burst out laughing. Ha ha! It might be hard to understand now, but as you study, you'll gradually get it. This is the core material of my lecture, and it's also closely related to the main lecture. Simulation of constellation war. All right, that's all for today's class. For the assignment, try to imagine the possible applications of this. See you all next week. From Yu Wu's perspective, the amount of knowledge he gained from this session was a flat 0. He scratched his head in confusion. It's too complicated. A god is just a god. What is an imitation god? An organism similar to a god? Or is it a fake god? And what's the principle behind becoming a god? Is it because we're in different years? This class is way too hard. Yu Wu lamented internally. On this side, the students also gradually left the lecture hall. Light turned to everyone and said, "Let's go, Yu Wu." After going outside, Yu Wu still didn't understand anything from the lecture, so he had to ask, "That lecture just now? Can someone explain it to me?" His question made Light's eyes widen. "Huh, I thought you'd be the one summarizing it naturally for us." At the same time, a familiar voice rang out next to the group. "So, the lecture is over." Hearing that, Yu Wu startled and turned to shout, "Ortama, what are you doing here?" In response to the question was a look of utter contempt from the blonde noble. "Shut up, you lowlife. I'm the one asking the questions here." He glanced around and asked, "Where is she?" The whole group was puzzled. Light asked blankly, "She? Don't tell me." The images of one person appeared in everyone's minds. At that moment, Doc Goyon's voice rang out. "Why is everyone making such a fuss in one spot?" She walked over, looking curiously at the crowd. But then her gaze quickly caught Ortama. She spoke with utter indifference. "Oh my, and I thought something serious happened." On the opposite side, when he saw Doc Goyon appear, Ortama immediately rushed over. He looked straight at her and spoke in a serious voice. "Doc Goyon, right?" Hearing this, Doc Goyon crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, "That's right, so what?" Ortama continued, "I have business with you." His words made the swordswoman feel a bit annoyed. "Another duel? If you want to die, I won't stop you. But it's quite hard to fight each other inside this academy." However, Ortama's next action was truly beyond everyone's imagination. He suddenly knelt on one knee, pulling a beautiful bouquet of roses from his inventory. He held the bouquet out toward Doc Goyon, and then spoke solemnly, "Doc Goyon, I want to ask you out on a date." After he finished speaking, his face even blushed slightly from embarrassment. Yu Wu's group behind him had their eyes wide and broke into a cold sweat, worried for Ortama because he dared to say those words to Doc Goyon. And what about Doc Goyon? Her face currently was as dark as the bottom of a pot. If she were to tear Ortama apart right now, they wouldn't even be surprised. Next, the result didn't need to be stated for everyone to guess. As expected, the blonde Ortama was flatly rejected by Doc Goyon without a hint of hesitation. Remembering the scene from before, even Yu Wu felt a bit concerned for Ortama. How on earth do you fall for a woman who beat you to a pulp? Is his taste that extreme? In response to these words, Light could only silently shake his head and reminded him, "Yu Wu, the answer is right there in your question." "No way," Yu Wu shouted irritably. In the back, Doc Goyon saw them arguing and chimed in. "You two aren't any different from each other, so why argue? I'm more interested in knowing what his next plan is." Hearing this, all three people in front had their eyes wide as they turned to look at the genius swordswoman and stammered. "Plan? What plan?" Looking at their blank faces, Doc Goyon began to break into a cold sweat and whispered, "Do you really not know? He must have some other motive because I didn't see any affection in his eyes at all." Hearing that, Yu Wu shrugged and replied, "No way, it's not what you think. I mean, you look quite pretty." Yu Wu's unintended comment made the white-haired girl's face turn completely red. Her whole body began to tremble from embarrassment, and she asked, "Really, Yu Wu, why are you suddenly praising me?" Hearing that, Yu Wu was a bit curious, not understanding why Doc Goyon was acting this way. Meanwhile, Light turned and reminded her, "Doc Goyon, don't pay any mind to the nonsense he says." "Of course I know that. You don't need to tell me." Doc Goyon hurriedly made an excuse. While the group was talking, the beast woman Rachel was silently thinking to herself. She wondered, does Ortama truly have another purpose? Those eyes definitely couldn't be wrong. Remembering the scene earlier, after Ortama held the bouquet in front of Doc Goyon, she had said in a cold voice, I have no interest in you, so don't come looking for me again. Let's go, everyone. With that, Dak Go-yeon quickly turned and walked away, leaving Ortama behind with an extremely sad face. Setting that aside, the scene shifts to the training grounds. At this moment, several notification screens appeared in front of Yu Wu. You have revealed yourself before many other beings, engraving your existence into their minds. You have comprehended new linguistic concepts, charisma and honor. The depth of charisma and honor is 10. Looking at these notifications, Yu Wu was inwardly amazed. I just posted this week's video to the channel, and I've already received new concepts. Then Yu Wu checked the 2 concepts he had just received in more detail. Charisma 10, the ability to charm and influence others. Honor 10, power gained through recognition by other beings. Immediately after reading this, Yu Wu understood the nature of these 2 concepts. However, he wasn't particularly happy with these new abilities. These things look good, but are they actually useful for climbing the tower? Thinking this over to test how much these concepts influenced his appearance, the protagonist turned to ask his close friend, "Hey, Rachel, do I look any different to you?" The sudden question startled Rachel, who stammered, "Different? Well, I think you look quite handsome." Hearing this, it was Yu Wu's turn to be flustered, waving his hands as he said, "No, that's not what I meant, but thanks anyway." Not far away, the swordswoman Dak Go-yeon saw them talking so intimately and irritably began to take out her anger on Light. After she was finished, she dragged Light over in front of the 2 of them and spoke with eyes flashing red. "Hey, you two, whatever you're supposed to be doing, focus on it. Stop sitting there flirting." On the opposite side, seeing her approach, Yu Wu quickly asked, "Hey, Dak Go-yeon, do I look any different to you?" Before the protagonist could finish his sentence, Dak Go-yeon, embarrassed, shoved her hand in his face and interrupted. "Seriously, did you not hear a word I just said? Focus on your training. If you keep this up, you'll be training until tomorrow morning." Her irritated snapping made Yu Wu stop prying about his appearance. All right, Rachel, let's keep practicing." "Oh, okay," Rachel said with a nod. Meanwhile, Light, sitting nearby and listening, was practically crying as he wailed, "Just let me rest for a second." Following that, while Dak Go-yeon and Light rested, Yu Wu and Rachel dove headfirst into training. Each of their collisions began to create shockwaves that radiated into the surroundings. Watching these exchanges, Light had to admit, "Yu Wu has gotten a lot stronger. I think it might be time for higher-level training." In response, Dak Go-yeon simply shook her head slightly. "Not yet. He's gotten stronger, but he's still far behind the 2 of us. The only reason he's holding his own is that Rachel is holding back." At this point, the swordswoman frowned as she thought to herself, "Regardless, tomorrow is the day we have to enter the tower. Do you have a way to face that monster yet, Yu Wu? If not, it'll be just like last time. If we don't find a solution quickly, failure will repeat itself." Returning to the protagonist's perspective, while fighting the beast girl, he silently activated his observation skill. In his mind, he began to form a plan. After a week of training with Rachel, I've gradually come to understand her. Her rage is triggered by emotions, and depending on what kind of emotion is used as the fuel, her state changes. When negative emotions and anger are used as fuel, she becomes stronger and harder to control. But when positive, joyful emotions are used, the rage subsides and she stabilizes. In battle, feelings of resentment are easy to come by, which makes it impossible for her to control herself. But if I change the emotional fuel to something positive, there might be a shift. At that thought, Yu Wu tilted his head to the side, evading Rachel's attack. Then immediately after, he lunged forward, raising his sword to his chest and pushing with all his might, sending Rachel's body flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, while Rachel had yet to stand back up, Yu Wu said to himself, "Now is the time. I've spent this entire week spending time with Rachel, collecting her emotions when she's happy, relaxed, and peaceful. Not fake emotions, but her true feelings. This will definitely work." With that, Yu Wu pulled out the emotional concepts he had collected earlier and rushed forward. Just like that, Yu Wu began to push the positive emotional concepts directly into Rachel. Unfortunately, Rachel's wild instincts were incredibly sharp. Before the protagonist's hand could touch her, she swung her arm, swatting his hand aside. Then she let out a furious roar and lunged straight at Yu Wu. Her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, and she tackled him straight to the ground. Then, seemingly having lost all control, Rachel raised her sharp hand to strike down. Watching from the side, Light and Dak Go-yeon hurriedly rushed in to stop her. However, before they could reach them, the little snake Eve transformed into a chain, lunging out to coil tightly around Rachel's attacking arm, pulling it back with force and leaving her only able to scream in frustration. Finally, after a few seconds, her deep red hair slowly faded back to pink, signaling that she was changing back and gradually regaining her consciousness. On his side, Yu Wu remarked in surprise, Rachel, it looks like you move faster after being chained up. Rachel, who was panting heavily, responded weakly. I think so too. Next, Yu Wu released the chains and breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. At least that frenzy doesn't last too long. But having to do this every time we fight is way too dangerous. Something has changed, but what exactly are the conditions? Yu Wu wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Rachel said, Thank you, Yu Wu. Hearing this, the protagonist shook off his thoughts and asked curiously, Why are you thanking me? We haven't even figured it out yet. In response, the beast girl shook her head vigorously. No, thank you. Because of you, I can fight much more comfortably now. Just this alone is a huge development. I'm so glad you're here, Yu Wu. Hearing this, the protagonist offered a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, Doc Goyon, watching from the side, gave a cold snort. This startled Yu Wu, who hurriedly explained. Doc Goyon, we were just training hard. Yeah, I saw, Doc Goyon said with a nod. Light laughed to ease the tension. Haha, at least no one got hurt. Returning to Doc Goyon's perspective, she stood up and said, More importantly, everything has been. At this point, the swordswoman's voice suddenly faltered. Then, after a few seconds of thought, she suddenly waved her hand and shook her head. No, it's nothing. That's enough for today. Hearing her say that, Yu Wu was puzzled. What was that about? It's over already. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifts to beneath the tower. At this moment, Yu Wu's group was fully equipped and ready to enter the tower once again. A notable difference this time was that Light wasn't using his holy sword. Instead, he was carrying a large spear. This decision was made at Doc Goyon's request. It left Light a bit panicked as he said, Hey, Doc Goyon, wouldn't it be better if I used the holy sword? At least for entering the tower. If it were just for me, I wouldn't care, but our fates are all tied together, aren't they? In response, Doc Goyon gave him a confident look. We all agreed to build a solid foundation first instead of rushing a sprint. This is only our second expedition in our first semester, so don't worry too much. That's right, exactly, Yu Wu chimed in with a nod. Before turning to look at Light's trembling form, Yu Wu assessed the situation internally. Light doesn't seem to notice, does he? But the more he uses the holy sword, the more he depends on it. The nature of the demonic soul is gradually merging into the holy soul. Now I'm not even sure if it's truly a holy sword anymore. Regardless, it's better to keep it as a last resort. With that thought, we return to Light's perspective. Looking into Doc Goyon's determined eyes, he could only bow his head in acceptance. All right, I get it. But if I fall in this tower because of the trial, don't scold me, okay? In response, the swordswoman Doc Goyon began cracking her knuckles threateningly. No one's going to scold you. We'll just make you suffer even more. Beside her, Yu Wu also added a threat. Who has time to scold you? Don't forget there are millions of subscribers watching our videos. Hearing this, how could Light not understand their intentions? His eyes began to well up with tears. So in the end, you guys are going to scold me. Shut up, Doc Goyon snapped. While the two of them were bickering, Yu Wu took the opportunity to check his status and nodded in satisfaction at what he currently possessed. Good, everything looks set. Prepare Eve and Titch too, right? As he spoke, he called out the little snake Eve and the tiny filming robot, saying, I'm counting on you both. At the same time, the beast girl Rachel stepped forward and said, Yu Wu, I'll do my best and I'll listen to everything you say. Hearing that, the protagonist turned and nodded. All right then, trust me, I'm pretty strong in a fight too. Yeah, I believe in you, Rachel replied with a look of pure trust. For some reason, seeing them acting so close made Doc Goyon a bit annoyed as she sarcastically said to Yu Wu, I just hope you hold out until at least Saturday afternoon. The first one to die will have to endure the most painful punishment. Hearing her say this, Yu Wu's eyes blinked in surprise as he whispered, You really seem to enjoy pushing people into misery, don't you? Beside him, Light panicked. Hey, wait, do we really not need the holy sword? Ignoring his lamenting, Doc Goyon's expression shifted slightly as she said in a low voice, Hey, Yu Wu, come here for a second. There are a few things I need to clear up before we set off. Today is the first evaluation day. Honestly, as you know, I'm a bit disappointed. You still haven't fulfilled the promise you made to me, have you? As for Yu Wu, he naturally remembered the promise he had made. He replied, Of course I haven't, but both of them are starting to change. No need to wait for the results, it will happen just as I said. Ahead of him, Doc Goyon listened and could only agree. I hope so. But anyway, regarding the beast's state, there's something I didn't tell you yesterday. But first, who said you could eavesdrop? As she spoke, she snapped her fingers. This caused the beast girl Rachel, who was eavesdropping to the side, to clamp her hands over her ears. However, Doc Goyon didn't stop snapping her fingers. While doing so, she said irritably, Honestly, her beast state becomes much wilder when she's in front of you, Yu Wu. Do you understand the meaning of submission, Yu Wu? Hearing the question, the protagonist was a bit curious but replied, Does it mean being dominated? Doc Goyon responded with a sigh. That's not entirely wrong. From the perspective of someone who has been dominated, it's a bit uncomfortable. But some people have powerful leadership skills, and for those people, that beast state is very much like someone who can completely dominate and control it. At this point, our protagonist truly didn't understand a thing and had to ask, "What do you mean by that?" Doc Goyon moved closer to Yu Wu, staring intently at him as she reminded him. Do you really not get it? In other words, when that beast becomes uncontrollable, trying to communicate with her heart is useless. On the opposite side, the dense Yu Wu's eyes remained wide with question marks practically popping over his head as he said blankly, "Sorry, but I still don't understand." Hearing this, even with her patience, Doc Goyon couldn't suppress her anger and yelled, "Good grief, be serious. Fine, forget it. If you can't understand, just remember it," she said through gritted teeth. Yu Wu just grinned. "Don't be mad. All right, I don't quite get it, but I'll remember it. Thanks." Setting that aside, the group then gathered right in front of the entrance. Yu Wu placed his hand on the door, turned to the others, and asked, "All right, is everyone ready?" In response to his words, the other three nodded simultaneously. Seeing this, Yu Wu spoke confidently. "First year privilege, class 11, second exploration, officially begins." As he spoke, Yu Wu pushed both hands forward, shoving the doors open. Once they stepped inside, the scene before them looked very much like a labyrinth. The site was completely different from their previous visits, leaving the group amazed as they looked around. Then, after scanning the surroundings, the swordswoman Doc Goyon spoke up. "I thought it was strange that we started from room 1, but I didn't expect it to go this far. Is it a maze this time?" Light said with a worried face. Meanwhile, Yu Wu, after checking his necklace, reminded them, "Based on the number on the necklace, this seems to be the 5th floor." Hearing this, Light suddenly let out a massive sigh of relief. "Thank goodness it starts from floor 5. Hey, you're looking a bit too self-satisfied there," the white-haired girl grumbled, making Light bristle as he yelled, "No, I'm not." Turning back to Yu Wu, he suddenly noticed Rachel looking a bit strange and asked, "Rachel, what's wrong?" In response, Rachel spoke her mind. "I smell a monster. Catch it, Yu Wu." Regarding this place, Yu Wu didn't know what to say. "You found a monster instead of the way out." Just as he finished speaking, the protagonist's expression suddenly shifted, because right now, in front of the group, a distorted figure appeared, looking like a scratched-up image. At the sight, Light instinctively gripped his weapon and shouted, "What is that? Is it like the thing we met in room 1? "No, it's different," Yu Wu replied, the sound of cracking and twisting like it's being shredded. While the two of them were still wondering what kind of monster was in front of them, the beast girl Rachel proactively lunged forward. Her sharp hand swung out, instantly cleaving the strange figure in two. At the same time, Yu Wu received a notification from the system. Glitch, 0.1. Demonic Soul, 0.2 Light, 0.1 Noise, 0.1 Malfunction, 0.05 Inversion, 0.01. Looking at this notification, Yu Wu could completely confirm his thoughts. "Just as I thought, this is a glitch phenomenon. When the signal is cut, both image and sound are distorted, and that inversion creates a strange sense of fear, turning it into a monster. Since it's a different type from the monsters I've met before, there are many concepts I've never seen. What do malfunction and inversion contribute to this concept? Currently, the glitch has inversion in it, so it could be useful. Let's try collecting some more." At the same time, while Yu Wu was deep in thought, a glitch monster crept up toward him. Once it was close, it lunged forward like a shroud, intending to envelop Yu Wu. Unfortunately, there was no way it would succeed. Standing beside him, the swordswoman Doc Goyon simply snapped her fingers, firing a blast of light that shattered the glitch monster into pieces. Having done so, she glanced over playfully. "Hey, Yu Wu, focusing on these things while trying to escape the maze is going to be a real pain. The path is very complex, so be careful and don't get separated. For now, let's head this way." Having said that, she quickly hurried forward. Meanwhile, Light irritably fought off glitch monsters from behind. "Wait up, these things just keep coming," he lamented. On this side, Doc Goyon also speculated. "Is it a psychic type of monster?" Turning to Yu Wu's perspective, looking at the rate of collecting inversion concepts, he felt quite dejected. "Even if it's just a little, I'm slowly accumulating inversion. But do I need to reach 100 points to use the ability? Is it even worth it in the end?" Just as he was thinking this, his attention was drawn by a scream from the beast girl Rachel. Then, just as she was about to go all out against a glitch monster, Yu Wu immediately used his chains to stop her. "Wait, Rachel, you don't need to fight too much. You'll go into a frenzy. Rachel, just stay by my side for now." Hearing this, her face turned a bit pink as she nodded vigorously. This only served to irritate Doc Goyon, who was watching. "Hey, you two, this isn't the place for flirting." As she spoke, she casually snapped out 2 bursts of energy, destroying the monsters in front of her. Turning back to the protagonist, he reminded himself, "For now, just ignore the concepts appearing on the walls." From behind, Rachel kept watch and assisted Yu Wu. "Hey, Yu Wu, they're appearing over there." "Got it." Yu Wu nodded and quickly manipulated his chains, attacking the glitch monsters. And so time passed quickly. Yu Wu's group fought as they retreated, yet they still couldn't find a way out of the labyrinth. This left Light completely discouraged. "Good grief, it's been hours. When are we going to get out of this maze?" Hearing this, Doc Goyon frowned and said, "It's real, I remember every path we've taken." Not just her, even Yu Wu felt the same way. He said, "This place, though it looks a bit different, it feels like we've been here before." Exactly, it's not a normal maze. It changes over time. At this rate, the only option is to try and destroy it. If we destroy everything, something will show up. Doc Goyon said as she began to gather power in her fist, preparing to unleash a powerful move to demolish all the walls ahead. Her words triggered an idea in Yu Wu's mind. "Wait, now that I think about it, I was so focused on collecting inversion that I didn't even notice." With that, Yu Wu stepped in to stop Doc Goyon. "Doc Goyon, wait a second. Normally, a path doesn't change easily. That means there must be something inside the walls." As he spoke, Yu Wu began feeling along the wall in front of him. Within seconds, his hand pushed lightly against a section of the wall, causing it to sink deep inward. A system notification appeared. "Illusion 0.5 stolen. Concept inaccessible to humans." Turning back to Yu Wu's perspective, the section of the wall in front of him slowly dissolved, revealing a path ahead. "I knew it, my guess was right." Yu Wu chuckled to himself. At this, Light and Rachel turned to look at the protagonist in admiration, asking, "How did you do that, Yu Wu? You even broke the labyrinth." Hearing their words, Yu Wu rubbed his nose in delight and thought to himself, "Actually, I noticed it a while ago. I was just too focused on collecting concepts that I didn't mention it." Thinking that, Yu Wu waved it off with a casual laugh. "I don't like wasting time. I just walked around for a few hours and saw a piece falling off. Forget it, come on, I'm sick of this maze." Having said that, Yu Wu hurried forward. Behind him, Doc Goyon watched his retreating back and felt a silent surge of admiration. He found a magical loophole that even I didn't know about. As expected, he's not just an ordinary genius. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Yu Wu had just cleaved a massive glitch monster in half, leaving it screaming in agony. Its appearance made the entire group more cautious about this exploration. Light spoke up. "Encountering another elite monster in our second expedition, our team is truly on a different level compared to the others." Hearing this, Rachel agreed, chiming in, "It certainly seems that way." Having said that, she noticed Yu Wu looking left and right as if searching for something and asked, "Hey, Yu Wu, what's wrong? Are you hurt?" "Oh no, I'm fine," Yu Wu replied, but internally he was in a total panic. This was because his mana had reached the threshold of 199,999 and was not increasing any further. This caused Yu Wu to panic slightly. "It's not increasing at all. I've absorbed so much mana over the past 3 hours, yet my mana still hasn't surpassed the level of 200. This never happened with my life force or physical stats. What on earth is going on?" The more he thought, the more bewildered Yu Wu became. If a stat gets stuck at this level, it's going to cause a lot of problems. However, Doc Goyon was unaware of this, so she stepped forward and asked, "What's the matter with you? Are you injured somewhere?" Her sudden appearance made Yu Wu jump and shout, "Hey, I told you not to sneak up on me like that." On this side, his panicked demeanor only made the group more certain of their thoughts. "So you really do have a problem, don't you? Yu Wu, what is it?" Hearing this, the protagonist turned and shared his issue. "It's not just that I just defeated an elite monster, but my mana isn't increasing at all." For Doc Goyon, for some reason, upon hearing Yu Wu's problem, she smirked and let out a laugh, making Yu Wu feel a bit awkward. "Why? Is this funny to you?" Doc Goyon replied, "You've hit a wall, Yu Wu. You've been absorbing energy like that, sucking everything dry around you, which is why you've had such an incredible growth rate. But if you keep pouring water into a reservoir without giving it time to expand, you'll soon reach your limit." Hearing this, Yu Wu understood and asked blankly, "A reservoir? Then what should I do now?" In response, the swordswoman quickly provided a solution. "Currently, trying to overcome the limit by blindly hunting monsters like that isn't the way. A more effective way would probably be." As she spoke, she glanced at Rachel, then pouted and said irritably, "Some people are just too lucky, haha. Not being stuck at school over the weekend, getting to enjoy fresh air, eating delicious food, and going shopping." Her suggestive words made Yu Wu quickly realize the issue, and he clasped his hands in supplication. "Doc Goyon, if you're willing to teach me, I'm ready to learn. I'll even consider going out to eat and shop together. So please." Only upon hearing this did Doc Go-yeon's anger subside slightly as she agreed. All right, you only humble yourself when you face things like this. It's going to take a bit of time, is that okay? Hearing that, the puppy-like girl Rachel nodded vigorously. If it can help you woo, I don't mind at all. At her side, Light also sighed. We've defeated an elite monster, but no teleportation occurred, so we have no other choice. Thank you, everyone, the protagonist said tearfully. Next, the swordswoman slowly laid out her plan. The best method for you right now is to learn the basics, specifically the divine manifestation art, the root martial art of the manifestation technique. It might sound difficult, but it's just basic martial arts, so it won't be that hard. But having said that, her voice faltered slightly. As for you, Wu, he seemed to sense something and hurriedly asked, this time I'm going to be taught formal martial arts. At the very least, shouldn't I perform a formal disciple-master ceremony or something? His question left Doc Go-yeon pensive for a few seconds before she turned her head and said, this is just basic internal energy cultivation that even children can learn. Forget about that and get ready. Having said that, Doc Go-yeon silently reminded herself, how surprising! An outsider mentioned a formal disciple ceremony. I'm acting like it's nothing. But the divine manifestation art isn't the kind of martial art that can be easily taught. Out of respect, it's a secret technique passed down only to blood descendants. If my father knew about this, he would be very shocked. We only met recently, and he's someone from another world. I can't believe I'm passing on a unique family secret, reserved only for clan descendants, to a fool like this. Unless he becomes my husband, this is simply unacceptable. As Doc Go-yeon thought this, her face turned a bit red with embarrassment. Meanwhile, her friend Yu Wu was standing there, crying a river. He felt like he was going to die of embarrassment. Nearby, Light stared at the sharp muscle definition of the protagonist with wide eyes and reminded the girl next to him. Don't look, Rachel. In response, Rachel covered her mouth and whispered, but Light is looking too. I'm fine because I'm a boy, Light stammered. That's a stupid excuse, Rachel retorted. You two, shut up. Doc Go-yeon shouted to silence the two chatterboxes. Only then did Doc Go-yeon continue her instruction. Now, sit down and calm your mind. As she spoke, she slowly reached her hand forward. A thought appeared in her mind. From the first moment I met him until now, this strange feeling keeps blooming. The feeling that I want to personally instruct this man. He's completely different from anyone I've ever met. His talent for martial arts is undeniable. Furthermore, his potential is immense. If someone possessing talent and ability like his were nurtured formally and systematically, what would happen? How fast and how far could he go? At the same time, I don't want his potential to be influenced by anyone else. What is it about him that makes me feel this way? Casting aside the stray thoughts in her heart, Doc Go-yeon said, I've explained the basics just now. Are you ready, Yu Wu? Hearing this, Yu Wu nodded and asked back, I'm clear on it. But before we start, shouldn't you chant a mantra or something, right? Hearing this, Doc Go-yeon was puzzled at first, but then she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha ha, if I said the mantra, would you even understand it? Explaining it in words would take too long. Just let it be carved into your body. All right, let's begin. No sooner had she spoken, Doc Go-yeon began to transfer her energy into Yu Wu's body to guide him. Flashing back to a few minutes ago, Doc Go-yeon was explaining the martial art she intended to teach Yu Wu. The divine manifestation art I'm going to teach you will completely change the nature of the energy in your body and its foundation. Hearing this, Yu Wu's movement to take off his shirt came to a halt. He thought, I thought it was just a simple type of martial art, but it seems this isn't simple at all. Seeing his somewhat worried expression, Doc Go-yeon smirked and said, Don't worry, you want to get stronger, so changing your energy is perfectly normal. The mana changed by the divine manifestation art will stimulate your body. At that point, your body will convert mana into true chi. Once both your body and magic power are significantly enhanced, you'll get strong fast. Hearing this, although Yu Wu was still a bit vague, he nodded along. Even with the explanation, it's still hard to understand. But in short, I can understand that it purifies mana and converts it into true chi. That's enough. Right. Returning to the present, Yu Wu currently felt as if he were inside a furnace, making his face contort with discomfort. It's so hot. The moment Doc Go-yeon touched me, it felt like a ball of fire entered my body. It's constantly absorbing the mana inside me. It's moving around my body as if a path was just formed inside. How much longer is my body going to burn? The more he thought, the more panicked Yu Wu became. As if sensing that, Doc Go-yeon whispered into the protagonist's ear. Yu Wu, calm down. Follow the path formed in your body, circulate the true chi. That flame is the source of the divine manifestation art. If you succeed now, you'll be able to walk your own path. Doc Go-yeon's gentle words seemed to carry a kind of magic. helping Yu Wu's mind become calmer. He began to close his eyes, slowly sensing the energy moving inside his body. The blue flame inside him circulated through his body repeatedly. And so, as time passed, the heat brought by this energy source slowly diminished until it finally disappeared completely. At this point, Yu Wu opened his eyes and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, I feel better, and I realize that using mana directly isn't the best way. At the same time, a congratulatory notification appeared before his eyes. You have learned a new martial art, Divine Manifestation Art. Understanding reached 20. Along with the practice of the Divine Manifestation Art, several negative concepts in your body have been removed. Positive supplementary life force has gradually formed in your body. They will assist in the development of new concepts. Understanding of soul reached 440. Understanding of defense reached 7. Looking at these lines of notification, Yu Wu couldn't help but exclaim internally. Wow, I did it! This is amazing! Just as Doc Goyon said, the concepts in my body are being replaced by true chi. The more I practice, the stronger the concepts in my body become. Is this the Divine Manifestation Art? Back to Doc Goyon, she had already sensed Yu Wu's energy slowly changing and asked, How is it? Do you feel satisfied? As for Yu Wu, he was more than satisfied, so he turned around and gave her a thumbs up. Great! Now, what gift do you want? Hearing this, Doc Goyon burst out laughing. Hee hee, I'd love one, but first wipe off your sweat if you don't want to climb the tower alone. With that, she threw a towel directly at Yu Wu's face. Next, while wiping his sweat, Yu Wu recalled the memory from just now and mused. Strange. If I concentrate my mind during practice, I can feel the energy circulating inside my body. The more true chi is established, the stronger my body becomes and my senses also become sharper. A martial art this powerful, and she just gave it to me without wanting anything in return. The more he thought, the more confused Yu Wu felt. Before he finished dressing and returned to the group. I'm a bit late, sorry. In response to his words, Light asked, Should we film a video? What are you expecting? I'm not doing it. Whatever, let's get going, Yu Wu replied. On this side, the beast woman Rachel didn't seem to have given up and advised. But the view count would probably be very high. Her words immediately received support from Light. You took the words right out of my mouth. Hearing the two of them chatter like that, Yu Wu shouted irritably, Stop it already. Next, they hadn't moved many steps before Light suddenly said, Now that I think about it, it's around lunchtime. Aren't you guys hungry? Yu Wu replied. Since I took up quite a lot of time, let's make up for it by eating now. Before they could say another word, Doc Goyon interrupted. No, we've been in room 5 for too long. Before we get to room 6, we can't delay any further. Her words made the Night Light lose interest. Setting up meal rules. It's just like being in the army. Rachel growled in response. If you have the energy to complain, why not use it to find the exit? No sooner had she spoken than the group emerged from the maze and witnessed a massive door, leaving the whole group stunned. You just said that, and I've already found it. This must be the door leading to room 6, right? Let's see, I'm not quite sure, Doc Goyon said with a suspicious tone. And before Light could step forward to check, Yu Wu reached out to stop him because he had discovered something. What's this? I haven't even used my skills yet, but this is. I can vaguely sense it outside this door. Is there something behind the door? With that thought, Yu Wu approached the back of the door with a tense expression. His behavior made the others suspicious. But Doc Goyon quickly said, Let's just follow him. Then when they reached the back of the door, Light looked left and right for a bit and said, There's nothing here. Could it be we took the wrong path? Unlike them, Yu Wu, possessing the divine eye, could see many things. Perhaps so, but in my eyes, this wall is full of illusions. Right here. With that, Yu Wu reached out and pushed forward, and it seemed he had actually touched something. A crack began to spread incessantly through the air, finally shattering into many mirror-like shards, revealing a reddish-brown space behind it. This left Light and Rachel completely stunned. What's going on? Has Yu Wu found a secret passage? Looking inside the door, Doc Goyon shouted, I see. This is a shortcut. According to their gaze, behind this gate was a spiral staircase leading straight up. At the same time, a system notification was issued to Yu Wu. You have absorbed 50 illusions. Looking at that, Yu Wu was also dazed. What? I absorbed 50 illusion points? Did I just find a hidden passage? That's amazing. With that thought, he turned back to ask the others' opinion. I've found a shortcut for us. Now what should we do with it? Hearing this, the whole group shared the same opinion. What else could we do? Of course we have to go inside. After saying that, the whole group quickly stepped inside the gate. A gentle hand brought the glowing energy orb to the little white snake Eve's mouth. She lifted her head and gobbled it up, grow big and strong. Eve, she seemed delighted, her big mouth chomping, letting out a sound, Ek. and absorbed 5 illusions. Yu Wu climbed the stairs step by step, scanning around as he spoke. Looks like the floor changes as we go up since there's no distinct transition. Doc Goyon, noticing this from behind, nodded in agreement. Maybe the stairs are the transition point after all, then turned to Light and snapped, "Light, you go straight ahead." While Light could only inch forward, clutching his weapon nervously and protesting. But what if something jumps out in front of me? The corridor's narrow. Doc Goyon replied firmly and forcefully, "Then fight. What are you worried about?" Rachel, walking ahead, suddenly shouted, "Ah!" She worriedly looked up, fingers fiddling with her necklace. "We're on the 8th floor, the 8th floor." Yu Wu blinked wide-eyed, a bit unnerved, sweat beading on his temples, then feigned surprise and exclaimed, "Whoa, did we skip 3 floors?" Doc Goyon, speaking coldly from behind with a hint of teasing, said, "So you found a shortcut, Ban Yu Wu." He rolled his eyes and forced a smile. "Even I didn't expect such a top-tier shortcut." Light was still terrified, sweat dotting his face, trembling as he glanced around and muttered, "The guidebook did say shortcuts are a big boon, but the more floors you skip, the harder the next ones get. Aren't you guys worried at all?" Doc Goyon bowed his head slightly, expression unreadable, then smiled and said, "It also says the rewards will be bigger. I'm looking forward to it." The night pal looked like he wanted to scream and cry, "Hick, next time don't take shortcuts." Yu Wu sighed softly and kept walking, sweated his temples but wearing a wry smile. All right, he thought to himself, Light's whining sure is on another level today. He wasn't like this on the last raid, so why the sudden cowardice now? Light tightened his grip on his sword, sweat beading on his brow and eyes full of unease as he muttered, "Higher difficulty means more danger. Holy sword, if only I could use it." Yu Wu watched him slowly, puzzled, his spirits unsteady, and he's way too reliant on that sword. Doc Goyon frowned, annoyed. "You're too noisy. Smack that damned sword around and it might shut you up." Light's eyes welled up and his voice trembled. "Don't say nonsense." Rachel suddenly shouted and pointed ahead, and Yu Wu quickly followed her gaze. "Ah!" The pink-haired girl widened her eyes and pointed at the door at the end of the spiral stairs, glowing brilliantly, then yelled, "That's the exit!" He stared for a moment in surprise, then blurted out, "Oh." Yu Wu hurried forward a few quick steps and stood before the gate. The student card said 8th floor, so the next floor after the exit must be the 9th, right? She hurriedly gripped his hand and reminded him, "Careful, Ban." Rachel narrowed her eyes, alert and worried as she looked at the gate ahead. "I sense hostility beyond that door like last time." Her voice trembled with worry and unease, causing Light and even Doc Goyon behind them to hesitate slightly. That same feeling when that odd guy showed up. Then the genius girl reassured them, "Don't worry too much," and turned to the knight beside her. "Light, when we enter the next floor, remember to swing your sword, okay?" He flinched when his name was mentioned and quickly asked, "Ah, really?" She nodded decisively. "Yeah." Light laughed heartily, raised his sword, and shouted eagerly, "All right, leave it to me, wahahaha." Meanwhile, Doc Goyon stood behind, arms crossed, grumbling in annoyance. "His mood swings really piss me off," and Yu Wu nodded in agreement. "True." All four stepped through the gate of light into a massive stone hall, which causes them to instinctively shiver as they speak in awe. This place. Yu Wu has been observing the surroundings very closely and meticulously since entering. There are no monsters and the ceiling is very high. While Light also feels puzzled by the scene before them. Have we reached a rest area? A figure in a black cloak hides behind a nearby rock watching the four of them walk on, as he shakes his head slightly and explains, "I don't think so. The guidebook doesn't mention any terrain like this for the floor 10 rest area." Suddenly, a massive magic circle erupts with violent light, creating a piercing blue glow that seems to tear through space itself. Over here, Yu Wu's eyes go wide, sweat beading on his forehead and his face full of shock. Then a large sphere suddenly appears in front of Doc Goyon and flies toward her, leaving Yu Wu and Light with no time to react. She grinds her teeth, furious that she can't do anything. A massive collision occurs, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere as the ground trembles slightly. Meanwhile, amidst the violent tremors, the gun user and the pink-haired girl desperately push themselves up through the thick dust. Doc Goyon. A powerful foot stomps down on the sphere lying motionless on the ground, and Goyon's familiar voice rings out. "What's wrong, Ban Yu Wu?" Over here, the genius girl steps forward with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze looking straight at him as she asks, "Didn't you say only you could use this type of weapon inside the tower?" Which leaves the boy somewhat stunned and fumbling as he nods. Yeah, that's right." Yu Wu grinds his teeth and turns his head, looking around for anyone else appearing here. "So this is definitely a single-use weapon. That bastard." He quickly spots a faint figure flickering behind a nearby pillar. "Are you suddenly reloading? You think I won't see you?" Yu Wu immediately points toward the pillar and shouts to Light, Light over there. He flings his arm out and the knight lunges instantly following the direction. Behind the third pillar, got it. The mysterious man in black hiding behind the stone pillar is startled by the unexpected move. He presses himself against the stone, thinking to himself while Light charges at full speed with his sword gripped tight. Is he coming here? How did he find my location? He swings his sword once and easily slices the large, sturdy stone pillar in half, leaving the mysterious man in total shock. My stealth skill shouldn't be detectable by mere freshmen. While Light shouts, "It's you, isn't it, you bastard?" He grinds his teeth and leans aside, luckily dodging it while feeling completely baffled. This makes no sense, but it doesn't matter. He then shifts his gaze to the other three watching from afar. I'll handle this one first, then blow the rest of them up. Yu-Woo turns worriedly to Doc Go-Yeon standing beside him, asking with concern, Doc Go-Yeon, are you okay? If that hit anyone else, it would have been incredibly dangerous. But she just stands there with her arms crossed and replies coldly, I suppose so. A strange bluish-white glow suddenly rises, making him ask in surprise, huh? Yu-Woo's face fills with worry as he points at the sphere under Doc Go-Yeon's foot that had been there all along, and it is transforming. Wait, Doc Go-Yeon, that bullet. He shouts in shock as he realizes, it's a magic bomb, isn't it? Magic bomb 30, and it's a very powerful one. Yu-Woo immediately kneels beside the ticking bomb and gently warns, everyone, step back a little. While Rachel backs away a few steps as told, feeling confused, bam. A notification softly rings out, obtained magic bomb 30 by force, and only then does Yu-Woo breathe a sigh of relief as if a weight has been lifted. Phew, it stopped. That guy. He looks forward to where the battle between Light and the mysterious man is raging and says, to dare do such a thing, he will pay. Over on that side, the man seems to be having trouble fighting back. This guy is actually pretty good. Suddenly he realizes something and darts his eyes to the side, but at this distance. The moment he looks over, he sees Yu-Woo throwing something with all his might. I won't be affected. He quickly uses his dagger to block Light's strike, thinking happily to himself, good, 3 seconds until detonation. It turns out he took a manual detonator from his pouch, smiling triumphantly. Die. He startles slightly and looks up. Without him noticing, the bomb that was supposed to be with the other three is now flying over his head. Huh. He gapes in shock at the bomb above him. What? Why is the bomb here? Light is also quick to realize something is wrong. It's about to. While the man in the black cloak is so terrified he turns pale as a sheet and screams, Wag! It's going to blow. The bomb whistles through the air, hits a large stone pillar and then bounces elsewhere. He watches in shock as it flies toward Light, thinking, it didn't explode. A deep, cold voice rings out, making his heart skip a beat. Hey, I don't know what you're so surprised about. Light narrows his eyes, looking incredibly serious as he says, but you shouldn't look away during a fight. He then blurs past the man, delivering a strike that is graceful yet powerful and decisive. The mysterious man in black clutches his shoulder as blood gushes from the slash, panting heavily. Gah! While Light's voice rings out beside him, this is strange. He grips the bleeding wound while leaning against the stone pillar as the knight stands before him to interrogate. You're human, aren't you? Why did you attack us? Then footsteps approach and Yu-Woo's voice rings out. How did you get in here? He leans down to pick up the round bomb and continues. Hey, you, from the moment I caught you being invisible. Yu-Woo, with a cold gaze and the black bomb in hand, speaks with total confidence. Did you really think I wouldn't notice explosives hidden in your bullets? You trusted your tricks too much, and now look at you. His voice rings out as if to mock him. So this cheap neutralizing trick fooled you instead. And he still clutches the wound on his shoulder, grit teeth enduring the pain as he speaks. Gah! Are you an idiot or what? He looks incredibly angry as he yells. How is this possible? How can a secondary dimension rookie have this kind of power? The man in black widens his eyes in pure panic as an orange target-shaped light locks onto him and explodes. Without anyone noticing, Doc Go-Yeon appears before him and delivers a blow that leaves even Yu-Woo stunned. She speaks coldly, before we talk calmly. Doc Go-Yeon's sharp gaze looks down at him as he screams in pain. She calmly continues, it would be better if I break your arms or legs so you don't do anything stupid. When a voice suddenly rings out beside them, no, we have to kill him. Rachel slowly walks up and says, we can't let him live. And her appearance makes Yu-Woo a bit surprised. Rachel. The pink-haired girl has panic in her eyes, sweat pouring down as she grinds her teeth and speaks in a voice full of extreme terror. If we don't kill him now, everyone will. As soon as she finishes, she lunges forward and lets out a loud shout. Kaya. Seeing this, he hurriedly rushes to stop Rachel. Wait, Rachel. Her sharp claws are very quickly inches away from the mysterious man's face. Instantly, a long green chain coils around Rachel's entire body to hold her back. Then Rachel roars in rage as she is sealed by the magic chain. Kaya! While Yu-Wu holds her, shouting worriedly, "Calm down, Rachel." A terrifying voice rings out around the four of them, and the ground begins to tremble. You failed, you fools. He looks around blankly, feeling a bit uneasy in his heart. What is this pressure? While Light looks around in confusion, as if realizing something. No way could this be. Dak Go-yeon tilts her head and wonders. A constellation, perhaps? As that horrible voice continues to ring out and the mysterious man clutches his head in agony, watching the situation unfold. The mysterious voice continues. It seems your role has ended. As a strange red energy begins to radiate around the man, he screams in terror, "Wait, I can still do it. I can still do more." While everyone stands stunned at the chaotic scene, the voice continues, seemingly indifferent to the man's words. Sacrifice yourself to take your teammate's share, leaving Light and Yu-Wu completely bewildered. What is happening? And he clutches himself, collapsing in agony as he screams frantically, "Ga, I told you I could do it. I can kill them." He suddenly realizes something is very wrong and shouts a signal to everyone. Everyone get back. The voice continues as mysterious red and blue energies blend together around him. For Exodus, sacrifice yourselves. While he clutches his head and collapses, screaming repeatedly, "No, no." Yu-Wu grinds his teeth, trying to escape the surge of power chasing him. "Oh boy, I'm not going to make it." Then a massive explosion erupts from where the mysterious man was, causing everything around to shatter and fly in all directions. The other three luckily hide behind a stone pillar, struggling to stand firm against the powerful wind from the blast. Dak Go-yeon realizes in panic that Yu-Wu hasn't escaped yet and shouts, "Ban Yu-Wu." Suddenly a soft laugh rings out. Ahoha. He is sitting on the ground, almost right at the edge of the horrific explosion, breathing a sigh of relief. That was a close one. Yu-Wu's face still shows clear despair from having just experienced such a massive nearby explosion. For a moment there, I saw the Yellow River, and Rachel can't hide her shock. "Ban." She runs over, her voice full of worry. "Ban, are you okay? Ban." While Light looks at his stunned, dazed face and finds it hard to understand. How are you still unharmed after that explosion? Meanwhile, Yu-Wu is remembering the exact moment of the explosion. Damn it, I can't dodge this. There has to be a way to block this blast, there has to be. He immediately summoned a small magic circle, using the magic bomb concept he absorbed earlier. Use magic bomb 30. And finally, Yu-Wu used his own created bomb to neutralize the other explosion. I see. Dak Go-yeon stands beside him with her arms crossed, nodding as she asks, "You blocked an explosion with another explosion," while he reaches out his hand and is gently helped up by Rachel. "If I had been even a second slower, it would have been a disaster." And Light grips his sword and asks, "What happened to that guy? He's completely gone. He slipped away fast, didn't he?" Yu-Wu stands up straight, glancing around with a frown as he replies, "He should be fine, right? We're inside the tower after all. He probably teleported to the first floor." When that eerie voice rings out again, "He is dead." Fearing the four of them didn't hear clearly, it emphasizes again, "He is definitely dead. The tower will consider that he lost his life in battle with you." The voice still rings in their ears. "It's as if you killed him." And he gives a cold laugh in response. "What kind of nonsense are you talking about? You're the one who forced him to detonate. We only acted to save our lives." In the dark cave, there is a gap but nothing covering it. From below, one can see the night sky, and the strange voice pauses for a moment before continuing. "You sacrificed a precious teammate and gained nothing. I should have been wary since the tower showed favoritism." Light is a bit surprised to hear that. "The tower favored us." While Yu-Wu gives a forced smile and says, "Hey, stop being so vague and just say it straight, will you?" He looks up and then around, asking, "Who was that guy just now and what kind of thing are you?" The voice hesitates for a second before replying, "I only have one thing to say to you." The next sentence makes Yu-Wu's eyes go wide in total shock. "We are Exodus, your sworn enemies. We will meet again." As the words fade, Rachel sighs as if the pressure on her body has been lifted. "Hugh, that pressure is gone." And he grinds his teeth, speaking with irritation. "What the hell is wrong with these constellations?" The four gather together and Yu-Wu complains, "I've never met one that speaks or acts politely," while the pink-haired girl nearby puts her hand to her chin thoughtfully. "However, at least one of them told us their name." And Dak Go-yeon, still focused on observing the area, says coldly, "Tell me what they said again." "Exodus," Light immediately explains to her. "That's the name of the organization, not an individual." He frowns, his face turning serious. Exodus is the most notorious group of space pirates in all dimensions. That constellation must be backing them. Yu Wu is surprised as he realizes something, thinking, "Ah, so the space pirates Professor Yumina mentioned are Exodus." While Light's eyes well up, his face looking ready to cry, "And now they want our lives? What the hell is going on?" But Doc Goyon remains perfectly calm and replies coldly, "Is that really so surprising?" Then she gives a slight smirk, full of confidence, as she says, "We were going to run into them eventually while climbing the tower. Isn't it better to have some experience now?" And Yu Wu nods in agreement. "I agree," while Light frowns in annoyance and snarks. "You two really are a match made in heaven." He immediately feels a bit uneasy and says, "But don't you find it strange? That constellation just said it, that the tower favors us." Light then falls into a panic, looking terrified. "What we were just guessing, that constellation confirmed for us. Don't the rest of you feel it?" And Yu Wu stammers, not knowing how to reassure him. "No, it's not that." But when a system notification suddenly appears beside Rutschel. Light is shocked to see a similar one beside himself. "Why are we the only ones being treated so harshly?" And Doc Goyon, standing nearby, is no exception. All three look at the system notifications with awe and surprise. "Good Lord! Good Lord! Yu Wu, standing on the outside, can't help but feel uneasy. "What's with you guys acting so in sync?" He suddenly shouts in a panic. "Don't tell me the administration sent a message." But Doc Goyon keeps her eyes on the notification, saying seriously, "Just because we encountered an anomaly, they want us to leave." All three receive notifications at once. "No, that's not it, if so." Rutschel nods beside them. "You got it too, right?" And Light replies, "Yeah, I just leveled up, didn't I?" While Yu Wu is still dazed, not grasping what's happening. "Me too." Goyon gives a slight smile, her heart overflowing with joy. "This is the first time I've leveled up since enrolling. Could this be the tower's reward for withstanding a constellation's attack?" Light looks down at the system board in front of him, saying with some hesitation, "If so, it's a bit of a hassle, but it might be worth it." Rutschel smiles happily. "Wow, my stats just skyrocketed." Yu Wu looks helplessly at his three companions gathered around, happily observing their notifications. He gives a forced smile, thinking to himself, "Think about it. They use status windows, and their stats were already through the roof from the start. So whether I level up or not doesn't really change anything." Yu Wu scratches his head and paces around, lost in thought. The tower is ignoring its master, but why only me? Does it skip my reward just because I don't have a status window? His eyes suddenly flash as he activates penetration. No. Yu Wu easily sees through the dust still swirling after the horrific explosion. Of course, that wasn't it. Right where the explosion happened, a sphere of energy is hovering just above the ground, hidden behind the dust and dirt. Right where that man vanished earlier. He leans down slightly, watching it intently. There's still a string of text. Yu Wu reaches out his hand and touches the brilliantly glowing sphere, thinking, "This is for me, right?" Instantly, it emits an incredibly dazzling energy that seems to envelop his body, while his face is full of wonder. A series of ancient characters trace along Yu Wu's arm and wrap around him. "Aha, I knew it. Life 79, Body 46, Mana 39, Soul II, Polymorph I, Space Control 2.5, Umbra 5.7, Astral Seal 0.1. You have received these stats." He looks at his energy-filled body in shock, thinking, "Life 79? That's a huge increase, and I've received a concept I've never even seen before." Yu Wu looks at his own system board as the text appears. "Polymorph I is a top-tier concept humans should not possess. Astral Seal 0.1, the trace of a star. When all individual traits vanish, the only thing remaining is the stellar essence." He then falls into thought. Polymorph must be a higher-level concept of transformation, and the astral seal probably has something to do with the constellations. He pouts and swipes through his system board. "I'm receiving things I don't even know how to use," not noticing the little snake Eve has crawled onto his hand. He pouts and swipes through his system board. "I'm receiving things I don't even know how to use," not noticing the little snake Eve has crawled onto his hand. Yu Wu then asks on a whim, "Do you want polymorph, Eve?" And she immediately shakes her head vigorously. He gives a soft smile and feeds the shimmering energy sphere to Eve. "Yeah, anyway, keeping something I can't use is pointless. Eve, you eat it." She excitedly munches on the sphere, nom 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 nom, and her white body begins to show faint blue patterns, making Yu Wu exclaim, "Good Lord." The other three see the commotion on his side and turn around. Gasp! Rutschel tiptoes over to Yu Wu and asks softly, "What's wrong, Ban?" While he collapses to the ground, stammering incoherently, It's Eve." In his hand there is now only a large egg emitting a brilliant mechanical light. Yu Wu's face is full of absolute terror as he shouts. She turned into an egg. Subject has mastered a secondary concept. Origin mutation is occurring. And the pink-haired girl cries out in worry. Oh my God. She gazes intently at the egg in his hand and asks softly, you said something like this happened before, right? And Yu Wu nods slightly in response. Yeah, but that time she hatched right after turning into an egg. This time, she isn't. Light rubs his chin and speculates. Maybe it's the second evolution, so it'll take more time. Dak Go-yeon crosses her arms and observes the egg in Rachel's hands, saying coldly, she's probably leveling up too. The pink-haired girl cradles the egg with both hands, saying tenderly, I can feel a warm energy radiating from the egg. Yu Wu is still worried, trembling as he bites his finger. What should I do? What should I do? And Light stands beside him, giving a small smirk as he asks, why do you look so worried? Dak Go-yeon crosses her arms and observes the egg in Rachel's hands, saying coldly, she's probably leveling up too. The pink-haired girl cradles the egg with both hands, saying tenderly, I can feel a warm energy radiating from the egg. Yu Wu is still worried, trembling as he bites his finger. What should I do? What should I do? And Light stands beside him, giving a small smirk as he asks, why do you look so worried? He looks with tearing eyes at Rachel, who has her eyes shut tight and a bright smile while cradling the egg, as Yu Wu mutters gloomily behind them. We have no way to calm Rachel down anymore if anything happens. And Light turns pale at the thought, gritting his teeth as he hisses, damn it. He let out a sigh and gave a helpless smile. The next room is a rest area, so let's just hope she wakes up before then. Yu Wu nodded, his eyes still brimming with unshed tears. Rachel's soft voice echoed inside the vast room. It's starting to transform. After that, the four of them entered a room where brilliant light streamed through glass window frames, casting shadows upon a grand staircase. The knight, gripping his sword, tilted his head slightly to look at the newcomers and spoke. Oh, so this is. In the center of the hall stood a very poetic fountain. The famous Room 10 that I've only heard stories about. Lush rows of trees were planted around the room, while Light's voice continued to ring out. I heard that if you're unlucky, there won't be any food or water in here. It seems that's not the case after all. Leading the way, Yu Wu spoke up as the four of them followed the path beside the fountain. It feels like we've encountered good luck instead of bad. The knight happily climbed the tree branches and plucked a variety of fresh fruits. These are called Eden fruits. They relieve fatigue and increase potential. You have to eat them while resting. Yu Wu stood right beside him, watching with a smile. That's right. Then he also happily took one and took a bite. Its fresh, cool flavor immediately spread throughout his mouth, leaving both Yu Wu and Dak Go-yeon marveling at its deliciousness. Wow. He smiled, pointing at the half-eaten fruit in his hand, and couldn't help but praise it. This is so good. I've never eaten anything this delicious. She was no exception. This fruit is the sweetest thing I've ever tasted. I can feel my energy rising a bit. Dak Go-yeon asked curiously, why don't we eat everything here before we head out and bring some along too? Meanwhile, Rachel was sitting on a nearby bench, enjoying a bunch of grapes. Light gave a helpless smile and replied, I don't think we can do that. They say each fruit only works once, and if you take them out of the long coup, they'll disappear. The white-haired girl lowered her head slightly and gritted her teeth in anger. What a petty rule. Light looked at her with wide eyes and replied, it can't be helped, rules are rules. Yu Wu, while taking a bite, watched everything around him intently and thought, it's a shame we can't take these fruits with us. Isn't there any way? He saw new lines of text appear on the system board in front of him. Vitality 5, Mana 8, Charm 20, you have achieved these stats. You have eaten the unique fruit of Eden, the fruit of good and evil insight. You can now see what crimes someone has committed. Yu Wu felt confused looking at these lines. What now? Then he looked at the fruit in his hand, half of which he had already eaten. The fruit of good and evil? I got all of this just by eating something that looks like a fig. Yu Wu gave a forced smile and thought, anyway, by what standard does it define sin? Suddenly, a hurried voice rang out. Hey guys. Rachel came running over, clutching something. There's some kind of box here. The three of them felt a bit surprised. A box. Dak Go-yeon narrowed her eyes warily, crossed her arms, and said coldly, if it's a reward for our progress, even if we're ranked last, it should be something unique, right? What we've been through is completely abnormal. Yu Wu gave a strained, helpless smile and replied, that's right, we've faced constellations twice. Light added with tearful eyes, and it's rare not to see a sub-boss. Rachel remembered everything the four of them had faced throughout their journey, including Demi Lorand and the Hapjeong area. Yu Wu couldn't hide his look of despair as he also recalled those horrific monsters. It's as if all the suffering most parties endure has been dumped on us all at once. We've met with nothing but disaster, so there must be some blessing in there. Otherwise, it would be extremely unfair. Yu Wu's face couldn't hide his despair as he recalled the horrific monsters. It's as if all the suffering most parties endure has been dumped on us all at once. We've met with nothing but disaster, so there must be some blessing in there. Otherwise, it would be extremely unfair. Then he looked down at the wooden chest at his feet with joy. Wow, this is the summary compensation reward they talked about. The pink-haired girl felt a bit of excitement upon hearing that. Compensation reward? He gave a slight nod. That's right. They say every rest area has a treasure to compensate for the progress we've achieved there. It's a wooden chest with a gold rim, so it's probably a high-quality, low-tier chest, right? Rachel asked with wide eyes and amazement. How did you manage to evaluate it? Yu Wu smiled slightly and explained happily. They evaluate treasure chests in rest areas by the material they're made of. They say the quality of the treasure inside increases in the order of wood, bronze, silver, and then gold. Light excitedly stepped forward to open the wooden chest. All right, let's open it. But Doc Goyon immediately stepped in to stop him. Wait a minute. Then she continued, let Ban Yu Wu open that chest. He looked up in total surprise. Huh. The white-haired girl pouted and spoke sarcastically. If you open it, we'll run into bad luck. Rachel, feeling a bit awkward, nodded in agreement. Oh, I agree. Light let out a startled shout. What the hell? He cried out helplessly in despair. What did I even do to deserve this? Doc Goyon spoke bluntly. Corrected, you're just unlucky all around. I wish you'd keep quiet at times like this. Yu Wu helplessly stepped forward to open the wooden chest. Rachel also stepped up, peeking in curiously. All right, let's see. His eyes went wide and he stammered, Good Lord, while the pink-haired girl beside him froze and blurted out, Huh. Rachel asked in wide-eyed confusion as she saw a glittering heart-shaped scepter in the chest. What is this? While Yu Wu just stood there, speechless. Light stared at the heart-shaped scepter in the wooden chest with wide eyes. At a glance, it doesn't seem to have any function, or is it a ceremonial item? Rachel gently lifted it with both hands to observe it. The design looks so strange. Doc Goyon narrowed her eyes and said coldly, I can feel powerful energy radiating from it. It's definitely an artifact. Seeing this, Yu Wu smiled slightly. Rachel, can I hold it for a bit? He held it up high to admire it, thinking happily to himself, just looking at the design. It's definitely something from my world. The kind of thing magical girls use. Yu Wu saw the system board suddenly display stats. Unidentified. Mono 150, soul 200, magical language 100, magical elements 50. He was astonished to realize, are all these stats related to magic? Soul 200. Yu Wu stroked his chin, staring at the scepter thoughtfully. Don't tell me this thing. Doc Goyon, seeing this, turned to him and asked softly, Ban Yu Wu, did you find something? He immediately replied, I think this is a magic training tool for beginners. Rachel asked in surprise, a training tool? Yu Wu pointed to it and explained, yeah, it seems there's a consciousness inside it that wants to convey knowledge to the user. Both Light and Rachel leaned their faces close to the scepter to see it more clearly. The knight's eyes went wide in amazement, while she stood with her mouth agape, speechless. It has its own consciousness to educate others? This thing. Just as he finished speaking, it reacted and swayed back and forth. Light exclaimed in amazement, Ah, it's true. Rachel was also fascinated by the item and couldn't help but marvel. It feels like it's actually alive. Yu Wu smiled and turned to the others to make a proposal. Guys, I really want this. Can I keep it? Of course, I'll pay a fair price for it. Doc Goyon was the first to answer coldly. I'm fine with it, but study it later. We're still in a dungeon. Light shook his head slightly. I have no objection either. Compared to what you've been through, this is nothing. Rachel nodded decisively. Of course, Ban should keep it. Only Yu Wu felt a bit strange at the pink-haired girl's reasoning. Only Rachel's logic is weird, isn't it? Then he reached out his hand to create a magic circle and temporarily put the scepter away. Thanks. I just feel this thing will be extremely useful to me. Both of them walked through the thick rows of trees. Light grimaced and snapped. Ban, I told you that picking more won't do any good, didn't I? Yu Wu just smiled, shrugged, and replied, I know, just follow me for a bit. A moment later, Light was holding a basket overflowing with various fruits and asked in confusion, What are you going to do with all of this? They'll disappear as soon as they're taken outside, remember? He looked at the result with satisfaction and replied, You're right, but... Then Yu Wu took out a jar of yellow liquid and placed it on the ground, to the surprise of Doc Goyon and Rachel. It doesn't hurt to try. He gripped his shoulders and rotated them slightly as if warming up to do something. All right, now I'll pay the price. The white-haired girl stepped forward a bit and asked, Pay the price? You mean for that artifact from earlier? She crossed her arms and stated her cold deduction. Do you mean you'll pay in cash? Yu Wu smiled, picked up the fruit basket, and created a small magic circle. Of course not. Then he tossed the empty basket to Light and said, "Light, take this and follow me." He caught it and tilted his head in total confusion. A basket. It seemed only now did Dak Go-yeon realize something, saying in surprise, "That bottle is." Simultaneously, Rachel had also partially realized it. Ah, she remembered the cakes, along with the special jam she had eaten before. It's the same jam as before. Light felt a bit astonished, but still handed Yu Wu another basket full of various fruits. "Don't you guys find it strange?" Then he sat down on the ground and spoke up. "Like how each person is only allowed to take one portion, or how the fruits disappear if they're taken outside." Yu Wu smiled triumphantly as he held the basket of various fruits and sat beside the jar containing the yellow liquid. "So what if it's combined with another item? And what effect will it have after use?" He reached toward the fruits he had just gathered, created a magic circle, and cast a spell. "Separate the concept of the Eden fruit." Yu Wu held up 2 fingers to create a seal. The glowing circle spinning around his hand spiraled out to extract the essence of the fruits. "If no one has tried this method with those rules," fruit pulp. Then he put them into the jar right next to him. "Then why not give it a try?" The jar containing the fusion of essential nutrients was taken out by Yu Wu. It immediately glowed intensely and quickly became full. The transcendent fusion of the Eden fruit and the elementary elixir had begun. Light couldn't help but marvel at the sight and blurted out, "Good Lord," while Rachel found it incredibly interesting. "Ooh." Yu Wu smiled happily as he held the now-filled bottle. "Vitality Elixir 30 has been created. It's done. It restores and significantly increases the user's strength and mana, bringing countless new possibilities. When used for a long time, the effect will increase, but if you absorb too much at once, you'll suffer divine punishment." The knight shouted in amazement, "How did you do that so well?" The white-haired girl leaned over to observe and covered her mouth in surprise. "Ban Yu Wu, that thing?" Rachel leaned down, staring intently at Yu Wu as he sat on the ground, holding up the glowing jar of jam. "So the jam from back then was made like this too?" He gave a light smile, holding the jar of jam, and said, "Ah, but we can't eat it right away. After all, there are still rules in this room. If you want to know the flavor or effect, we have to go outside first." The whole group became extremely excited and shouted, "Let's go right now." Yu Wu was stunned. "Huh." Dak Go-yeon turned back with an interested smile and asked, "Don't you guys agree?" Lively conversation echoed throughout the vast garden. Light hummed for a bit before replying, "Well, I don't feel tired anymore either, so okay." Rachel nodded calmly, "I'm fine too." As she finished, the white-haired girl shouted happily, "All right, let's head out." Yu Wu could only smile helplessly and think, these people are all blinded by sweets, especially Dak Go-yeon. After that, the group was teleported to a completely different place. The knight immediately realized, "We've reached room 11. Dak Go-yeon turned sharply to Yu Wu and asked hurriedly, "Ban Yu Wu, what about the elixir?" He quickly opened his inventory. Wait a second." He gave a radiant smile and a confident thumbs up as the sparkling bottle appeared before his eyes. "I knew it. It works." Dak Go-yeon became incredibly excited, shouted loudly, and threw her arms around Yu Wu. "I knew you could do it, Ban Yu Wu," making him blush a bit. Whoa. A second later, both of them froze as they realized their excessive action. "Ha!" The white-haired girl blushed with embarrassment and shoved him away. Too close." Light stood by, watching this helplessly. "Ah." He then gave a mischievous smile and teased Dak Go-yeon. "Dak Go-yeon, did you just hug Ban?" She blushed, looked the other way, and shouted, Shut up." Rachel stood by, feeling incredibly jealous and angry, growling as if she wanted to tear them both apart. Yu Wu rubbed his head and stood up after the earlier collision. "I'm even more shocked, okay." Suddenly a strange black shadow appeared, making odd sounds that caught his attention. Yu Wu shouted in amazement. "Here they are, the monsters of room 11. A few of the room's monsters were already crawling toward him. Crustaceans, monsters with very hard shells, numerous and widespread like the tower spiders. Yu Wu panicked and hurriedly ran while calling for help as they frantically chased after him. "Guys, it's here. I told you it was coming," he shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, a red flash of light shot through the monsters. "Room 11 monsters," a familiar voice rang out. Just in time, Yu Wu collapsed to the ground, looking back in horror. Beside him, Dak Go-yeon's voice could still be heard. "I was annoyed because I was too full to eat the elixir." She reached her hand forward, ready for battle, and shouted, "Now a digestive aid has come to find us." He was stunned to hear that. "You still want to eat more." Then Dak Go-yeon lunged into a fierce, fiery battle with the monsters. "Keep going until we've finished digesting." While Yu Wu stood with his mouth agape, worrying in fear. If I'd known, I wouldn't have made the elixir. 10 hours later in room 14, a powerful fist slammed into the wall, accompanied by Doc Go-yeon's forceful voice. Why? She clutched her stomach, leaning against the nearby wall and growling, "Why am I still not hungry?" Meanwhile, Yu Wu and Light were sitting on the ground, breathless with exhaustion. "Ha!" he cried as he watched the dust settle, leaving only the monster tied tightly to a stone pillar nearby. "I didn't expect to be full for half a day," the knight shouted helplessly in despair. "I guess only our group would skip 3 rooms in a row just to feel hungry." He leaned back tiredly and said, "Anyway, I can't walk another step." Yu Wu was in the same state, sitting still on the ground. "Me neither." Only Doc Go-yeon was still standing, her arms crossed in thought. She frowned and said coldly, "I guess we'll have everything settled by room 15. At that, Yu Wu shouted, "Stop it." Light also cried out, "It's 11 p.m. already." He looked up tiredly and said, "Even if we still have energy, we should stop here." She tilted her head and asked, "Why?" Then Yu Wu pointed toward a figure in the distance. "Look over there." On this side, Rutschel's sharp claws tore through stone slabs like paper, creating deep gashes on the wall while an angry growl rang out. Grrrrrrr. She gritted her teeth, her eyes glowing red like fire, her hands bared in sharp claws. Beside her, Yu Wu's voice could still be heard. "Rutschel is about to lose control." Doc Go-yeon felt quite calm, watching Rutschel's near loss of control with her arms crossed. Looking at this state, it wouldn't be strange if she lost control at any moment. Yu Wu smiled slightly and spoke pleadingly. "Right, that's why I'm opposed to going further." He stood up and turned to the others. "I guess we don't need dinner, so let's just wash up and rest. Tomorrow we'll start from room 15, okay?" The white-haired girl replied coldly, "Fine." Light also nodded happily beside her. "All right." From his bag, Yu Wu took out a small bathroom and some necessary items. "All right, everyone use this to bathe." Doc Go-yeon asked curiously, "What about you?" He smiled happily, pointed to his bicep, and said, "I'll bathe later. I want to focus on practicing the manifestation art a bit more." Seeing this, she leaned over with a proud smile. "It's the martial art I taught, isn't it? Proficiency will determine the perfection of the manifestation art, so keep it up." With that, Doc Go-yeon turned back and dragged Rutschel away. "Then let me take the little beast to bathe first so she doesn't get in the way." The pink-haired girl was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Yu Wu turned to Light and pointed toward the two of them. "What are you doing here? Go bathe." His face suddenly turned bright red and he shouted, "What? I'm a boy." The knight's face was flushed, his eyes wide, sweat pouring off him as he shouted in the hallway, "You want me a guy to bathe with girls? What nonsense are you talking about, Ban?" Yu Wu froze, his eyes wide, stammering in surprise. No, it can't be, this person." He recalled the previous scene and screamed in his heart, his face still showing disbelief. Has she still not realized her identity has been revealed? Is she really that much of an idiot? Yu Wu turned away, pretending not to know, and waved his hand. "Oh, right. Then just strip and bathe right here." Light's face, already red, turned even redder, and he said loudly, what vulgarity is this?" Yu Wu turned back and said calmly, "It's just boys with boys. Why are you jumping around like that?" The knight remained stubborn, clenching his fists and saying loudly, "Even so, I can't undress in front of others." Yu Wu crossed his arms, looking bored and sighed. "So what do you want then?" While Light across from him was red-faced and sweating profusely, silent for a moment before stammering, Just don't turn this way, that's all." He nodded and replied, "Got it." He began to take off his armor. "HMPH, if you sneak a look, I'll really get angry." Yu Wu also took off his outer coat and replied helplessly, "I said I got it." His eyes went wide as he suddenly realized something. Yu Wu was astonished to see a strange necklace on Light. A necklace. The next day arrived quickly, and a loud shout echoed through the room. While everyone was sitting around the fire happily eating cup noodles, Light suddenly stood up with a look of surprise and panic. "Use the spear again? How did it come to this?" Doc Go-yeon said calmly, "From room 7 to the rest area you fought well without a sword. I just said that because it seems you've gotten used to fighting." Yu Wu nodded while slurping his noodles. "Me too." The knight explained helplessly, "It looks that way, but I really can't do it anymore." While Rutschel was still eating her noodles happily despite the others' discussion. "Why not?" Light frowned, his head bowed, a serious look on his face. "Room 7 didn't have strong monsters, so it was fine, but we don't know what's ahead. High-level monsters could appear like last time." He clenched his hands slightly, feeling it was very difficult. "Fighting without using the holy sword is too much for me. Something will definitely happen." Doc Go-yeon stroked her chin, lost in thought, as if calculating something. Then she decided to speak up. I see. Since we've confirmed the possibilities, let's decide, use the sword. Hearing this, Light immediately became happy, his face brightening. Really, he hugged his sword and rubbed it against himself. Thank goodness, holy sword, I won't leave you again. Yu Wu pulled Doc Go-yon close and whispered, Is this really okay, Doc Go-yon? She whispered back helplessly. What can we do? It's clear his spirit has reached its limit. We'll just have to temporarily accept it. Suddenly, Rutschel's head popped up, interrupting their conversation. The white-haired girl looked at her in confusion as she gripped her fork, growling continuously. She's been well fed, so why is the little beast suddenly getting angry? He gave a helpless smile and replied, It can't be helped. Maybe she activated her defense mechanism because we're standing too close. Doc Go-yon turned to leave, speaking sarcastically. Ha, first obsession, now jealousy. I'm starting to worry about this group's future. Rutschel plopped down on the ground in anger, causing Yu Wu to break into a cold sweat and reply awkwardly. He asked worriedly and shyly, Doc Go-yon, do you think we can do this? The white-haired girl gritted her teeth and growled, Why are you asking me that? Every time the two of them spoke, Rutschel beside them nearly went crazy. Kaya! Now many large monsters appeared in the room. Room 15. A leader raised his weapon high and shouted a command, Charge, kill them all! The rest obeyed and charged like a storm. Screech! Many of their spears were thrown toward the four of them, who were surrounded. Light lunged forward from nowhere, smashing those spears. Where do you think you're going? Yu Wu turned to see him full of energy, swinging his sword at the monsters continuously, giving them no time to react. He couldn't help but marvel. Whoa. Then Yu Wu spoke as he slashed at the monsters. If we hadn't let Light use his sword, we'd be in big trouble. Doc Go-yon focused on observing and fighting back, replying coldly, Is this the time to think about others? Suddenly, a monster's screech made him lose focus and dazed. Screech! It raised its axe toward Yu Wu and shouted, Take your judgment. The white-haired girl shouted his name while swinging her arm to create magic. Ban Yu Wu. The monster was pushed back by her attack, and only then did Yu Wu suddenly snap out of it. A quick footstep darted through the horde of monsters. Rutschel, with her incredible strength, knocked away the monsters in her path. He stepped back a few paces with a sigh of relief. Phew, thanks you too. The white-haired girl warned coldly, Be careful. Rutschel stood in front, growling with murderous intent. Then she continued to fight the monsters frantically. Yu Wu watched and thought, Rutschel is about to explode, and Eve shows no sign of waking up. While he was lost in thought, another monster suddenly appeared from behind, ready to ambush. When the time comes, I'll have to try that failed attempt from before again. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Yu Wu luckily used his sword to block its attack. It hissed in a terrifying rage. Screech! Then it shouted, I am Quonos of the proud rusty halberd legion. The proud monster shouted, You will merge into the void under my halberd. But before it could finish, it took the full force of Light's sword. So annoying. It darted toward Yu Wu and slashed down. It looked at him with contempt and said, Screech, it seems you're the weakest one. He gripped his sword, smirked, and replied, How do you know? Before it could react, red liquid sprayed everywhere. While Doc Go-yon was quite calm, Yu Wu stood with his mouth agape at the sight. Light frowned, his voice full of murderous intent, as he decisively swung his sword to slice the monster apart. Just a low-tier tower monster. Light landed gently and spoke, Got one. The knight gripped his sword hilt, which glowed with a bright yellow fire. His eyes went dark with seriousness as he growled, Only. Yu Wu stared in amazement. Reaching out and shouting to stop him, Hey, wait. But Light had already darted off like an arrow, slashing at the monsters and saying, Just small fry. With every shout, he decisively swung his sword, slicing the monsters apart. Light lowered his sword after defeating the last monster, his hands on his hips as he sighed. Phew, he thought to himself, I didn't expect to encounter an orc like the ones back home right here in the tower. The knight was lost in thought. But in the end, they're still just orcs. Such a barbaric species can't block the brilliant light of this holy sword. Suddenly, a shout rang out, interrupting his thoughts. You idiot! Light tilted his head, not understanding what was happening. Doc Go-yon looked very angry as she shouted, What are you doing? Taking them all down without any coordination. Yu Wu looked at the last monster lying on the ground and blurted out, Good Lord, that was the last one. The shift will start soon. The white-haired girl, seeing him not moving, continued, We agreed to move to the next floor after regrouping, remember? Did you forget? Light was silent for a moment before speaking up, leaving both of them stunned. What's there to worry about? With me and the holy sword, I can easily clear the next floor, sister. He stood with his hands on his hips, turning to look at Doc Go-yon and Yu Wu with a calm, confident face. No need to waste time on enemies of this level, right? Light laughed, raising his hand and speaking carelessly. Ah, come to think of it, is it because you guys didn't get any loot? While she remained silent, her hands clenched into fists as she tried to contain her anger, which the knight was completely unaware of. All right, next time I'll be sure to leave some for you, so don't worry. Dak Go-yeon narrowed her eyes and growled each word through gritted teeth. What did you just say? Yu-woo seemed to feel the murderous aura radiating from her and instinctively let out a small "ee." Sensing the situation was turning south, he stood between them trying to mediate. Wait, everyone calm down, he said while thinking in utter confusion. What on earth has gotten into Light all of a sudden? Yu-woo glanced at Light with a look of surprise and bewilderment, thinking, he's saying things he would normally never say. What is going on? Then he quickly added aloud, our shift is about to start, so we need to get ready. Just as Yu-woo finished his sentence, a loud noise echoed throughout the room, startling everyone. His entire body began to glow, and he looked around anxiously. Oh no, the space is starting to change. Dak Go-yeon and Light were in the same state as Yu-woo, who frowned warily. What is this? Everything began to shift, as black chess pieces gradually appeared. On the opposite side, white chess pieces continuously materialized. Finally, the four of them stood before a massive chessboard, complete with a full set of black and white pieces. Yu-woo focused on observing the surroundings. A chessboard. Dak Go-yeon stepped closer to him and spoke. We haven't been teleported anywhere. Did the environment itself just change around us? Suddenly, Rachel collapsed, a low growl still escaping her throat. Yu-woo spun around instantly, calling out in worry, Rachel. He hurried to her side and knelt down to check on her. What happened? Are you hurt? However, the beast girl didn't answer, only breathing with great difficulty. Ha, ha. Suddenly, she lunged and gripped Yu-woo's arm, growling loudly. She looked up, one eye normal while the other glowed with a fierce fire, and through gritted teeth, she painfully growled each word. Can't play anymore. Yu-woo frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn it, she's about to lose control. His face filled with worry as he called out loudly, Rachel, we need a break before the next shift begins. A heavy footstep approached, accompanied by a horrifying voice. Are you the humans who slaughtered my subordinates? An orc monster appeared, brandishing a long wooden staff, and introduced itself aggressively. I am Captain Kuros of the Rusted Warhammer Great Battalion. Its eyes turned a brilliant red as it spoke with total confidence. I will honor my fallen comrades with your heads. Yu-woo gently supported Rachel and turned to look at the orc, thinking, comrades? Is he talking about the orcs on the 15th floor? Isn't this the 16th floor? He gasped as he realized the situation, while a system screen appeared. Don't tell me the floors are linked. A line of text appeared on the system notification board. Rule of floor 16, the weakest soldier must volunteer first. Seeing this, Yu-woo couldn't hide his shock. What the hell? A rule. The orc then pointed directly at him and shouted, Step forward, you weakest of humans. He beckoned with a confident hand. I, Captain Kuros, will teach you a lesson. Yu-woo saw this and prepared to step forward. If it's the weakest, then it's definitely me. Suddenly, an arm reached out and blocked him. Don't worry, Ban. Light gripped his sword and stepped forward, his sharp eyes ready for battle. There's no need to follow such a meaningless condition. Yu-woo stammered in shock. No, wait, Light. From the knight's back, a pair of golden wings burst open. An orc imposing laws on one blessed with sacred radiance. He kicked off the ground to build momentum. Light gathered his strength for a strike, his eyes burning with fire as he shouted angrily, You deserve 1,000 deaths. Ignoring Yu-woo's desperate cry from behind, Light, no, stop. As he lunged toward the monster, the orc tilted his body back a few steps and asked, Are you the weakest human? The knight didn't bother to answer. He swung his sword in a rage and yelled, I'll cut you down in a single stroke. The orc narrowed his eyes and replied calmly, That won't work. At that exact moment, the blue blade swung through the air, shining brilliantly. He successfully slashed the monster, but the orc remained completely unharmed. The system notification board immediately appeared. Rule violated. Then came another line. Penalty, all stats decreased. A hidden change took place instantly. It left Light completely paralyzed, not yet understanding what was happening. What? He looked up at the unharmed monster and thought in confusion. Why can't I move? The orc captain swung his hand and violently tore into Light's body. He screamed in agony, Yu-woo gaped in shock, unable to find his voice as the system displayed another notification. Challenger Light eliminated. The knight's body emitted a strange blue light and gradually faded away, followed by a loud scream. Light, a trap room, unlike normal rooms, is a type of floor governed by special rules and orders. While harder than normal rooms, if you follow the rules, you can pass safely, and the rewards are very high. However, any challenger who violates the mandatory rules will receive a severe penalty. Yu Wu watched in shock as Light vanished into thin air. Light. He turned to the notification board and cursed, "Damn it, we're screwed." Challenger Light eliminated. Yu Wu fell into deep thought. The difficulty of the Tower of Babel is always set according to the team's maximum strength. 4 challengers, floor level 4, once the input value is determined. His mood sank as his worry deepened. Even if 1 or 2 people drop out, the difficulty remains set for 4. Eliminated. Challengers X2, floor level 4. That means the room difficulty won't adjust to the remaining people. Acting only when the whole team is prepared is vital. Yu Wu broke into a cold sweat, staring tensely at the orc monster ahead. Because Light rushed in and got eliminated, this expedition is essentially a failure. That stupid idiot Light. One of the monster's shoulders had been seriously injured and was bleeding heavily. That was from Light's strike earlier. He held out a hand soaked in the red liquid and growled, "Grrr." Then the orc gave a terrifying smile. "Krahahaha, a truly powerful one indeed. Even though you wanted my life, you managed to wound me before dying." He became excited, stomping hard on the ground and roaring, "I love it." Yu Wu thought in shock, "What? That guy?" The orc's body radiated a terrifying aura and grew even larger. "Come on, charge. I, Captain Kuros, am ready to welcome you all." Yu Wu looked at the giant monster in front of him with unease. He's getting even bigger. Yu Wu grit his teeth in anger. Breaking the rules made him stronger. Doc Goyon, who had been silent by his side until now, finally spoke up. "Ha, seriously." She crossed her arms and said coldly, "I knew that sword influenced his mind, but I didn't think it could turn a person into such an idiot." Yu Wu slapped his forehead and shook his head in frustration. "The truth hurts, doesn't it?" Yu Wu frowned, remembering how Light used to be, and felt it made no sense. "Even though I haven't known him long, he wasn't this reckless or impatient before. I can't understand what happened." He turned to the white-haired girl and made a bold guess. Maybe restricting his use of the sword during the whole trip caused a backfire. She shook her head slightly and replied, "I'm not sure, but one thing is certain." Doc Goyon crossed her arms sternly, her eyes full of judgment, and stated coldly, "That is a bad sword and completely untrustworthy. He will definitely repeat the same mistake at a critical moment again. Once we get out of here, I'm going to train him strictly." Yu Wu replied hesitantly, his face covered in sweat. "Right. Of course." Then he turned back to the giant orc still standing there. "For now, let's focus on him and find a way to clear this." She immediately stopped him. "No, once one person is eliminated, there's no point in continuing the expedition." With that, Doc Goyon reached out her hand and a sword appeared. Instead, the orc took heavy steps toward the 2 of them, but she remained perfectly calm as she laid out the plan. "Let's take this opportunity to break the rules of the trap room and see just how expensive the price is." Suddenly, he burst into a loud laugh. "Krahahaha." He pointed at the seemingly small Doc Goyon and said confidently, "One look and I know you aren't the weakest. Do you intend to ignore the rules of this place too?" She replied with a cold voice, "Ha." The white-haired girl looked back and narrowed her eyes. Yu Wu saw her expression and felt a bit confused. Doc Goyon grit her teeth but said nothing. Then she shouted loudly, "I'm going first, Ban Yu Wu. Try to handle it yourself with the little beast." He saw the white-haired girl starting to draw her sword and was shocked. "What?" The giant orc roared and charged like a storm. Doc Goyon lowered her body, gripping her sword hilt tightly in a combat stance, and gave a sharp instruction. "Don't forget what I told you before entering the tower, understood?" Yu Wu shouted, trying to stop her. Wait, Doc Goyon." He roared in rage, "Die, you foolish human." Doc Goyon's sharp and cold eyes suddenly flashed. Her hand on the sword was ready to draw. Immediately after, the system notification appeared, and the white-haired girl nimbly drew her sword and severed the orc's other arm. Rule violated. Penalty, all ability stats decreased. Yu Wu gaped in shock, watching as she too began to fade away. Challenger Doc Goyon, eliminated. The orc monster shrieked in agony as he clutched the arm Doc Goyon had just severed. Q-ha. Sweat beaded on his face as he stammered, That human like a twig. How dare he cut off my arm?" The orc looked in shock as Yu Wu approached. Yu Wu's hand turned into a sword. "I bet your power has increased quite a bit thanks to those penalties, but it's clear you can't fight anymore." He gripped his sword and looked down at the monster with a cold gaze, speaking in a low voice. "Since the other 2 already sacrificed themselves, I will definitely kill you and move on." He spoke each word with difficulty. "Ha, grrr. Finally, the weakest one steps up, huh?" Then the orc looked down and gave a small smile, muttering something. "No, it seems that's not it." Rachel suddenly roared and lunged forward, catching Yu Wu off guard. She growled loudly and slashed with her sharp claws. "Kaya." He turned around hurriedly to stop her. Yu Wu's face was pouring sweat, his eyes wide with horror. Rachel. He immediately spun around and yelled, "No." Right now, Yu Wu was struggling to hold both of Rachel's hands to prevent her from lunging. The beast girl seemed to have lost control, growling and trying to surge forward. Kaya grrr. Facing such immense strength was difficult for him. Hey, stop it, Rachel, if you break the rule too." The monster narrowed his eyes, clutching his arm as he watched them. "Then I don't know what kind of power boost that guy will get." Rachel's eyes turned a brilliant red, filled with bloodlust. Kaya. Yu Wu grit his teeth and frowned, trying to hold her back. She's not even listening. Now it's really. He opened his palm, and a green magical glow emanated from it, along with mysterious characters swirling around. Yu Wu grit his teeth, his gaze determined as he roared, "This is the only choice. I'm planting positive emotions into her heart." He pushed his hand toward Rachel, even though he was blocked last time, and yelled, "Neutralize it." Yu Wu placed his hand on her head, and a brilliant light radiated out, enveloping both of them. "This time it will work," he asked anxiously in a low voice. "Hey, Rachel." The beast girl became weak and collapsed to her knees. Her face was drenched in sweat, and she was breathing heavily. Grrr, ha, grrr. Suddenly she gripped her chest and let out a loud scream. Kaya. Yu Wu saw this and was confused and worried. "Rachel, why?" While he was deeply concerned about Rachel's state, the orc behind him stirred slightly. "Why is her condition getting worse?" "Rachel." He growled softly, frowning and looking in great pain. Then he pulled out a strange, long, dark red weapon. Meanwhile, Yu Wu was still kneeling, trying to talk to the beast girl collapsed on the ground. "Rachel, are you okay? Can you talk?" She didn't answer, only gritting her teeth with clenched fists, growling continuously as she lay on the cold floor. Suddenly, Rachel reached out and gripped his shoulder, catching him by surprise. Then she used her strength to shove Yu Wu backward, helping him dodge a lethal blow from the monster. He frowned as he was sent flying, sliding across the ground. "That captain?" "Gah!" Immediately, the system displayed a notification. "Attack failed, rule nullified." The monster raised his staff and laughed mockingly down at Rachel, who stood in front of Yu Wu. "I intended to slice you both at once. How annoying." He gasped as he realized, "No, this woman, could it be?" The orc stared intently at her as she clutched her bleeding arm. Protecting that guy even when acting only on instinct. Then he let out a sigh and pointed at Yu Wu. "Phew. Hey, human male, you are very lucky." The monster continued to speak, but before he could finish, he took the full force of Rachel's claws. "To have such a great companion." The pink-haired girl, without a word, swiped his head off, much to Yu Wu's amazement. Yu Wu tried to stand up, but a sharp pain in his side made him groan. "Ugh, my side. If Rachel hadn't blocked for me, I'd be in 2 pieces right now, but I still got grazed." Yu Wu thought worriedly, "At this rate, both Rachel and I will be in danger." He struggled to get up, pulled out a potion, and said, "Rachel, come here. Before the teleportation hits, we have to treat your wound." Despite Yu Wu calling her name repeatedly, she just stood there in silence. "Rachel, Rachel." Suddenly, the beast girl turned around and growled ferociously. Grrr. And with a mere wave of her hand, she sent him flying several meters back. Yu Wu looked at Rachel in shock. It seemed she had completely lost control and become a violent beast. The positive emotions hadn't neutralized her at all. He looked closely and saw the hearth burning fiercely. In fact, it was burning more violently than ever. Yu Wu was distracted by his thoughts. How on earth? Suddenly, a teleportation magic circle appeared beneath his feet. "What?" Yu Wu shouted in surprise. Rachel felt the change and startled slightly. "Why is teleportation starting now?" A footstep approached, making them both turn to look. A group of monsters appeared, letting out eerie shrieks. "Ki-yaik!" Monster of room 17, masked goblin. Seeing them, Rachel growled low, her eyes turning a deep red. Grrr. Seeing this, he stammered in worry, "No, don't." She let out a furious roar, her eyes burning with fire, causing Yu Wu to reach out in panic. "Rachel!" The monster seemed ready to lunge. Ki-yaik. Rachel extended her sharp claws and charged. Kaya. He could only watch in silence as she lunged into the middle of the monster horde. Yu Wu clenched his fist and slammed it into the ground. Damn it. Yu Wu was drenched in sweat, pale with terror, his eyes wide with fear. "I failed. For some reason, I can't put out that hearth, and I had the nerve to say I'll handle it, and even trust me." There was no certainty at all. I was just relying on my own half-baked logic. He fell into deep thought, panicked to the core, blaming himself. Why didn't I consider it more carefully? Relying only on my own judgment and trying to control Rachel's burden myself. No, am I just an arrogant fool? Yu Wu's eyes became hollow, his mood plummeting. It probably doesn't even matter anymore. Since Light and Doc Goyon are both gone, this expedition is already a failure. The image of Rutschel lunging into the monsters, tossing them everywhere, reflected in his eyes. Continuing has no meaning. Maybe dying here and being sent back down is only fair. While Yu Wu was sinking into his thoughts, an orc was aiming a bow at him. But even so, an arrow was fired, whistling through the air. Rutschel's agile steps suddenly shifted direction. Before his shocked eyes, she reached out her hand and blocked the arrow meant for Yu Wu. He worriedly caught the pink-haired girl, shouting, "Ru Rutschel!" She clutched her arm and screamed in pain, "Kaya!" while the monsters were still closing in on them. Ki-yaik, ki-yaik. The bloody arrow was tossed onto the ground. Rutschel was still fighting. Rutschel then immediately stood up to shield Yu Wu, despite her body being covered in wounds. Then she let out a thunderous roar, which finally caused him to snap out of it in order to protect her. Yu Wu watched silently as Rutschel confronted a horde of monsters, remembering the time she had been so happy, saying, "I'm counting on you, Ban. I'll listen to whatever you say because I trust you, Ban." He gripped the potion bottle in his hand and spoke, nodding that even though the expedition was a failure and everything had become a mess, Yu Wu then tilted his head back and decisively drank half the bottle. Immediately, the system displayed a stat notification. Reached Life Z, Body 1, Arcane Skill Z, Charm 1. His self-healing speed increased rapidly. He wiped his mouth with his hand, his eyes filled with determination, thinking that he couldn't let it end like this. Yu Wu knelt on the ground watching Rutschel, who stood amidst the monsters unleashing constant attacks, and thought with a sigh of relief that luckily she hadn't given up. But that didn't mean the situation had improved. The beast girl unleashed powerful and decisive claws, incessantly sweeping away the monster swarm. I need to bring Rutschel back to her normal state, but I don't know how, as hastily interfering with the furnace doesn't seem to be the solution. Yu Wu pondered, remembering Rutschel's innocent and lovely moments, his face full of hesitation. A Rutschel not agitated by the furnace was nothing like her current self, as she was usually like a clingy puppy. But right now, she was losing control and lacked self-awareness, constantly roaring and clawing. Currently, she was no different from a wild beast rushing toward its death. He was suddenly startled, realizing, wait a minute, a wild beast. Yu Wu braced his hands and slowly stood up. If she's a wild beast, can she not be trained? Only species born in the wild are like that, but Rutschel is different. Thinking of Rutschel's complete polar opposites, he gritted his teeth and thought hesitantly that her normal state clearly possessed humanity. Yu Wu placed his hand on his chin, focusing his thoughts. If her nature isn't inherently wild, why doesn't she understand my words? Could there be a problem with my approach? His eyes went wide as he remembered something. Do you know what dependency is, Ban Yu Wu? Doesn't that word mean being dominated? That's not wrong. Yu Wu recalled what Doc Goyon had once told him. From the perspective of the one being dominated, it sounds unpleasant, but some people find security in being under strong control. Back then, Rutschel was still in her normal state, even being somewhat shy and fearful. That also means the little beast seems to really want to find someone to depend on, a strong person who can completely control and dominate her. Yu Wu was dazed, not understanding what the white-haired girl was saying, asking, "Huh, what are you saying? I mean." She leaned close to his face, emphasizing every word. When you can't reason with the little beast anymore, it means trying to be gentle with her is useless. Afterward, Yu Wu fell into a void of silence, accompanied by an indescribable unease. At this point, feeling his strength had returned, he slowly stood up. She probably still understands, but my way of communicating was too weak, so my voice couldn't reach her. Yu Wu looked up at Rutschel, who was still fighting the monsters with everything she had, thinking that he would use her own way, as it was the only way to make her understand. On this side, the beast girl roared in fury with glowing eyes and sharp fangs, "Kaya!" making the orc in front of her look small as it shrieked in panic. Ki. At that moment, Yu Wu lunged forward, using the sword in his hand to block her extended sharp claws. He used great force to knock Rutschel back, sending her sliding across the ground, and shouted loudly, "Rutschel, that's enough." Then Yu Wu continued speaking, so loudly that even the monster itself was dazed, not understanding what was happening. "This is the last goblin. If we kill it, we'll be teleported to room 18. His shouts grew louder to wake the out-of-control Rutschel. "If that happens, we're both finished, so stop right here. We need to treat our wounds and prepare for the next room first." The orc lost its patience and charged with an axe. "Kiye." Yu Wu angrily turned and kicked it away, shouting, "You stay right there." Then he immediately turned back, glaring and shouting, "I'm serious, shut your mouth," making the orc tremble in fear and crawl away in tears. Keh. The sound of rapid footsteps caught Yu Wu's attention. When he turned, he saw Rutschel once again lunging forward with her claws. Yu Wu lowered his head and whispered, Fine, Rachel, so you still won't listen. His eyes suddenly flashed a terrifying bright red, and a rope appeared in his hand. If that's the case, I'll just have to use this. Next, Yu Wu manifested a very sturdy wooden chair. He immediately swung the rope, coiling it through the air. Rachel, the beast girl lunged frantically, while Yu Wu gripped the rope tightly in his hand. The crack of the rope echoed throughout the entire room. The moment the rope was whipped down violently, Rachel was pushed back by a great force, retreating. Receiving such an unexpected blow caused her to roar in immense surprise. As the beast girl roared and prepared to lung, Yu Wu approached and grabbed the chair. I'm not done yet. He slammed it down firmly in front of her. Facing the still angrily growling Rachel, Yu Wu shouted in a serious tone, Rachel. Then he pointed at her, patted the chair, and commanded, sit down. The beast girl roared even louder than before. Kaya. Yu Wu pouted, looking at her as she bared her fangs and claws while on the chair. He then shouted loudly while whipping the rope down, causing Rachel to startle and retract her claws. Quiet. Yu Wu stepped closer, opened his palm, and gave a light command with a smile, Rachel paw, and she very obediently offered her hand in response. He gently patted the beast girl's hand and praised her with a tender smile. Good girl, very good. Yu Wu knelt down, gently stroking the head of Rachel, who was sitting obediently on the chair. Very good. It seemed his mix of decisive and gentle actions had reached her, causing Rachel to gradually return to normal. He was astonished to see her hair slowly changing back to its original pale pink. Wow, the hair is changing color. I didn't expect it to be this effective. The pink-haired girl, realizing she was being petted, lowered her head slightly, her face turning bright red. Ban, Yu Wu smiled happily. Ah, Rachel, you're back. Seeing her return made him feel much happier, but before he could finish his sentence, Rachel lunged forward. You're finally awake. She threw her arms around Yu Wu to his total surprise. The only one in the world, my master. A loud thud was heard. The two of them fell to the ground in an embrace. He winced and rubbed his head. What was my head just now? Yu Wu looked down in amazement, stammering. What is this? His personal notification board appeared. The concept of dependency has been established. Rachel has become an entity under the domination of and existing only for Ban Yu Wu. Seeing this, Yu Wu could only cry out helplessly. That sounds insane. Now Rachel drowsily woke up after falling asleep. She immediately sat up in surprise. Ha! Yu Wu, who was busy tying up the orc, smiled happily and asked, Oh, you're awake. Rachel immediately reached out to him, saying with tearful eyes full of guilt, Ban, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He was a bit dazed by her sudden action and replied hurriedly, Hurt. I'm fine, the elixir has kicked in. The orc, tied tightly to the chair, helplessly watched Rachel weeping over Yu Wu. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. In fact, I feel incredibly. Then her mood dropped. Despair and sadness were evident in the pink-haired girl's words. I feel better, so? You saved me again, Ban. In the end, I've become a burden to you again. He gently placed his hand on her head, stroking it to comfort her. Don't worry. Yu Wu smiled tenderly, reassuring Rachel. I promised I'd do my best. I'm sorry I was so late. I didn't correctly understand the message you wanted to convey. If I'd realized it a bit sooner, I could have quickly solved your problem. She gently grasped his hand, shaking her head slightly. No, it's okay. Then Rachel pulled Yu Wu's hand to her cheek, blossoming into a happy smile. As long as you didn't forget and kept your promise, I'm already so grateful. Thanks for stopping me, Ban. Oh no. The pink-haired girl suddenly hugged him, making him turn red and break into a cold sweat, while her voice still whispered intimately, My master. Yu Wu gave a strained smile and stammered, Hey, that's not okay at all. Rachel tilted her head and asked innocently, What's not okay? He hurriedly explained in confusion, calling me master like that, but she replied with a happy smile, What's wrong with calling you master? Master. Yu Wu was awkward, gesturing wildly and unable to finish a sentence. Well, He held his head, screaming internally. No, that word is not okay. We're classmates, you can't say things that sound like master and servant. Yu Wu startled and quickly warned her, You're standing too close, Rachel. If his family found out a girl his age was calling him master. Yu Wu imagined being hung upside down from the ceiling with many people looking at him as if they wanted to eat him alive. I won't be able to show my face to anyone. We sent this kid to study abroad and this is what happens. Learning all sorts of weird things. Turns out you like playing like that, huh? Ha ha ha. He shuddered, a cold feeling running down his spine. His family would 100% disown him immediately. Rachel, seeing Yu Wu remain silent, tilted her head and called softly, Master. His face turned bright red as he stammered, Re-rest now and we'll discuss it later, okay? The pink-haired girl replied happily, All right, making him shout in panic. You're standing too close, Rachel. She gently hugged Yu Wu's arm, her voice lowering slightly. I was born a beastkin. if there's anything more special about me compared to other beastkin then. Rutchel's gaze lowered, steeped in sadness. It's that my ancestors were great, and my father formed a contract with a constellation. Hearing this, he couldn't help but be astonished, thinking, a constellation. Then she continued her story. My father regretted signing that contract, but that constellation didn't want to let go of a clan carrying beast blood like us, and bestowed a blessing that was no different from a curse upon me through my father. I won't be able to show my face to anyone anymore. Yu Wu asked in some surprise. So that was Shimro, right? Rutchel nodded slightly and replied. That's right. Although one can achieve great power by burning emotions, it also causes one to be dominated by those emotions. She remembered the time she had gone mad, destroying furniture in the house. Since I was a child, every time my beast instincts awakened, the heart furnace would burn my emotions and spread rage around me. Because I inherited the tribe's strength, there was almost no one who could help me. Rutchel's face was always melancholy. Because everyone around me kept getting hurt, I chose to suppress my instincts and hide my emotions. The more I did that, the more passive I became. Yu Wu pondered, remembering previous instances, and understood. I see, so that's why she always seemed so passive. Because once her emotions ignite her burning wild instincts, she goes mad immediately, so suppression became a habit. He turned to her and asked, so that's why you enrolled in Union, to meet the constellation that contracted with your family and reverse the heart furnace. Rutchel's face suddenly turned red, and she shook her head slightly. No, neither my father nor I want anything to do with constellations anymore. There's a much better method, so I tried to find it. Yu Wu tilted his head in confusion. A better method? What is it? The pink-haired girl lowered her head and was silent for a while, and by the quiet firelight in the gloomy cell, she replied in an emotional voice. Establishing a master-servant relationship through submission, obeying the master's commands. That is an instinct engraved deep within the souls of beastkin. They completely submit to their chosen master, and the master's orders are the top priority. Rutchel bowed her head, hiding her current emotions, her voice still somewhat shy. That's why you can control the heart furnace. As long as you still wish for me not to lose control, the heart furnace won't burn my emotions or activate anymore. He frowned, his face showing worry. But why my orders and not someone else's? If all you need is a master, you could have chosen anyone besides me. She immediately replied matter-of-factly. Beastkin require an absolute condition to submit to a master. Rutchel bowed her head again and replied, the soul rank of the master must be significantly superior to that of the servant. Only then can there be complete submission. Seeing this, Yu Wu was astonished and thought, soul rank. The two sat by the flickering fire while the beast girl's steady voice echoed through the room. I don't mean to boast, but my soul rank is quite high, probably because I've carried the constellation's curse since birth. Because of my soul rank, I couldn't accept just anyone as a master. She lowered her head, her tone becoming sadder. Even at Union, where many strong people from different dimensions gather, that didn't change at all. Yu Wu glanced at Rutchel, lost in thought. Now that I think about it, from the first time I awakened my power, my soul depth was over 300. He looked up at the evaluation levels appearing above both of them. Currently, your soul depth is 200, while mine is about 460. Rutchel, soul depth 200, Ban Yu Wu, soul depth 460. It fit the beastkin's condition perfectly. Then she continued, but from the first time I met you, I had a feeling. Yu Wu's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks turning slightly pink as he heard Rutchel's sincere confession. This man, I can see him as my master and submit to him. That was the first time I ever had such a thought. Her face was also red now as she whispered, I'm so glad you made the right decision at the right time. Thank you very much. He scratched his cheek, let out a light laugh, and looked away shyly. Ha ha, but that decision. It's a bit heavy, you know. Rutchel lunged forward and hugged Yu Wu's arm, saying, what can I do? He blushed, looking down at her as she continued. I've always suppressed it until now, but I don't need to anymore. Now I can laugh more, cry more, and be bolder, all thanks to you. Rutchel looked up with sparkling, emotional eyes and said softly with a sweet smile, even if it's a bit heavy, you have to take responsibility, master. Yu Wu pursed his lips, silent in confusion, finally replying, ah, all right. Then she stood up to walk away. So shall we go then? Leaving him dazed for a moment. Ha! Rutchel clenched her hand, turned back and gave Yu Wu a bright smile, her heart filled with determination. Let's climb as high as we can together. Now I can control the heart furnace at will, after all. He jumped up, threw on his coat, and said, wait a second. In Yu Wu's hand was a sphere emitting a brilliant light, which he held out to her. This, the pink-haired girl turned back, momentarily stunned by the surprise. This is the wildness I've gathered until now, including from that orc just now. It's not much, but I want to give it to you. She hesitated, looking down at his hand. Such a powerful energy given to me. Rachel couldn't believe her eyes and looked up to ask, really for me? Yu Wu let out a light sigh, lifted her hand, and said, as long as you're okay with it. Then a brilliant glow emanated from the two of them, accompanied by Rachel's happy voice. I am very willing. He slowly placed the small sphere into her hand. Once she had received it, the pink-haired girl held it up to admire it, looking very fascinated. Ooh. She clenched her hand and smiled slightly. Then Rachel's hurried voice echoed through the room again. Quickly, let's keep going and fight. I'm not afraid of anything anymore. Yu Wu smiled with a look of doting affection. All right, all right. An unknown amount of time passed as the two of them charged forward with overwhelming momentum. But in the end, they still couldn't hold out and failed in room 19. Rachel's eyes welled up as if she were about to burst into tears, and she grumbled, HMPH, I just wanted the two of us to have a little more time alone, leaving Yu Wu breaking into a cold sweat as he hurriedly tried to comfort her in his confusion. Awa, they're there. While Yumina, who had been waiting for a long time, smiled warmly at their return, saying, welcome back, you two. You've worked hard. She immediately recalled the moment Doc Go-Yon and Light first emerged when he was being dragged away by her. She had intended to ask the two who finished first about what happened, but before she could finish, they had already dashed off to the training room, leaving her to wonder, what's going on with those two? Yu Wu massaged his temples in frustration and replied, no, there's probably nothing going on between them. Take care of yourself, Light, before adding, by the way, how much of the story have you heard already, Professor? Yumina sat upright in her chair and replied with a gentle smile, up to the part where you caught the intruder. When I heard about that and saw the recording, I was very surprised. I didn't expect the attacks to persist from last week into this week, though no one could have predicted that. While he sat opposite her and gave a forced laugh. Ha, that's true, ma'am. She slightly clenched her hands on her lap, bowed her head a bit, and spoke softly. Among irregular phenomena, encountering an intruder has the highest mortality rate. Everyone returned safely, but honestly, it wouldn't have been surprising if someone had lost their life. So I'm just very glad that everyone made it back in one piece. To which Yu Wu frowned and quickly replied, I just got lucky, Professor. He looked up slightly, recalling the mysterious man who appeared, and asked worriedly, Professor, what do you think the attacker was aiming for? What do you think his goal was? Yumina frowned in deduction. He definitely didn't belong to the academy, but he seemed to possess the qualifications of a tower climber, which must be because. Her next words carried a chilling and terrifying weight. You all have become such promising rookies that they wanted to eliminate you early. And hearing this, Yu Wu couldn't hide his shock. Promising rookies. Yumina's hand on her lap tightened slightly, sweat breaking out from her own anxiety. Those who link with constellations naturally attract attention from other constellations. Your group is a rather unique case, as refusing to sign a contract with a constellation shows a very strong will. Yu Wu stood dazed for a moment while she calmly continued. And since your potential is immense, it means many constellations either want to recruit you or want to monitor you very closely. Yumina sat dignified in the dark red chair, her sharp gaze shifting toward him as she asked, if that recording is accurate, the attacker was a member of Exodus, correct? And he nodded, giving a brief reply, yes. Her expression became dead serious as she continued. Exodus is a notorious group of space pirates, and they are the largest group to infiltrate the tower. That is because they are backed by a constellation. The constellation sponsoring them is extremely radical and famous for its violent nature. Hearing this, Yu Wu's face filled with horror as he thought, a constellation is actually sponsoring a group of pirates. While Yumina's voice continued beside him, since there is a high chance you won't sign a contract with them, your outstanding talent must be a thorn in their side. Having said that, she bowed her head and let out a long, heavy sigh. Even so, I couldn't have imagined they would go this far just to eliminate you. I thought Class 11 would go unnoticed, at least until the end of the semester. Yu Wu frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. That guy's move at the time was just a simple trick, but if we hadn't detected it, someone would surely have lost their life. He breathed a silent sigh of relief, recalling the horrific scene where the mysterious man gripped the detonator and dust flew everywhere. We only survived because of our high base stats and good detection abilities. A normal group of rookies would have definitely been wiped out. Yu Wu sat quietly on the red velvet chair as a cold atmosphere enveloped him. It's truly infuriating. Just how many people have you killed this way, Exodus? And is there really a constellation sponsoring these actions? His hand resting on the chair clenched into a tight fist out of anger. They've been hindering us since our last expedition, and it's because of those constellations that Rutschel suffered so much. Now it's them again. Yu Wu grit his teeth, his eyes burning with a fiery rage. Seriously, I'm sick of this. I want to defeat both Exodus and those constellations. I can't forgive them. Yumina frowned, her face showing a mix of worry and fear. That expression of yours is a bit terrifying. He felt he had shown too much personal emotion and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Professor, I didn't mean to. But she shook her head with clear sympathy and understanding. No, if I were you, I would feel the same way. Yumina bowed her head, her eyes tinged with sadness and her voice growing deeper. You kids keep getting caught up in all sorts of trouble. As your supervising professor, I should have helped you grow without hindrance, but unfortunately I haven't been able to do much. So Yu Wu waved his hand and smiled to comfort her. Not at all. No one can control what happens inside the tower. He then broke the somber atmosphere and spoke cheerfully. More importantly, what should we do with the video from inside the tower? I finished all the editing, and Yumina frowned with determination. Just upload it. Their plan has already failed, and once the video is public, they won't dare to act for a while. We have to humiliate them in front of the public. Making Yu Wu let out a small laugh. Ha ha. The sky outside was growing dark as he stood up and bowed, saying, Well then, I've told you everything I needed to tell. I'll be heading back now, Professor, and Yumina nodded in response. All right, Yu Wu. Yu Wu had only walked a few steps when he let out a weary sigh. Sigh. Dealing with constellations really brings nothing but trouble. She pressed her lips together and listened to him in silence with a worried face. It's only happened twice, and I'm already sick of it. I'll probably never sign a contract with any constellation. Yumina fidgeted with her hands, lost in thought. That's good, Yu Wu, that's a wise choice, but... She spoke in a low voice, but it was enough to make Yu Wu stop in his tracks as he heard. Among the constellations, there are some who are truly very kind and always care for their contractors. He turned around with a completely innocent and confused tilt of his head, seeing which made Yumina flustered. Ah, she gave a slight smile and shook her head, leaving Yu Wu even more bewildered. Oh, never mind. But before you go, I have a small request, Yu Wu. Back in the training room, a firm voice rang out, No. Doc Go-Yon crossed her arms and frowned with a very serious face, absolutely refusing to budge. I'm not going anywhere, absolutely not. This insect still needs more punishment. He smiled helplessly at Light, who was lying pathetically on the ground. Pressuring him too much won't help anything, you know. Yu Wu spoke up. The whole room was now in shambles because of their training session. Besides, we should have a celebration after everything that happened in the tower. Let's all go out and get some fresh air. The knight cried and trembled, reaching out his hand looking quite pitiful. Ban, am I really that bad? To which he replied with a deadpan face. Yeah, pretty much. You obviously messed everything up. Yu Wu irritably reached out and pinched his cheek. Honestly, if you hadn't ruined things yesterday, we would have made it to room 20. Rutschel and I made it to room 19 with just the two of us. Light sighed with worry, holding his forehead in frustration. But that was just one mistake, while Doc Go-Yon's face darkened as she snapped back. A mistake. She clenched her fist, her voice dropping to a terrifying low. You still dare to call that a mistake? It seems you haven't learned your lesson yet, Light. The knight quickly hid behind Yu Wu, wailing, No, it was all my fault. Everything is my fault. He burst into tears, which streamed down his face as he wailed. Wah, I'm truly sorry, everyone. I was too conceited yesterday. While Yu Wu stepped in to quickly explain for Light. See, Light is repentant too, so please forgive him. And Doc Go-Yon turned away and let out a long sigh. Phew. She then held up 2 fingers and said, Fine. In exchange, I'm taking 2 portions. Leaving Yu Wu momentarily dazed. 2 portions. The white-haired girl crossed her arms arrogantly, her face flushing slightly. You promised in the tower, didn't you? That I could ask for any reward. That's great, so think about what you want. Yu Wu gave a confident laugh and said, Leave it to me. I'll let you choose whatever you want. To which Doc Go-Yon asked shyly, Really? While the pink-haired girl beside them cleared her throat for attention, and Light asked in a panicked rush, I get to go too, right, guys? At a large shopping mall in the City of Flowers, Ronica. Doc Go-Yon frowned as she held up a black dress to try it on and asked, Does this frilly stuff really suit me? And Light burst out laughing, teasing her, Your everyday combat gear is even frillier. While Yu Wu quickly added his praise, It suits you perfectly, so don't worry. The white-haired girl gave a bashful smile. I'm not so sure, but if you say so. As he chuckled and made another suggestion, Now try this knit sweater next. Not noticing the fiery gaze of the pink-haired girl observing them, nor the knight's growing anxiety. Rutschel had grown so angry that her eyes were glowing red, her hands clenched and trembling with rage as she growled. How dare he treat my master like a servant? causing Light to break into a cold sweat as he glanced at her and whispered, "Hey, Ban, maybe you should pay attention to this side, too." Dak Goyon chuckled inwardly, happily picking out clothes from the stalls. Hee, even though I'm not used to this style, I really like it since Ban Yu Wu chose it. It's been a long time since I've been able to shop like this. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, making her freeze as her face darkened. "You greedy pig." Dak Goyon turned around angrily and shouted, "What did you say, you beast? What did you just say?" While Rachel took the opportunity to start crying and acting spoiled. Yu Wu." Leaving Yu Wu to cry out in alarm. "Seriously, why are you two still fighting even all the way out here?" Rachel was enthusiastically feeding a piece of cake to Yuwon, pleading with him to try just one bite. Sitting right next to them, Dak Goyen was radiating an intense, murderous aura, her face darkening with irritation. Yuwon's face turned bright red, and he waved his hands saying he could eat by himself. But the pink-haired girl insisted on not letting him go. Afterward, the group sat down to discuss how they had successfully resolved the issue of Rachel's power outbursts during battle. Rachel remained glued to Yuwon, not sparing any praise for how perfectly he handled everything. Dak Goyen sighed, remarking that the result was still decent compared to someone who completely lost control. Hearing this, Light felt insecure and wondered if he was now the most useless person, the weak link of the group. Dak Goyen turned and asked bluntly if Light wanted to explain his unusual actions from the day before. Light lowered his head in silence. He decided that from now on, he would try to fight without relying on that holy sword anymore. Yuwon observed his friend silently, thinking that he couldn't just let him sink into an inferiority complex forever. Immediately, Dak Goyen used telepathy to scold Yuwon, telling him to find a way to get Light to open up and share his problem. Yuwon sipped his coffee loudly while hesitating, as private matters like this couldn't exactly be forced. Dak Goyen stared at Yuwon, reminding him that since they were roommates, they should look out for each other. She even added a bold suggestion, telling Yuwon to use those looks of his to charm Light, just like he did with Rachel. Yuwon choked on his drink instantly, unable to believe his friend would make such a crazy suggestion. He frantically wiped his mouth, asserting that he hadn't charmed anyone and told Dak Goyen to stop talking nonsense. Yuwon explained he only wanted to get along with Rachel and didn't expect things to be misunderstood like this. Dak Goyen rolled her eyes, reminding Yuwon that he was the one who insisted on dragging both of them into the group. Yuwon let out a sigh and agreed to find a way to help Light, just as he received a new notification on his device. It was an announcement about a large-scale field trip to another dimension scheduled for next week. The goal was to prevent a monster wave in the lower dimensions, part of the training process to become divine. Hearing this, Light's expression suddenly became very sharp at the mention of lower dimension. Yuwon advised Light not to think too negatively, as this was just basic knowledge required for advancement. Light remained defiant, arguing that those in higher dimensions were always conceited, acting as if the lower worlds couldn't survive without them. Yuwon observed his friend's expression in silence. He sensed a deep, hidden hatred. He guessed that something terrible must have happened in the place where Light used to live. Putting that aside for a moment, Yuwon informed the group that he had another important matter to announce. He decided that starting this week, he would attend Professor Yumina's combat magic class, leaving everyone in shock. Everyone reacted strongly to the sudden announcement, while Yuwon simply wanted to focus on training alone for a while. A few days later at the gym, Yuwon took out his newly acquired magic staff to prepare for practice. He tried to start a polite conversation, inviting the staff to feel free to share its knowledge. But there was only silence. Yuwon began to lose patience and threatened to smash it to pieces if it continued to be so stubborn. He complained that 3 days had passed, and it still hadn't bothered to teach a single magic language concept. Thinking that class was about to start, and he still hadn't learned anything, Yuwon felt he couldn't let himself be embarrassed. He pulled out a massive hammer, coldly declaring he would destroy the staff to absorb the knowledge from its remains. Yuwon raised the hammer high, striking decisively as if to end the arrogant item right then and there. The staff shrieked in fear, frantically begging him to stop. It accused Yuwon of being a brute for using violent force to violate its inner self, without permission. Yuwon calmly asked if it was talking about the Babylonian code. Skill, he used to see right through it. The staff continued to grumble about how magic is a noble path, not meant for thugs like him. Yuwon didn't bother listening to the lecture. He barked at it to drop the nonsense standards and hand over the knowledge immediately. Finally, the staff succumbed to Yuwon's aggression and agreed to pass everything on to him. Instantly, the system announced that Yuwon had successfully absorbed 1,100 units of magic language. His perception stat also skyrocketed to 165. The magic staff sobbed and lamented, not expecting its power to be so ruthlessly stolen by such a brute. Not stopping there, Yuan absorbed an additional 50 units of elemental magic, bringing his soul depth to an impressive 510. Yuan was stunned by the massive amount of knowledge he had just received. He felt the power flowing clearly through his body. Now he could completely master the transformation of magic language and skillfully control natural elements like fire, water, wind, and earth. Yuan gave a satisfied smile. Finally, he could confidently attend the professor's class without any worries. He looked down at the small staff in his hand, silently acknowledging that this item was far more formidable than its delicate appearance suggested. Seeing it still sobbing, Yuan mockingly asked if it was surprised to see him still conscious and unharmed after receiving such a large amount of power. The staff wailed in frustration, unable to understand why fate forced it to serve someone with zero mage-like elegance. It asserted that it wasn't just a normal weapon spirit, as Yuan had assumed all along. Yuan cut it off. He was afraid it was about to launch into a hollow, tragic backstory to gain sympathy. But the staff's next words left Yuan completely frozen. It claimed that it used to be a real human being. In the quiet space of the gym, the magic staff's shout asserting its human identity echoed, leaving Yuan with a mountain of unanswered questions. Yuan heard the story and mocked it immediately, saying these betrayal and sealing motifs sounded as cheesy as a cheap novel. The staff, Selen, was so angry its vision blurred and it screamed in protest. It insisted it was once a living, breathing human, not a fictional character. Yuan was still skeptical, wondering why these memories suddenly resurfaced right now. Selen explained that when Yuan absorbed its power, he had accidentally shattered the core seal that had been imprisoning its memories and power. Even so, the recovery wasn't complete, so it couldn't remember everything yet. Yuan just rested his chin on his hand and listened with a weary expression. He checked the status board and gasped when he saw the staff's soul stat was at 200, an unthinkable number for an item found in a low-level area. Yuan realized this stat was on par with Rachel, someone born at an entirely different level. He began to sense something was off. The staff suddenly radiated a pitch-black murderous intent. It swore to reclaim all its power to seek revenge. Seeing the situation grow tense, Yuan told it to calm down. It roared about hunting down the traitors immediately. Yuan just watched, letting out a breath of pure apprehension. Suddenly, the staff began to glow brilliantly and change its shape right in Yuan's hand. The tacky pink heart-shaped shell shattered into pieces under the pressure of the new energy. A cool-looking spear emerged, leaving Yuan stunned by the spectacular transformation. Selen continued to ramble about tearing enemies apart, making Yuan think of an adolescent boy trying too hard to act dangerous. Its new name was Selen's Tear, with both mana and soul stats reaching 350, vastly stronger than before. A close-up of the new weapon revealed a glowing purple stone at its center. Selen stated this was its current limit because it still couldn't remember the names of its old enemies. Yuan mockingly asked if it could get any stronger or if this was it, and casually teased it for being beginner tier. Selen exploded with rage. It took offense, telling him not to look down on it or use it for trivial chores, as its level was beyond just teaching basic magic. Yuan was speechless at how quickly its attitude flipped. Seeing its usefulness, Yuan decided to strike a deal. He promised to help it reclaim its memories, power, and revenge. In return, it had to support him properly in everything. The spear fell silent for a moment as it considered Yuan's offer. The next morning at the academy, Yuan was once again surrounded by Rachel and Rachel calling his name from afar. Rachel clung to Yuan's arm, pleading to come along, promising to be good and not a bother. The blonde boy Rachel also pouted and clung to his other arm, saying he felt unbearably uneasy without the holy sword nearby. Yuan flatly refused with a shout and called Doc Goyon out to deal with these two nuisances. Doc Goyon appeared with a reliable look, cracking her knuckles and saying she also felt these two were going a bit overboard. So the cold girl dragged both of them away by their collars, ignoring their desperate cries for Yuan. Yuan watched them go, feeling a bit intimidated himself. Finally having some peace, Yuan plopped down on the sofa and began preparing for his rule-breaking plan. He used developer mode to scan the teleportation magic structure embedded in the student ID card. Yuan began analyzing the source code, focusing on isolating the variables related to spatial coordinates. He gave a triumphant smile, realizing that his existing knowledge combined with Selen's power was a broken combination, allowing him to decode and modify even extremely difficult incantations. Yuan inserted the pre-prepared coordinates into the system and began to trigger the teleportation command. A brilliant magic circle erupted under his feet. In the blink of an eye, Yuan was ready for the spatial jump. The room was left with only a faint wisp of white smoke. Yuan had teleported away. Yuan materialized right in the middle of a hallway to the absolute shock of Era, the elf girl who was sitting there dazed. He cheered as the system hack had worked perfectly. Yuan was so caught up in his joy that he didn't realize he had just performed an earth-shattering feat right in front of someone else. Era remained frozen, unable to process what had just happened. The girl slowly stood up and approached Yuan with a suspicious gaze. The elf girl asked point-blank if he had just teleported there. Her eyes were sharp as if trying to peer into Yuan's soul. Yuan innocently admitted that he had just adjusted the coordinates on his ID card. He gave a bright smile, as if it were the simplest thing in the world. Era felt like she was about to faint. She demanded to know how he could decode such a massive amount of code using ordinary mana. Yuan began to break into a cold sweat. Suddenly, she grabbed Yuan's collar, making him jump. This girl's strength was no joke. Era growled, asking how he dared to tamper with source code established by the principal himself. Her face was truly terrifying. Yuan cowered, wondering what he had done wrong to make the girl so furious. He also silently wondered if he had met this elf girl somewhere before, as she looked incredibly familiar. Yuan jumped out of his skin, his face turning pale when someone suddenly spoke up right behind him. He screamed in pure shock. Turning around, he saw Professor Yumina standing there with a smile. She praised him, saying he was quite capable. Even though she forgot to give him the address, he still managed to find the classroom on his own. Yumina confessed she was about to go look for him, but it turned out to be a needless worry since he was already here. Yuan could only give a wry smile and scratch his head to brush it off. Seeing Era there as well, the professor friendly invited her to join the class together for fun. The green-haired elf girl, who had just been aggressively pinning Yuan against the wall, now bowed politely and obediently followed the professor. Yuan stood frozen for a few seconds, sweat still pouring down his face as he hadn't fully recovered from the intense interrogation. He let out a sigh of relief, silently thanking the professor for appearing at just the right time to save him. He muttered that the girl Era was terrifyingly fierce, not at all inferior to Doc Go-Yon. Yumina suddenly looked back and made a cryptic remark about not wanting to get involved in any more heroine events, leaving Yuan blank-faced as he didn't understand a thing. He stood there staring dazed as the professor walked away. Yuan was led into a new magic class. The setting was quite grand with arena-style architecture. Teacher Yumina excitedly introduced the new student from class 11. But Yuan only wanted to get it over with as quickly as possible. The students below began whispering, looking at him with less than friendly eyes since they saw him walking and talking intimately with the professor. Yuan glanced around the room, realizing the class size was a mere 9 people. He noticed very few people were actually casting magic alongside their innate abilities. His gaze stopped on a blue-haired girl sitting completely apart from the crowd. Apparently, her name was Air. Suddenly, Yuan felt a strange aura of pressure radiating from that girl. It was as if an invisible wall separated her from everyone else. A total difference in class. Yuan suddenly remembered Doc Goyen mentioning someone even stronger than those in the Ortima clan. Air glanced back, her sharp eyes seemingly evaluating the newcomer's strength. A blonde student named Misty raised her hand, wanting to question the professor about this sudden appearance. Misty wondered how someone with magical talent like Yuan could have stayed invisible from this class for so long. Yumina explained that Yuan had just found an artifact that helped him awaken his magical talent. In passing, the teacher also took the opportunity to advertise her Rebellion YouTube channel to the whole class. Yuan froze at the professor's showy behavior, while the students below began to respond enthusiastically. Several male students whispered, unable to believe that an artifact could help awaken magical talent. Yumina affirmed that being born with magical talent is extremely rare, so it was normal for this to seem hard to believe. Misty was still not convinced. She challenged Yuan to perform a few skills for the whole class to see. She also emphasized that he had to do it without using the help of that artifact. Even though she knew Yuan had just started learning, Yumina still looked at him with an inquiring gaze. Yuan nonchalantly nodded in agreement, showing no sign of worry at Misty's unreasonable request. Yumina was a bit panicked because he had only been exposed to magic for exactly 1 week. He stepped in front of Misty, reminding her that he wasn't ready for anything too advanced yet. Yuan stepped into the middle of the yard, silently calculating which basic technique to perform to get it over with. He started by gathering air currents, taking the wind element as the core. Then, Yuan controlled the energy stream to spin continuously to create a cyclone shape. Finally, he threw in the fire attribute, making the students around him start to turn pale. Fire cyclone? A massive fireball began to form between his two hands. Immediately, a giant pillar of fire erupted violently, radiating terrifying heat throughout the classroom. The class was in chaos at the power and unbelievable speed of this technique's execution. Misty was stunned when she realized Yuan didn't even need an incantation to activate the magic. This was clearly a high-level magic controlled by will that a beginner could never do. A student sitting nearby shouted because of the heat, while Air still sat silently observing the wreckage. The blue-haired girl showed no emotion at the impressive performance just now. Yumina quickly spoke up, asking Yuan to stop before he incinerated the entire grandstand. The professor clapped in approval, praising the incredible power despite the lack of a single incantation. She asked the class if they now believed he was a true genius, while others were still in shock. Misty lowered her head, frustrated to realize her magic was probably not even equal to someone who had only studied for a week. Yuan nonchalantly returned to his seat, as if he had just done something perfectly normal. Air gave a cold, contemptuous snort, appearing unimpressed with what she had just seen. She flatly remarked that these things were truly very boring. Yumina hurriedly cut off the introductions to start the lecture, leaving Yuan with a pensive look toward the strange, blue-haired girl. Just as the lesson ended, before Yuan could leave, a hand grabbed his shirt firmly from behind. It was Air. She still wouldn't let him go and demanded that Yuan answer the unfinished question from earlier. Witnessing this, the students around, especially Misty, could only gape in surprise because Air rarely initiated a conversation with anyone. Every gaze turned toward the two with curiosity, not understanding what was happening between the blue-haired genius and the new student. Air pressed to know if it was true that Yuan had personally analyzed and interfered with the principal's entire code system. Her gaze was full of seriousness, affirming that editing teleportation coordinates was an unimaginable feat for an ordinary student. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Professor Yumina suddenly appeared from behind the two. The teacher asked Air to step aside so she could take Yuan to a specially scheduled consultation session. Air froze when she realized a shocking truth. Yuan actually had no authority, as that privilege was originally reserved only for official professors. Leaving Air still in shock, Yumina quietly led Yuan out of the classroom. A glowing teleportation portal opened, marking the beginning of the meeting between Yuan and the tower's most powerful figures. Era couldn't help but be shocked to learn that Ban Yuan had never been granted the right to edit student cards, as that was a privilege reserved for actual professors. Professor Yumina smiled and asked Era if that answer was satisfactory, while Era was still in shock that Yuan had done it through personal ability. Yumina asked Yuan to follow her. He quickly replied, and then they both stepped into a brilliant portal of light. In the quiet space of the academy, Yumina began to ask directly about the fact that Yuan dared to edit the functions on the student card. Yuan was a bit worried and asked if that was taboo. The professor explained that student cards were actually a fragment of power from the tower refined by the principal. Hearing her say that the principal wouldn't mind if he didn't break it, Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yumina emphasized that basically, an ordinary student could not possibly interfere with that system, making Yuan just pretend to be surprised and ask back. He remembered Era's determined face during her questioning just now and couldn't help but feel the pressure. Yuan scratched his head with a wry smile. He found it strange that someone he had never met suddenly approached him so aggressively. Yumina smiled brightly. She admitted she had long ago guessed that Yuan's ability would be extremely well suited for magic. She praised him for immediately doing something big right after awakening his magic. Yuan worriedly asked if he would be arrested for this, but Yumina affirmed the principal was not so idle as to summon someone just for a car. However, immediately after that, she announced Yuan was about to meet the principal, leaving him stunned. He wondered why the head of the academy wanted to meet him, while Yumina just calmly prepared to see him off. Before he could process it, Yuan was pushed straight into a teleportation vortex. He only caught the professor's good luck wish before free-falling. Yuan grumbled, complaining that he could have perfectly well walked there himself instead of being tossed around like this. He landed face-first right in the middle of the principal's office, in the most pathetic posture possible. While Yuan was still holding his face in a daze, a low voice rang out welcoming him. The principal remarked that it seemed he had become quite close to Professor Yumina already. This time, he appeared in the form of a small butler puppet, sitting loftily on the desk and warning Yuan not to be drawn into her group of followers. Yuan stood up. He wondered why the principal didn't keep their meeting a secret like this. He was worried about safety, but the puppet only replied that this would only become an issue if he went around blabbing about it. The butler puppet changed the subject, asking if Yuan had any plans for choosing a major in his second year yet. The sudden question made Yuan pause. He realized he still had too many things to worry about and hadn't had time to think about the far future. Since enrolling, he had been spinning with martial arts classes, climbing the tower and harsh training sessions. Images of the training process flashed through Yuan's head, from awakening his magic ability to achieving actual mana control. He felt clearly that he had made leaps and bounds compared to the first day he set foot here, with the Babylonia code becoming increasingly perfect. Yuan stared at the puppet. He understood that all of this was possible thanks to the support of those around him. Yuan's eyes showed clear determination. He declared he would choose whichever path allowed him to continue standing side by side with his teammates in Class 11. The principal was a bit surprised. He reminded him that this academy had countless geniuses and good professors who could help him go much further. Yuan affirmed that he knew himself best, and the best way for him to grow strong was to continue walking with his current friends. The principal asked back if his intention was to talk about his instructor. Yuan smiled. He believed that no matter which major he chose, Professor Yumina would always find time to teach him. The butler puppet asked if Yuan was planning to become a burden to her, leaving him startled and dazed. Yuan hurriedly explained that it was because Yumina placed very high expectations on him, that he wanted to put in such effort. The puppet nodded as if he understood, admitting that the professor indeed put a lot of heart into this student. Yuan still didn't understand the true motive behind the principal's question, so he just stood there blankly and asked for clarification. The principal waved it off, telling him to just drop that matter to move on to a much more important issue. He began to reveal that the location for the upcoming special activity had been interfered with by an extremely powerful clan. Yuan was momentarily worried hearing about a major force meddling in the school's activities. The name uttered left Yuan stunned. It was the powerful and intrigue-filled Ortima clan. The principal explained that the academy was full of sponsors, and if they weren't allowed to participate to some extent, the consequences would be unpredictable, despite Yuan questioning the master's decision-making power. The principal explained that he could absolutely protect every activity inside the academy, but outside trips were a different story. To maintain the massive funding, he was forced to yield to sponsors in extracurricular activities, which Yuan heard and could only respond to with a faint, sarcastic smile. Yuan started to feel annoyed. He rolled up his sleeves as if wanting to get to the bottom of this old man's true intentions. He asked bluntly if the principal was selling out the students, even though he knew full well the Ortima clan was plotting something on this trip. The butler puppet affirmed that if he really wanted to sell Yuan out, he wouldn't have bothered sitting here telling him these things. Yuan angrily argued that enduring, or selling out, resulted in the same thing, especially when he didn't even know anything about the upcoming activity, yet trouble was already surrounding him. He demanded a clearer explanation of what Ortima was planning, so he would know how to prepare. However, the principal refused to say more. He believed revealing that much was already over the limit, and it was entirely because of his expectations for him. Yuan sighed wearily. Despite being very frustrated, he had to accept it when the old man declared he would remain silent from then on. He stood up abruptly, intending to leave because he suddenly remembered something important. But the principal immediately reminded him that he must absolutely not reveal the secrets in this room. Yuan promised to keep their business private, but asked back if discussing potential dangers with teammates was permitted, and he agreed. Just as Yuan was about to step away, the principal called him back again because he still had one more thing to say. A strange light suddenly enveloped Yuan, while the principal's voice rang out mysteriously about another truth that he needed to know. The Absolute One said he had been observing Yuan for 2 weeks. The young man's face was blank, not understanding what was happening. He promised to give him a small gift, because Yuan's potential far exceeded initial expectations. Just as he finished, a band of energy that looked like a zipper suddenly appeared in midair. The zipper tore open, revealing a massive, powerful eye inside. Yuan recognized immediately that this was the same eye that had appeared at the opening ceremony. The Absolute One began to execute his will. The pressure from the Supreme Being made Yuan break into a cold sweat. He could only stand still and take it. The Absolute One's gaze seemed to want to turn Yuan into an immutable entity, something that nothing could shake. The system announced that Yuan had absorbed the concept of durability. His physical stats soared to 285. It didn't stop there. His realization technique was also exceeding the threshold thanks to the master's will. Mysterious energy began to purify his body, bringing his physical stat back to 250 to reach the purest state. All negative, distracting thoughts vanished, replaced by an abundant source of vitality. Yuwon's realization stat had now reached a transcendent level of 401. The mana surrounding Yuwon changed completely in quality. He felt power surging through every cell. The Absolute One appeared quite impressed with this result. Yuwon was still in shock because of the terrifying advancement. The master explained that he only wanted to help him resist Ortima's power by engraving it into his body. It was a fearsome power, able to impose will upon this entire world. Master said most people would have to surrender to that power, but the current Yuwon was already able to resist it to some extent. This result was beyond the master's expectations. Yuwon bowed in thanks and prepared to leave to continue the journey. He thought to himself that he wouldn't be where he is today without good friends. Master smiled and opened the way for him to return. The next morning, the day the special activity began. Yuwon was like a young father, worriedly reminding the whole group to double-check their personal belongings. Hanja laughed and said he was overthinking it, looking no different from a parent taking children on a picnic. Light saw that everyone was very comfortable. Dak Goyen felt at ease because Yuwon was by her side. The whole group walked leisurely through the academy campus. Light always kept a combat-ready spirit. Around them, other students began to whisper as they saw the rebellion group appear. Some girls chirped that they looked even better in person than in the videos. Fame had come faster than expected. The crowd was curious about what content they would upload to the group's media channel this time. Yuwon heard everything but kept a calm face. Yuwon thought to himself that setting up a media channel was indeed a wise idea. Zhen Light's group also agreed. He suddenly remembered when he first enrolled. Everywhere he went, he only saw eyes full of hatred and contempt. It was completely different from now. Now, the support of the regular students had helped Class 11's status change completely. They were no longer the abandoned ones. Professor Zenon stood from afar, waving the group over to prepare for departure. She asked if everyone had eaten breakfast and prepared everything. Yuwon, on behalf of the group, confirmed they were ready. The professor chuckled, saying that since they were going out today, the group needed to be a bit more stylish. And so each person had a bright red rose attached to their head. The whole group froze, everyone's faces darkening because this style was too much to handle. The professor was still giddy, praising how beautiful it was, while the surrounding students also had to break into a cold sweat at her aesthetic taste. Yuwon scratched his head, saying this was way too prominent, while Hanja was extremely annoyed at having to wear a flower everywhere. Zhu intended to remove it, but the professor specifically instructed that they must absolutely not take this red rose down. It turned out this was a protection charm she had specially made for the group to prepare for the upcoming activity. They needed to keep it with them at all times. Hearing that, Yuwon and Zhe had to reluctantly accept it. After all, safety came first. Zhe grumbled, complaining that she looked like nothing more than a mobile vase. The professor only smirked because she had anticipated this reaction. Suddenly, the professor snapped her fingers and said she had designed them so they could change shape at will. As soon as she finished, the rose on Zhe's head turned into a delicate hair tie. She was so surprised her eyes went wide. Dak Goyen also marveled at seeing this miraculous transformation. The whole group started to get much more excited. Light and Yuwon's were converted into very cool-looking earrings. Now they could stroll around comfortably. Zhe angrily snapped about why she didn't do that from the start, letting her be annoyed all this time. Vice President Zenon could only cover her mouth and give a strained laugh. At the hall, a butler stood on the podium announcing whether everyone had gathered sufficiently. Yuwon and the whole group were also present. The special activity officially began. Each class was ordered to board the multi-dimensional ship in the correct order. Light wondered why they weren't going to the port but boarding the ship here instead. Vice President Zenon explained that for large-scale activities, the ship would pick up students right at the hall. Only the principal and Vice President Zenon had the authority to summon this giant ship. Dak Goyen looked up and couldn't help but marvel in surprise. The dimension ship slowly landed, covering the entire sky above the academy. Yuwon sighed because not since the opening ceremony had he seen such a magnificent sight. All preparations were complete. Yuwon flashed a confident smile, ready to join his teammates in venturing into promising new challenges. Season 1 officially closed here.